Daytona. I do not care who you are. I do not care what you've done. For 65 years, I have tested the bold, pushed the fearless, and dismissed the unprepared. I am a cathedral of speed, where every inch of my 2.5-mile footprint holds its own story. From heartbreak to triumph, I have seen it all. I have forged in asphalt, built for battle. History rumbles through my banking. In my presence, 150,000 rise. Their voices shake my grandstands. Their energy builds within me. I am a proving ground where the very best carve their names into history of the great American race.
20 years of frustration. Dale Earnhardt to win the Daytona 500. Side bouncing off each other. Unbelievable. I think it was Denny Hamlin. Back to the line. Good crash. Here they come. Checker flag. Harvick. Kevin Harvick. Dale Earnhardt Jr. brings him to the flag. Checker flag. Waving. It's over.
Being the Daytona 500 champion is more than just a win. It's history carved into my soul. I am Daytona.
The Great American Race will kick off the 2025 NASCAR Cup Series. Welcome to Daytona. This place is steeped with immortality. Tonight we will enter a new champion and another one who graces the gates of legends. Welcome to Daytona. Let's have a word with our front row starters ahead of tonight's race.
All right, we're going to continue on tonight. We are now joined by our outside front row qualifier, Austin Cindric, driver of the number 2 Team Penske Ford. We'll go right into questions. We'll start with Jacob, go to Holly, and then Bruce.
Sure. Jacob Zillman, Raceface Digital, Austin. This is the only race of the year where you actually get a cool trophy for qualifying second, but you said on the broadcast that this is still probably going to sting because I'm sure Chase will remind you about it for the next year until we come back here. But in all seriousness, what does this say about Team Penske and the fact that you guys were able to put a car on the front row now for the second year in a row?
Well, I think it certainly sends a message, right? I mean, obviously having a fast race car, but the consistency in our cars and in our team is certainly second to none. So super proud of my guys on the 2 car, but everybody back at Team Penske. I know everyone's takes a lot of pride in coming to this race with really fast cars. But it's obviously one step of the weekend. The front row obviously gives us, a lot of flexibility with as far as what we do tomorrow night. Pit selection, obviously starting spot and so on. So it's a good box to check early on in the weekend with, the list of things, maybe the shorter list of things that you can't control. And like I said, proud of the team.
You going to find somewhere to put that trophy, or are you going to hide it because it's just a reminder that it was second instead of the pole?
It's a good question. I haven't decided yet.
All right, we'll go next to Holly.
Congratulations. I wanted to ask you, how much confidence can you take from doing this, because you haven't been out on the track much? Do you like the car? Do you feel really good about your chances, or is it just still too early to really know how it's going to all pan out in a race situation?
Well, I think if I'm being 100% honest, Brian and I were back and forth. Brian after practice, like, yeah, I think we got a shot at the front row. I'm like, how can you honestly say something like that? And I was like, I think we'll be like 8th to 11th, which is maybe like a conservative outlook. And clearly I was wrong, and clearly the guy that's paid to make decisions and think about things was right. So with that being said, certainly gives me some confidence that Brian knows what he's doing. Not that I already didn't think that, but otherwise, I think it's great for the guys. You work hard. You spend, you have extra time to spend on this car throughout the off season to really get things right. And I feel like we've made some steps to continue to improve our cars. As maybe not as difficult as that sounds, but we've had really fast race cars. But to continue that evolution, there's things I want to be able to still do with my cars. And I think the only complication this provides now is like, how much racing do we do tomorrow night? If it was up to me, I'm going to race. I'll let Brian tell me what to do. But otherwise, it's certainly a good start, and certainly a good one for the guys. Yes, sir.
Hang on one second before you start, Bruce. We are now also joined by our Daytona 500 pole winner, Chase Briscoe, driver the number 19 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota. We'll continue on with questions. Go ahead, Bruce.
Bruce Martin with Forbes Sports Money. Austin, Mr. Penske emphasized 3 team cars in the top 5. So just how big of an accomplishment is that?
It's huge. Like I said before, I mean, the consistency in the shop is something we're super proud of. I mean, it'd be different if there was one car in the front row and the rest of them didn't even make, the top 10 into the second round. So I think it says a ton about our race team. I think the transparency between teams, and it's something I feel like our company does really better than anybody else. And we continue to show at these types of racetracks, and certainly a level of pride that I feel like everybody that works hard together is able to look at.
And does a front row start qualify as a trip to Steak and Shake? Or is that only for a Daytona 500 win?
It's a little late for that.
No, they're still open on midnight.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But right now, it's one small box. It's not like I won, all right? Maybe ask Chase, but what's Chase?
I do like Steak and Shake.
All right, before we continue on here, Chase, this is Toyota's first Daytona 500 pole. How special is that for you to accomplish, not only for you and your team, but to get that special milestone for Toyota?
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, they've done so much. It's hard to do anything for the first time with Toyota. So, yeah, to be able to do it in my first race is super, super cool, super special. It means a lot to, Toyota, just Tyler Gibbs and everybody that came up to me after. You could see, in their eyes how much it meant to them. And, even for Coach, I think it's his second ever Daytona 500 pole. So to be able to do that is really, really cool, really, really special. And, yeah, I mean, it is the pole. We would much rather win the race, but still it's neat regardless. And even this whole off season, a lot of the emphasis at JGR has been to qualify better super speedways. They felt like that was the biggest area where they lacked. And for them to be able to come here after, I think, qualifying 25th average, last year, and to come here and have 3 cars in the top 10, to have one on the pole, is just a testament to everybody there and just the amount of effort and the prep work they put in. So, yeah, I'm just truthfully the lucky one that got to drive it tonight. But, yeah, it's super special for sure for the first race to be on the pole.
We'll go next to Zach and then Michael.
Zach Sterniolo at NASCAR.com. Chase, for you. Denny said earlier that just the way that super speedways work now, it's harder to move from the rear of the field toward the front, and that put more emphasis on Daytona 500 qualifying more than ever. To accomplish the goal tonight then, where you get the pole, how much does that matter for Sunday?
I mean, you still have to execute. I mean, you can still start 40th. You can still start on the pole. I mean, you still have to execute and put yourself in position all race long. I think there's pros and cons to the front row. I think the pro is definitely, from a track position standpoint, it's hard to get now. So starting up front definitely makes it easier, but the con is you're going to burn more fuel starting on the front row too. So there's both, right? It definitely helps starting up front, but you still have to execute and put yourself there after 500 miles, and it's easy to get jumbled up in track position here. So, yeah, just have to execute from all the green flag pit stops, things like that. But certainly starting up front is not a huge disadvantage by any means.
Before we continue real quick, do we have any additional questions for Austin? Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Michael Massey, front stretch. Austin, you podium in the 24 hours, second now. You feel like your momentum's building at this place to where, it's building up to a win, or is it bittersweet getting so close in all of these moments?
Yes to all of the above. Look, I've been pretty fortunate to be in 2 really great positions and programs since I've been here to start the year, right? I mean, to be able to come to the Rolex and pretty much every moment of the weekend that mattered, qualifying, Rocky puts it on pole, we're in victory lane taking photos. At the end of the race, we're on the podium taking photos in victory lane. Qualifying for the Daytona 500, we're taking photos in victory lane. So all of those things are awesome, but they also aren't race wins. So there's definitely a part of that kind of knocks at you a little bit, especially when you have the opportunity and you feel like you're close. But look, it's been a good start to the year in that respect. But certainly a long road, long week ahead to find ourselves back in that place on Sunday night.
And then with just the last year that Penske's had of winning all these championships, big races, is there like an extra pressure for you guys in the Penske stable to get that Daytona 500 win this year?
I think the expectation is the same as it's always been, so the expectation is to win.
Do we have any final questions for Austin? All right, Austin, congratulations and
Thank you
thanks
all.
for coming in.
Enjoy.
See you at Steak and Shake.
You buying?
I mean, I can, I guess.
You know
I got 3 kids, so I probably can't go. Yeah. Yeah, nah, probably not on my diet. That's true. Yeah, James locked me down.
Like grilled chicken instead of chicken tenders?
I had blackened chicken today. Yeah, yeah, I'm trying. That was the difference maker, I think. I was 10 pounds lighter.
All right, we'll continue on with Holly Kane.
This is big, obviously, to win the pole position for the Daytona 500, but how much of an extra boost is it for you, starting out with a new team, driving this new car, and saying, hey, this is what I'm bringing?
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I didn't really do a whole lot today. Like I said, I was just kind of the lucky one that got to drive the car, but I mean, still from a confidence standpoint in the team, like, I did still have to execute a little bit, so I guess it's good that I didn't screw anything up today, because there is a lot of little things you have to do inside the car to qualify and just hit, all your shifts right, leave pit road right. So there's stuff from that standpoint, but I think just the confidence that it carries over, for the team. There's not that there was uncertainty, but it is all new for all of us, right? Like they're trying to figure me out, I'm trying to figure them out. So for us to be able to start the year, and even at Bowman Gray, we had a really, really good speed. Obviously we broke in the race, but I feel like we've gotten off to a really good start, and honestly, it's been smoother, I would say, than all of us kind of expected. Like, we thought there was going to be a little more of, just not a hurdle, but it was just going to be harder to learn each other, and it's all been super smooth. So, yeah, it's a great way for us to start the season. Obviously, the pole doesn't really mean a whole lot outside of, just the as far as the pole doesn't mean a lot as far as like what that means for your race. You still have to go out there and win, but still from a standpoint, just the confidence, from a team standpoint inside the garage, there's a ton of pride that goes into who can bring the fastest car to Daytona, and for, the 19 group to be able to do that, to not do it by a little amount, I think it was 1/10 of a second. Like that says a lot when every single car is almost the same now. So for us to be able to do that, I think is, something I know I'm really proud of, just because, like I said, the whole offseason, the entire emphasis was how can we qualify better at super speedways, and for us to be able to come here and execute that, I think is pretty special.
We'll go back to Jacob.
Jacob Zillman, Raceface Digital. Chase, first, Austin referenced that you two have often compared and jabbed at each other for qualifying times. Are you going to let him forget this one anytime soon?
No, we definitely have had a running tally for the last, 5-6 years now, and I think if I'm not undefeated, I've only lost very few seasons. Last year I only beat him by 4 weeks. So as we were getting down to the wire last year, I was counting, and I texted him. I said, "Do you want to count super speedways?" I said, "I don't think we should count them personally," but now I told him when I got out, I said, "I think we got to count super speedways again." So I'm off to a 1-0 start on him. So yeah, it's been a fun kind of thing that we've done every single season. Whether we see each other out on pit road after, or text each other after. So yeah, it's been fun to always kind of have that competition.
For a small town short track kid from Indiana who grew up dreaming of moments like this, could you have pictured a 500 pole? Is this?
No, definitely not. I mean, everybody in here for the most part knows my story, right? So, yeah, I didn't think I would run a national series race ever, and to now be leading the field, to green in the Great American Race, and even do it with the ultimate Great American brand with Bass Pro on it is crazy, truthfully, for me. And when I did the lap the first round, I was like, man, I could maybe be on the pole of this thing, and I was trying to not think about it. And then we crossed the line the second time, and James came over the radio and told me I was P1, and I didn't really hit me until turn 3, and I was rolling around on the apron, and I just said out loud to myself, I'm like, I'm on the pole of the Daytona 500, that's crazy. So yeah, I still don't know if it's fully hit me, but definitely, you don't realize the magnitude of it, I don't think, until you've done it. I've been able to qualify 3rd, 4th, 5th here, or whatever for the 500, but I was like, man, it would have been great to be on the front row, but you don't really realize how big of a deal it is until you've done it. And I grabbed my phone, I think I have 300 text messages. So just to to be on the pole of the Daytona 500 is a really, really big deal. So, yeah, just special thing for me to do to, even start off with a new team, new company with Bass Pro, all the things that go along with it. It's pretty special for sure.
Any final questions for Chase? Come up to Reed.
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire. Chase, when you run a lap like you did in the first round, which is such a stellar lap, top of the field, how tough is it to duplicate that and go out and do that again?
It's a little bit easier at a place like this, like mile and a half racing. It's harder to replicate it or a short track, but I've been in the position here with Stuart Haas where we've been top of the board the first round, and then we go out the second round. I end up like 4th or 5th. So I was worried that was going to happen again. So yeah, truthfully, we slowed down the second round. Like we were one of the few cars that actually slowed down, but we had a big enough buffer to the rest of the field that it, still worked out. But yeah, you're nervous. Like James came up to me after the first round. He's like, man, you like nailed everything you needed to do, like leaving pit road, hitting all your gears right. So I'm like a little nervous for sure. Like if I was perfect the first time, obviously I'm capable of doing it. I need to do it the second time. And I didn't feel as good about it the second time. And even the first round, I felt like I had a pretty good wind gust, like down the back straightaway. Like I could hear it in the tone of my motor that the motor was ripping pretty good. And the second round, I did not feel as good about it. And it was a little bit slower, but obviously it was still enough. So, yeah, it was one of those things. It's hard to ever say you're going to be able to back it up after the first round. And like I said, I've been on the bad side of it, but it was nice to finally, be quickest in round 1 and round 2 for once.
All right, we'll go to Dustin.
Dustin Jaski, how does this change the game plan for tomorrow?
That's a great question. Personally, I want to go race. I don't want to race, then crash and be like, man, what was I thinking? That was dumb. But I really do want to go race just because everything about this car is going to be totally different for me. The bumpers, how they line up, how you push people, how you take pushes, like all that is going to be drastically different with a new manufacturer, and even just how the car, acts in the air. So I really do want to race. I was even talking to Cindric about that. I was like, well, what are you going to do? And he's on the same page. Like he wants to go race too, but obviously it's up to James, it's up to Coach, everybody at JGR, and I know that I'm going to support their decision 100%. I'm torn. I'm 50-50. Like I want to go race, but I also don't want to do anything dumb and jeopardize the pole. So yeah, it wouldn't hurt my feelings. Maybe go out there, run the first 5-10 laps, like in the lead. If it starts getting kind of out of hand a little bit, then back off. But the problem is, like, you can be behind the pack and still wreck. So I don't really want to go run 60 laps by myself tomorrow, half track behind the field. But I also, like I said, don't want to get in a crash either. So yeah, I don't know. It'll be up to them, and I'll do whatever they tell me. Yep, thanks.
Chase, thanks so much for coming in, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
While 2 other legends are also starting this race, 7-time Cup Series champion Jimmy Johnson and recently retired Martin Truex Jr. Truex is back this year racing again, but this time in memory of his father with just a single car entry into this 500. Jimmy Johnson last year was very close to not entering, but this year managed to qualify in on time. They're both in, and they spoke to the media on Wednesday.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Daytona International Speedway. We're going to go ahead and get started with our post-qualifying media availabilities. We are now joined by the 2 drivers who have qualified their way into the Daytona 500 field. That's Jimmy Johnson, driver the number 84 Legacy Motor Club Toyota, and Martin Truex Jr., driver the number 56 Tricon Garage Toyota. We'll go ahead and open it up to questions. We'll start with Zach and then go back to Jacob.
Zach Sturdale at NASCAR.com. Martin, seeing the 19 on the pole, how is it weird at all to see that car on the track with someone else in it?
No, not really. I mean, it sounds funny. I've been there before. In 2010, I went and drove the 56 car, and the Bass Pro car won the Daytona 500. So I've been in the shoes before. But no, happy for James and all those guys. I know they worked hard, and Toyota put a big effort in this offseason on their Speedway program, and, we were terribly slow at Talladega last year, the second race, so they went to work, and I think we're all proud of those guys, both Jimmy and I up here. we're beneficiaries of their hard work on the engines. So proud of all those guys, and yeah, it'll be fun to go racing with them on Sunday.
To that point, for the 56 team specifically, to get Tricon its first start in the Cup Series, but also to take the pressure off of tomorrow night for you guys, how critical is that to knock that out tonight?
Yeah, it's huge. I think, it's speedway racing, so a lot can happen. You can have a great car, great plan, execute a great race, and something can take you out of it. So it just, we can just go concentrate on working on our car for Sunday now, and be smart about it tomorrow night if we need to be.
Okay, we'll go next to Jacob, and then Bob, and then Bruce.
Jacob Seelman, Raceface Digital. For both of you, what is the sense of weight lifted off the shoulders? I mean, you two earlier today during Media Day were the two that probably spoke the loudest about the open provisional for Castroneves and just the having to potentially race your way in. What is the sense now that you don't have to stress tomorrow night?
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a big weight lifted off, to say the least. The experience I had last year, it's been ringing through my brain at night, and I've jumped out of bed a few times with some nightmares as this day got closer. We're doing so much to turn Legacy Motor Club around and have it point in the right direction. And the partnership with Carvana and bringing Shaquille O'Neal in, and what's ahead, the days ahead and what we have planned, man, it would have really been a bummer to miss the race. And obviously there's still a chance to race in tomorrow, but just so happy to have this behind us and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, same, I guess, for different reasons, but a lot of people put a lot of effort and hard work into doing this, and you always like to see them enjoy the fruits of their labor. So everybody at Tricon coming together, with Toyota and JGR support, just good collaboration, and a lot of fun guys on our team that have been around a while. So it's going to be a fun week racing with them, and hopefully we can have a good week and be prepared for a great Sunday.
And for you, Martin, what has today and this process been like with being able to reunite with Cole and have a little bit of fun, the two of you back together again?
Yeah, so far it's been good. I think it'll get more fun now. He was pretty nervous today, more nervous than I was, that's for sure. But yeah, it's good to have him back, and need to remind him to put his sunscreen on. He's not in Canada anymore. He got sunburned already today, so.
I noticed that.
Yeah, but it's going to be fun. It's I've missed having him around. He's so much fun to race with. So it's going to be a fun week, and I look forward to hopefully capping it off with a big win. That'd be great.
We'll go to Bob, Bruce, and then Michael Massey.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. Obviously, Toyotas have not qualified well on super speedways. So did the cars feel better than they did last year on the super speedways?
From my standpoint, it's hard to tell. I'm not in the cars as often. We were really encouraged by our pace in practice. We had picked up quite a bit of speed, but once qualifying really got underway, whole field picked up speed. So hats off to Toyota and what they brought, and then in addition to that, what JGR has been able to do. They did a really nice job.
I mean, honestly, I think when we come here with these cars in this package, they feel slow no matter what. So you just wait for whatever pops up on your dash when you take the checker flag. I mean, seriously, these cars are just so draggy, so it doesn't feel fast qualifying.
Go to Bruce.
Bruce Martin with Forbes Sports Money. Jimmy, now that you know you're in, how much do you switch gears and use tomorrow night as a way to really get the car ready for the Daytona 500? And secondly, as a team owner, you're going to get an extra check out of that huge purse that they're going to have here on Sunday. So how important is that for Legacy Motor Club?
Man, money equals speed. The more we can bring in the door, the better we're going to be. So excited for that. Just hope we can roll some cars back on the trucks when the race is over. That'll help the bottom line too at the end of the year. But just excited. The partnership with Carvana, Shaq being on board, we're carrying a Reebok logo on the car. Hopeful that we can grow the relationship into more and have a great showing here. But tomorrow, I've talked to Chad Johnston twice after qualifying. The first time I talked to him, it was like, you know, we're just going to ride at the back and not do much in the qualifier. And then the second time I saw him, I was like, wow, maybe we got to, you know, get in there and work on ride heights and get a rep down pit lane and put some pressure on the pit crew. So I'm sure by tomorrow we're going to try to race and win the duels. So we'll see.
Michael Massey, front stretch. You know, with you both being Toyotas, I'm sure you'll be working together at some. So I was wondering if you guys had any memories of working together in previous, you know, restrictor plate drafting races.
I pushed him into the show last year.
That's right. That's totally right.
Short memory.
I was remembering we were typically in different, you know, with different manufacturers.
Yeah.
And so you're, you know, you'd be scolded if you worked with the other guy too much.
Yeah.
Any additional questions? All right, gentlemen, congratulations.
That's right.
It's time to get ready then for pre-race ceremonies. We're half an hour away before the green flag falls. We'll hand over as well to Fox for their pre-race show and get ready to welcome in our own team. Here it comes then. Sit back, relax and enjoy the 67th running of the Daytona 500.
There is no greater challenge in racing.
And no greater prize. For 67 years, this race has created something far more than winners.
Dale Earnhardt finally is a champion of the Daytona 500.
It's built an exclusive club.
A place for thrill seekers, fierce competitors, bold risk takers, and racing heroes with nerves of steel.
This isn't a club that welcomes just anyone. It doesn't matter how many trophies you've lifted, how many victories you've claimed, or how many times you've tried.
To earn your way in, you have to conquer the high banks. Each of us has a story. Some had the beliefs of others. Some were doubted. Some carried the weight of expectation. And some came with nothing to lose.
Now we stand together in this club, the Club of Daytona 500 Champions. Today, someone new will get their chance.
The chance to rise above the rest. To join a legacy
that lasts forever.
This is the Daytona 500.
The great American race.
The club awaits.
Who might enter next?
The feeling, you know, and how much it means to you, and can you describe it?
Man, no, you can't. I mean, this is the biggest race. I've been nervous in my driving career, but that was as nervous I've ever. From here on out, gravy, all the good stuff, man.
What if you pull into victory lane as an owner to celebrate this wonderful career you've had?
I might just retire from everything right there on the spot. That'll be it.
Oh, hey, Chris Stapleton, Michael Waltrip, Fox Sports. Good to see you. Just wanted to wish you luck. Appreciate you. Have a good race. Where's C. Bell? Chris wasn't feeling like talking to me. C. Bell, how's it going? You feel good?
M-Dub, I missed my neighbor this week. Where were you at?
I know I didn't bring my Airstream, darn it. I just couldn't afford to buy the gas and all that stuff. How you feeling about today, man? How's the car?
Oh, man, this is amazing. This is Daytona Day. Happy Daytona Day out there, everybody.
I love it. Thank you. I'm going to go see who else I can find. Nobody's driving this truck. There's Kyle Busch. Hey, Kyle. You've won everything in America. How would it feel to get a victory here today in Daytona?
It'd be certainly special. You know, there's another guy with a pretty big name that won it on his 20th try, so I'd love to be able to match that, especially in an RCR car, and get all these guys here to victory lane.
Wouldn't that be special?
It would be. Something special.
Have fun today. Hey, Larson, you've won all over the world. How about this race? How would that feel? Remember, we talked about this.
Yeah, no, it felt good. Honestly, it would be great, and
to join you as a Daytona 500 winner would be very special.
It'd be nice to see your name on that Harley J. Earl trophy where mine rests. Kyle Busch is going to try to do the same. It's getting ready to go down. The excitement is high here at Daytona. We're going to go trackside for ceremonies and get the party started in the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask you to join us as Chaplain Farzad Norian, representing Advent Health of Central Florida, offers today's invocation.
Father in heaven, we pause for a moment, Lord, to acknowledge you on this afternoon and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us. Please, Lord, protect our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our officials, our fans, and their families. And Lord, please protect and bless our president as he serves this nation. Bless our men and women in the military. Bless those in law enforcement and their families. And bless the United States of America. In Jesus' name, amen.
And now please rise. As you are able, remove your hats and veterans render a hand salute as the Military District of Washington Joint Armed Forces Color Guard presents our nation's colors.
Colors, present arms!
To honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Band Singing Sergeants, Technical Sergeant Michael J. Aiello.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ah, a lamp!
So, as the invocation has happened as well, we are
You have
waiting
released
for
me,
all the
Aladdin.
action
In
from
return,
the
I
Daytona
grant you 3
500
wishes.
in
I'd like to be smart as a
2025. Just
fox,
couple of
as strong as a bear,
information to
and be
update
able to
you with
fly
as well.
like an eagle.
We've had
Flying too?
SVG
In this case,
has
you need a
failed
Red Bull
his
E
track
energy
inspection,
drink.
so has Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Ah,
So Stenhouse
Red
is
Bull
supposed
gives
to
you
start on row
wings.
16
Bye-bye,
in
Genie. And who
31st
grants
division.
me
He's now been sent to the
wishes?
back.
You stay
Helio
here.
Ashton Evans also starting at the back of the
Gradually
field
reduce grey is the
for
easiest
failing,
way. With Control
track
GX
inspection.
Grey Reducing
He also
Shampoo.
has
Reduce a
those
little grey
engine
every time you wash for subtle looking results. Control GX from Just for Men.
Days ago. Chase Briscoe, though, as we heard in our pre-race
Enamel is your
build-up as
first
well,
line of
starts on
defense
pole
against
position.
cavities
It is
and
his lap time of
erosion. Nothing is as good as your
42.249
own enamel.
182
Pro-Enamel
mile an hour.
Active
His
Shield
third
toothpaste
pole in
gives
145
stronger enamel
cup
defense
starts,
from day
and it's his
one and
second pole in the
24-hour
9
cavity
races
protection.
we've
I
had
would
here in
really
Daytona
recommend
before, so
Pro-Enamel
of course,
Active Shield
that
toothpaste.
goes over the last 4 years.
What makes a winner?
Second position,
Winners
fifth
know
top 10 in
exactly
Daytona
when
in
to
8
make their
races.
move.
Ryan Preece starts
When to
third,
go.
top 10 in
When to
Daytona
stay.
for the third
When to say,
time in
"Let's
his
do
career.
this."
Riley Herbst starts 22nd
Winners
with
block
the
out the
Falcons
noise.
qualifying
Go
rookie.
10K
Toyota
always.
get their first pole
And they
at the Daytona
always keep their
500.
eyes on the
18th
price.
attempt
Because when the
to
stakes
enter,
are as
of course,
high as these
in
Georgian ceilings,
2007
unlock
with
victory
Michael
and show
Waltrip
the
as
world
well.
that
That's
this
a total of 18
Win at buying,
attempts
win at
counting
selling,
this one,
win at moving
between
with
the 49th
Zoopla.
running the Daytona 500 and the 67th. And then we've got Ultra Hyundai Climbford Jr. in the number 56 and Legacy Motorsports Jimmy Johnson in the 4. They've qualified for the race as the 2 fastest open-wheeled cars as well. So that means that they are in on speed. What we didn't get, of course, was Chandler Smith. They didn't get qualified for his crash. Anthony Alfredo was caught up in that. Neither is Cup regular BJ McLeod. He's out of it. And JJ Yellowly didn't get through either, so that's going to be back out. We'll head back over stateside then and get ready for more news as we get into the build-up with 20 minutes to go until the green flag here at Daytona for the Great American Race. We are gearing up then for the start procedures. Back over to Fox Sports.
A coliseum of speed, a ribbon of asphalt wrapped in steel, waiting to crown a victor. 100,000 voices meet the thunder of engines. A symphony of speed and spectacle. It's the crucible where nerves are tested and dreams teeter between triumph and disaster. Getting bigger and bigger. At 200 miles per hour. This superspeedway demands everything. Precision, courage, instinct. Here, a split-second decision doesn't just change a race. It changes a legacy. Greats become icons, and the unexpected becomes unforgettable.
Are you kidding me?
Now just 200 laps stand between them and racing immortality. Welcome to the Great American Race.
And a big thank you to Academy Award winner Morgan Freeman, who you can see in My Dead Friend Zoe in theaters February 28th. 41 race cars and 1 presidential limousine are lined up on pit road, ready for the start of the 67th annual Daytona 500 on Fox.
It's nice to have choices.
Getting set up then as well, with the ad breaks coming in thick and fast ahead of our 500. Donald Trump, the President of the United States, just making his appearance, his second appearance. He was here in 2020, of course, before the start of that 500 race as well, coming into it. Yeah, that is going to be his second appearance here. Of course, the last time a president appeared was President Biden at the Coca-Cola 600 at the Charlotte Roval last year. Let's head back over to Fox.
One of those early cautions. As a driver, you have to take a deep breath. You have to focus on what you're supposed to be doing, because everything that's happening down there can be very overwhelming. So it's a big moment. Still makes the hair on my arm stand up, and I can't wait.
Well, the fear is the big one, and that is the big accident. We've had several all through the week, this week already in the qualifying races on Thursday. And our stat boys put together that the danger zone is from 5th to 30th. You need to be in front of that or behind that.
That's a pretty big zone.
I was going to say,
it is.
Typical stat guys there. Let's narrow it down a little bit. But I don't think there's a safe place, and I think that their stats are right. I think as you are leading this race, getting those pushes is super important. And with this car, those pushes have become more and more aggressive as we get towards the end of the race. And ultimately, that's going to result in a wreck. There's just no way around it.
That's the inevitable. And the biggest thing is there's no way. Everybody thinks they can look into a crystal ball and this is the lap they're going to wreck, or this is the situation that's going to happen. You don't know. You have to go out there, put yourself in position, just like last year's William Byron, right? He was the one that got turned into the guy leading the race and wiped them all out, ultimately leading him to win the Great American Race. That can happen. It can happen to anybody in this race today.
Well, we saw the president there talking with the king, stock car racing's king, Richard Petty, and with Greg Biffle, who led a fleet of helicopters doing relief in western North Carolina after the hurricanes there. Biff's going to get a selfie with the president. What a nice memento of that trip to Daytona. So, who will set the pace today, and how fast a pace will it be?
Well, I think in the beginning it's going to be a fast pace, and I think for the drivers, the big thing that you have to do starting this race is get used to the pace of the field with all the cars in it. That pace will be a lot different than what you practiced with. It'll be a lot different than what you had in the duels, and you have to be able to readjust yourself to the way that things are happening and still calm down.
Yeah, to your point, Kevin, you have to remember the duels, half the field. None of these cars on the racetrack has had the speed, had the downforce, or lack of downforce under what they're going to feel for the whole field of 40 cars to be out there. The pace picks up, grip level goes down.
Toyota on the pole for the first time ever in the history of the 500. Chase Briscoe will lead them to green. Will he stay there, and for how long?
Well, that's a good question. I think as this thing starts to play out, all those circumstances start to change. But Chase Briscoe is in the opportunity of his life in that 19 car. We saw that car have so much success through the years with Martin Truex Jr. But I believe that when you have a driver and a crew chief that are as motivated as Chase Briscoe and James Small, great things are going to happen for this 19 car. But today, you have to be able to control the race as long as you can, and that is hard to do here.
Well, as we saw the Penske camp do it in the second duel, how do you do that? You do it with teammates like Denny Hamlin, three-time champion of the Daytona 500. But you heard me talk about Logano. Him and Austin Cindric worked so well together in duel number 2. It was amazing, the whale of a job that they did to get Cindric the win.
Christopher Bell often flies under the radar, but boy, he and Kyle Larson competed all last season for the most wins.
Well, he's soon, over the next few years, will become the leader of Joe Gibbs Racing, so it'll be great to see him do what he does inside the car today.
Bubba Wallace, a winner on Thursday night. All right, let's go trackside with Jamie Little.
Well, I'm joined now by the President of the United States. Mr. President, 5 years ago, we were standing in this very spot. What brings you back to the Great American Race?
Well, I think it's fantastic. It's great for the country. Our country is doing well again, and we have spirit all over the world. There's spirit again. We brought it back, and it's been less than 4 weeks. So you'll see what we do in a little period of time. It's going to only get better, but this is very exciting.
You brought your granddaughter. I know some of your other family members are here. You get to take a ride around in the Beast. What is that like?
I'll let you know in about 2 minutes because they're going to be going quite quickly, I understand.
And you just got to meet some of the drivers. Are you going to get on the radio again and talk to them before the start of this?
And I say they have a lot of courage doing this. It's I see it, and I've been here, and they have a lot of guts, as they would say.
Mr. President, enjoy your time.
Thank you very much. Great.
Bye.
Thank you, Jamie. What a day in Daytona, the 67th annual Daytona 500 at the ready. Rain perhaps on the way, so we'll be racing to get past halfway just as quickly as possible here. 41 cars, drivers from 4 countries, most of them NASCAR Cup Series regulars, getting ready to flip the switch and race into history. Let's go trackside for the command. Daytona International Speedway. Here to give the command to fire engines from Marvel Studios' Captain America, Brave New World, now in theaters. Please welcome Captain America himself, Anthony Mackie.
Drivers! Start your engines!
41 roared to life. We're on the cusp of the great American race.
We are the voice of NASCAR.
The green flag is in the air, and we are underway. The great American race.
The Motor Racing Network. NASCAR Cup, Xfinity, and Craftsman Truck Series Racing live on your hometown radio station and MRN or NASCAR.com. Martinsville, Talladega, the Chicago Street Course. We have the side-by-side action and last lap passes for the win.
Photo finishes, Ryan.
What it does for your season, you know, starting out the year with a big win, gets you in the playoffs, which is great. Not a lot of pressure there. And then I think, honestly, just what it does for you off the track is huge. And then for your team, you know, your team really cherishes that moment. And it's something special that you guys can share forever.
The first few laps, especially of a race, are definitely white knuckling it. You know, like you're so close with one another, and one little mistake, they'll have the field wrecked. So it doesn't take much, but you just try and get more and more comfortable with it throughout the race. You just know that at the end of those things, somebody's going to wreck. It's just a ticking time bomb, you know, but you just hope you're in the right spot at the right time.
Last year, after the race was postponed due to rain, we watched as William Byron was leading the field to the white flag. Ross Chastain attempted to overtake the 24, and the one made contact with Austin Cindric, causing both drivers to wreck. Byron took home his first Daytona 500 victory, crossing the finish line, taking both the white flag and the yellow flag. A victory at the Daytona 500 is more than just a win. It's an achievement that cements drivers' legacies in the storied history of NASCAR. Who will be kicking off this year's race season with a win at the biggest race of the year? Buckle up. It's time to experience the thrill of the Daytona 500.
July of 1984. George Bush was here in 1983 as vice president. Bill Clinton campaigned at Darlington Raceway. George W. Bush attended several races, including this one in 2004. And this is President Trump's second trip to the Great American Race. The Thunderbirds with an encore flyover. And the procession of pre-race at the ready.
There's nothing like it, guys. Such a display. Power.
Before he climbed aboard, the pole sitter visited with Regan Smith.
Chase Briscoe getting set to lead the field to green in the Daytona 500. Your first race for Joe Gibbs Racing. How do you control the adrenaline of the moment and focus on 500 miles?
Yeah, of all the races to qualify on the pole of, this is definitely the one. So yeah, adrenaline's pumping. This is the biggest race of our year. So have a really fast Bass Pro Shops Toyota. We start up front, just got to try to finish up front now.
Thanks, Chase.
All right, drivers, you're alone.
Finally.
The window net is up. No more meet and greets, no more handshakes, no more selfies. You are in your happy place. What's going through your mind right now?
Finally, like Clint said, finally you're in the car and you're able to focus on the things that you need to focus on. It's quiet inside the car. You'll have the engine shut off right now as they try to decide when they're going to roll off a pit road here. We get an air show over the top, so you're trying to watch the airplanes flying by. But it's the best time of the race because you're finally in the car and everything is peaceful.
I know you're not going to believe this, but this is the time I close my eyes and I think about the plan. I think about my teammates. I think about the situational awareness where I need to be, when my spotter's talking, when he says hi, when he says clear, that means now. Do not delay. Do not halter. If you do, you will be the wreck. You have to put all the pieces together. They have to be perfect to win this great American race.
Well, the presidential motorcade begins to roll out. They will do 2 laps. Then the fleet of dignitaries in the Chevy pace cars, and then our 41-car field, largest Daytona 500 starting field in several years because of the addition of a provisional spot reserved for a driver outside of NASCAR, but with world-class credentials. The team had to apply for that more than 90 days in advance. Team Trackhouse did, and Helio Castroneves, the 4-time Indy winner and 3-time Rolex 24-hour race winner, has that provisional start in 41st position.
They're rolling, guys.
Well, this is where it all starts, Clint. I mean, right here. You got to make sure you start dotting the I's and crossing the T's to get your job done, prepping for pit road, making sure everything's functioning correctly. You've gone through your belts and everything as a driver, and now you roll off through that checklist and make sure that you're ready to go.
We're all set then for what is going to be a very entertaining Daytona 500. So, all set to go, all ready to go. Jack, are you here? Hello. I'll give Jack a
yes,
second.
indeed I am.
Hello, how are you doing, my friend?
Sorry, I can hear myself echoing a little bit, but other than that, yeah, pretty good. Pretty excited for the race. I'm now no longer having a heart attack watching Tottenham, so pretty calm and pretty ready to go.
I can imagine that's the same. How are you doing there, my friend? Are you all set for what's going to be a very good race day?
Absolutely, the biggest race of the year. I know we all love well, I don't say love, but I know we all think the championship race is the most important race necessarily, but the Daytona 500 is the start of the season. It's also the most watched race of the year. I mean, it's so important that the president has turned up, although he won't be here for the whole race, I'm told, due to commitments. He's a busy guy, though. But yeah, it's a huge race, and a winner here will get remembered forever. Last year, of course, William Byron took Hendrick's first win in about 10 years here. So excited for the rest of the race.
It is the gates of immortality that is waiting for people as well. And I hope you've enjoyed our hour-long pre-show across Fox Sports and our own shows as well. Hopefully we've given you one to remember here in 2025. The drivers are venturing out then, off of pit lane, and we are gearing up. Josh T is with us. He's racing back to the commentary box at the moment. So JT, welcome to you. How are you doing? And for the first time today, welcome everybody up to the commentary box, and we're suited and booted and ready to go. JT, hello, how are you? Not that we can hear him at the moment, so we will wait to hear. As a few raindrops are already...
Speaking in sign language, Josh.
Jack, I hate to be disappointed, but there's a few raindrops already coming on the camera lens. I fear we might be in a 2020 situation because it looks like it's starting to rain already.
I think, from what I know, I think we are going to get the race in tonight. To my knowledge, there is a 10% chance of rain after 6 o'clock. Yes, I am told. So I think we're going to get the race in at night, and for now, taking JT's job as the weather guy.
Weather Guy Jack is how we're going to play this one tonight.
This year's Great American Race, the Daytona 500 started. The radio is yours, sir.
Yeah, the situation is ready to go. The atmosphere is played up, and JT's back. Let's hope his mic is. Hello, JT. Can you hear me? Probably not. So he'll be watching for the opener as we gear up. Hopefully as well, we'll have the track noise sorted when we go green. What yellow flag's still in the air? Jack, looking at the weather, we have got overcast, but we are going to go all night. NASCAR have said even if we've passed half distance at that 100, they're not going to shorten this race. They want to go full distance here as the flyover begins.
Yours.
And do I love flyovers? Not gonna lie. I know.
2 seconds.
I'm a big fan. I am a really big fan of you people that you do this. I don't know, but I just want you to be safe. You're talented people, and you're great people and great Americans. Have a good day. Have a lot of fun, and I'll see you later.
President Donald Trump. From the
Three of the drivers in the field aren't even American, by the way.
Yes. That is President Donald Trump from the motor carriage that is at the front of this. He is leading the field around on the pace laps from the presidential limousine. This is his second appearance here at a racetrack as the fans watch on. Right, continue, Jack, with what you were saying.
I was just going to say how much I love the flyovers with the I know it's super American, I get that. I don't know, I just love seeing military aircraft. They're so cool.
Looking at the whole situation, wouldn't be surprised if we do go red flag quite early on. There is rain predicted after about 150 miles of this, so towards the end of the first stage, which is 65 laps in total. Looking at the rain, I can see rain clouds coming in, and for the first time, I'm delighted to inform you that we have international pictures live. So, unlike last year, where we were syncing up every 45 seconds or so, we have live TV pictures. We can see everything that is at home as well, and we can't wait to get started. We'll run you through the complete grid, but we've got another few minutes until the green light goes on as well here. For the World Centre of Racing, the cars will come down pit road, and the President of the United States as well will venture in as we begin going through here for the Great American Race. The Busch Light car as well rejoining the field, who had problems. So retake its original grid position as well here as it comes through. Predictions then for this one. Jack, starting with you, who is going to be the winner of the Daytona 500?
I'm going to pick somebody who was up the front a whole lot last year. We're actually just now on board with him, actually. Yeah. The Melon Man himself, Ross Chastain.
That's a good pick for Ross Chastain to do it. JT, if you can hear me, I'd love to hear what you think of it as well. But I think he's on mute.
Hello.
Hello, JT. Who's going to be on pole? And who's going to win, sorry?
I've got Ryan Blaney. The reason that I didn't respond the first time was, one, I was in the middle of a McFlurry. And
Standard.
Two, my earphones, when they're plugged in, the mic doesn't work for some reason.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So, yeah, that's the reason.
Right, here's your starting grid then. Row 1 sees Chase Briscoe alongside Austin Cindric. Row 2 is Bubba Wallace and Eric Jones. Row 3 sees William Byron and Chris Buescher. Row 4, Ty Dillon and Denny Hamlin. Row 5, Ross Chastain and Joey Logano. Row 6, Tyler Reddick and Corey LaJoie. Row 7, AJ Allmendinger and Todd Gilliland. Row 8 sees Austin Dillon and Ryan Blaney. Row 9 sees Chase Elliott and John Hunter Nemechek. Row 10, Justin Allgaier and Christopher Bell. Row 11, Kyle Busch and Kyle Larson. Row 12, Ty Gibbs and Riley Herbst. Row 13, Michael McDowell and Shane Van Gisbergen. Row 14, Ryan Preece and Cody Ware. Row 15, Josh Berry and Cole Custer. Row 16, Ricky Steinhaus Jr. and Noah Gregson. Row 7, Carson Hocefa and Brad Keselowski. Row 18, Justin Haley and Daniel Suarez. Row 19, Zayden Smith and Alex Bowman. Row 20, Martin Truex Jr. and Jimmy Johnson. And Row 21, it is Helio Castroneves as well. The official runners in this one. It's going to be a good one, boys, to get going. Jack, a bit of blue sky on the circuit, but with the clouds. We're racing really the weather. Do you reckon that we're going to end this one under the lights? And do you reckon as well that this could be a Monday conclusion to the Great American Race?
No, I think this will end under the lights. I think we will be absolutely fine for Monday, personally, just based off what the weather forecast says.
We will be basing a lot off what the weather forecast says in this one. Cars will come down pit road to check their trachometers. Lights to make sure they have them set correctly as well. So we are gearing up to the start procedure. Near enough, ready to go. Cars now venturing down said pit lane. And how I love the fact, Jack, that as they did that, they're coming in on sequence of my pit monitor up here in the com box. No more are we having the issues of days gone by where we couldn't get everything sorted and we were 40 seconds behind. Oh! We've lost Jack.
Yeah. No, oh, sorry, you just suddenly made a noise, so I stopped. I was like, oh, are you going to say something? But no, yeah, I'm happy to get an international stream. I'm happy to not be behind anymore. So we can give the viewers, obviously, the best possible experience. Also, hi to Tom Charles in the chat, who says, hey, y'all hope y'all are well. Grammar error there, but I get what he's saying.
One of our monitors has blown up. I wish I was kidding. I really do. One of our monitors up here in the comms box has decided to blow up. Okay. That's always a great sign, isn't it?
Hopefully it didn't have any interstate batteries. Hopefully it didn't have any interstate batteries in it, right as the sponsor comes up there.
This is going to be a nightmare. I will unplug and replug and see what's going on. Yep. So, we're gearing up then for what's going to be the start procedure shortly of the Great American Race. And fingers crossed, it's going to be a good one. Monitors back, we believe. They're loading in at least. Yes, they have. Hey. In the wrong order, though, which is surprising me. Can you hear me, boys? Can you hear me? Jack, JT, anyone?
It'll be lagging a bit for me because my internet up here, because I'm in my room this time, my internet up here is absolutely dreadful.
Okay, looks like we're back and ready to get going, though, for the Great American Race. It's always something that goes wrong, isn't there? Right at the start. Hello, boys. Can you hear me now? That looks like a yes. Pit road still coming up shortly as well. Let's go.
500 start, Shane Van Gisbergen.
All right, row number 14, Ryan Priest, new RFK driver. Keep an eye on the number 60. On his outside, Cody Ware in a 51 car. Row 15, Pride of the Wood Brothers, that's right. Number 21, Josh Berry. On his outside, number 41, Cole Custer.
Ricky Stenhouse, Noah Gregson in row number 16. Row 17, Carson Hosevar and Brad Keselowski.
Row 18 is Justin Haley and Daniel Suarez.
Row 19, Zane Smith and Alex Bowman.
Back in the 20th row, a couple of Cup champs, Martin Truex and Jimmy Johnson, and Helio Castroneves with the provisional starting spot, 41st. Now let's take a closer look at the science of drafting with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Mike, these drivers are going to be running over 180 miles per hour for 200 laps or 500 miles. But the way you can max out speed is the draft with cars lined up nose to tail. Let's go to our Toyota Cutaway car and show you about the draft. This is a single car in race mode running wide open. Notice how the airflow goes across the car. Max downforce, but it hurts the speed of the car, 180 miles per hour. I want to bring in a second car that's going to line up behind it. Notice how the airflow changes. These two cars almost become like one unit, a gain of 3 to 4 miles per hour. I'm going to add one more car, a third car, and I want you to notice when it pulls up to the tail of the second car, how the airflow starts at the nose of the lead car all the way to the back of the trail car, another 3 or 4 miles per hour, 186 miles per hour. Optimum is 7 cars lined up. That's about over 190 miles per hour. But if we can get the whole pack organized, guys, that's well over 190. But one factor today, wind gust up to 30 miles per hour. It'll be like an airplane, a tailwind down the backstretch.
And that, Jack, is going to be very important when we get to drafting. That starts about 190 miles an hour, and that's an extra advantage. Today, though, it's going to be like a massive gust of wind blowing up them. Do you reckon it's that we're going to see a lot of spinners, a lot of crashes from that?
Possibly. I mean, usually if it's going down the backstretch, I think we should be fine. If anything, it makes the cars faster.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a good chance we might actually do 100 burn.
You'll have to repeat that one more time, mate. Okay, all set then for the restart to come in and the Great American Race.
Terrible, I'm sorry.
Let's have a look then as the pace car comes in. All set to go then for the 2025 NASCAR season. Stand by for action. NASCAR is green for the Great American Race. Great start from Chase Briscoe. He's on the inside line down towards 1 and 2. Cindric, Wallace, Jones and Byron follows him in. Sweeping now into turns 2 and 3. Much better runs. Now the back stretch. Well, already we've had no one crashing. There's a few water droplets on the camera as we come down the back straight, Jack. But Briscoe leads. And look now as well. We've got Bubba Wallace trying to come through and push him to take second place on the outside. Cindric in there too as we approach 3.
Yeah, I can confirm one other thing. We have a shower about 15 minutes away, according to the radio of the 23 car. That is Bubba Wallace. So, just hoping that we don't get any rain.
Light drops at turn 2.
Well, we're going to get some rain, but hopefully not too soon.
Light rain drops at turn 2. NASCAR are reporting, so we'll keep an eye on that. Lap 1 complete, though. On to the second. Briscoe leads. Cindric, Wallace, Jones. Yeah, they've got to be so careful here. We can't afford a big one. They need to just continue as they are. As further back as well, Cash and Neves still in 41st position.
5 to 10 laps.
Say again, JT?
Rain, 5 to 10 laps. I'm showing you a picture of the radar now.
So this is already not going to be the great race that we're expecting, as we're on board with Cash Neves trying to go around the outside of Justin Haley in the 7. It's raining already. So even though we've moved the Cup Series an hour earlier, it looks like we're still going to have rain. How many laps can we get in? 2 complete. On to the 3rd. Bubba Wallace on the back of Chase Briscoe as they come through the tri-oval. Down to 1 and 2. We've got Cindric on the outside completely on his own already as they fly into turn 2. Haley now at the back of the field as they come through. Michael McDowell's moved up into 25th position, so already he's about to break into that second page onto page 1 where Ryan Priest currently is our fastest so far. Ryan Priest drops down to 24th position. Of course, after qualifying in 3rd, failed the pre-race tech, so moves up. Bubba Wallace now in 3rd, now 2nd on this run, as Cindric trying to come on the low line, because coming up is Briscoe and Cindric. That's left William Byron now, last year's champion, as the runner on the low line. And Jack Bubba already pushing the butt like crazy at Briscoe. They know that this rain could come soon, and they want to be on the restart. Effectively, what we've got now is a qualifying race for a restart at a later time.
Daytona Duel Part 3, everybody.
Yeah.
We are back, and obviously you've got, I think the Toyotas are just trying to secure a front row lockout here. Briscoe leading, I almost said Truex there. Bubba Wallace pushing him down the backstretch. There's also Willie B on the inside as well. I don't think he's really getting a run. We'll just wait to see whether NASCAR realizes when it's raining this time, as they didn't in 2022.
No, and everyone went spinning out as a result of it as well, so they need to be really on the move as to when it's going to rain or not rain. Briscoe, Wallace, Cindric, Byron, Judge, and look at that already, Byron in 2nd place. That changeover is working well. Rain cloud still approaching turn 2, so you can see it raining in the distance. The driver's eyes are going to be there first as well to come through. So, over now into turn 2 on the backstretch. The 19's on the outside, Byron's on the inside, and he is inching ahead on the onboard camera. And Byron getting a push now from Ty Dillon. Byron will take the lead coming into turn 3. And Briscoe
also, just add more. I'm being told Carson Hocevar has lost the draft.
Ah, that's why he's dropped back so much then, okay. So Hocevar down in 41st position, and Helio Casnovas moves up into, well, just 40th now. 5 complete, on to lap 6 now of 65. Dylan Tull.
Rain is 11 minutes.
JT's audio has gone completely there. It sounds like he was in a tunnel. But rain in 6 minutes, I think is what he said. 7 minutes, okay. So, Ty Dillon officially classified as a leader on that lap by 0.003 of a second. Briscoe's in there too. And Byron, Chastain, Wallace, your top 5. Reddick coming in. We've got 3 wide already in the mid-pack. Jack starting with Michael McDowell.
Yeah, here we go. This is my 3 wide racing, as they say. We are... NASCAR is well and truly back, and there's something just struck with awe at just like how on earth are these guys? Because this is essentially just a 180 mile/hour traffic jam right here.
3
so
wide.
wait a second, Ty Dillon's leading.
Ty Dillon has got the lead. He's led the lap for us too. Cindric's gone the outside line. Ty Dillon's now on the inside line. And then coming down low is our pole sitter, Chase Briscoe. 3 wide starting to come here at Daytona. And that outside line is being led. And it's coming up fast. Briscoe dives to the inside line, gets underneath of Byron. That's released Chastain now into 4th. And wow, getting a bit closer to 3. 7 laps into the 65 and the Daytona 500 rain on its way, and we're 3 wide racing already. And we're back now as well. Yes, to answer what we've got from Philip, we have got TV pictures this year. So we are back in sync for the first time with our watch-along coverage. 3 wide further back as well, so 31 getting involved as well. Reddick in the 45 in 5th position. Well, that's effectively 3rd on this track. A little bit of rain cloud still coming in. Jack, I'm worried now because this rain is starting to come in fast, and they've got to throw the yellow as soon as it starts. We can't afford to lose the entire field. Last year, of course, a record-breaking 23 cars were involved in accidents over the night as Briscoe cuts down low line, blocks off Chastain.
I'm just responding to someone in the chat, who speaks French. I had to Google translate my message.
Ah.
They're just saying no images, and I'm like, we can't show any.
We can show replays, that's all we can show on that front.
That's my rough French translation.
Radar investigation rate in 9 minutes. 9 minutes.
It's a 47 second lap.
9.
That's around about 11 laps then. So that'll take us to lap 22 of this event. Austin's on that outside line, Jack. He got absolutely pushed. This is fantastic. Hocevar had a fuel pressure issue. That's why he's dropped to 41st position. Yeah, that's why he's dropped to 41st.
Might help him a lot there.
Yeah, if we get a restart. Thank you, Philip, for commenting on the nice jacket. 3 wides. Pack Racing still coming up here. And the caution is out for rain. Caution is out for rain, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Byron classified as the leader with Cindric, Dillon, Briscoe and Logano, the current runners. Now they're not going to stop the race. This is for water droplets.
I was just about to say before they threw the yellow, there is a little bit which is any time now and then. The main part of the rain is 9 minutes away, but as soon as I was going to say it, they've done.
So let's see what NASCAR decide to do here, if this will be a red flag or not. We got 9 laps completed. Byron is your leader with Cindric, Ty Dillon, Briscoe, Logano your top 5. Chastain, Lejour, Wallace, Reddick and Nemechek in the 10. Rejoining us on Fox in America, yellow is out for rain. William Byron, classified as your leader, missed at the moment. NASCAR not wanting to red flag the race. They are very crucial of completing as many laps possible here. But looking at the camera there, Jack, at turn 3, that rain is coming in thick and fast. It might have to be a red flag. Whether in turns 1 and 2 is the official comment.
Oh, hey, at least we didn't have the massive pile-up we had about 2 years ago in the summer. Not 2 years, 3 years ago in the summer.
Yeah.
My goodness. That led to the unfortunateness of an Austin Dillon win. I mean, we can't have that, can we?
We are going to go round again. They are not going to bring them down pit road. So right now it is just a yellow for the water droplets. Let's have a word with all your crew chiefs out this year.
Just communication. So just make sure if Chase needs to do something better or you need them to do something different, that we all just talk about it. We just need to be careful because you started creeping. We just make sure we can't roll out of the box as well.
Yeah, hold you do. Like if you want to be on touching the gas, we can hold the car. Do that.
Do that. Let's do that. Okay. Yeah. So that's a good idea. Just going to try and maintain the lead and stay fuel at the same time. Stay out of trouble. So I'm very excited for this year, and I know we can do good things. So good luck and have a good day. Thank you.
That's the 19 crew chief, and that is Chase Briscoe, who currently is now occupying that 19, got the pole position so far. Whether at turn 1 and 2 is the official confirmation. Now, if they do red flag the race, this just helps JT get home just a little bit faster as well. So he's practically begging for a red flag at this time. Byron started 5th, now leading. And he's no stranger to these delays. Last year, the 500 got pushed off from the Sunday to the Monday. There is an option for that to happen, but just 10 laps complete of the scheduled 200. Jack, do you reckon we'll go red flag here? That rain is coming in a few minutes. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, JT just posted an image in commentators chat, by the way. As you see Jimmy,
looking at that, I hate to be that guy, but I think we're done.
How long for, JT? How long? Would it be 2-3 hours?
Like a long time. Done.
Well, stay with us here on JB Motorsports because JT has made us some amazing filler content, so we'll stay with Fox for as long as we possibly can, and then when they go off and play some of the stuff, we'll play you some filler content as well throughout from his trackside antics as well at UK Short Tracks. Red flag!
And pit road.
Red flag! The Daytona 500 has been stopped after 11 laps of the scheduled 200. Anybody else having deja vu to 2020? And why, you ask? Because in 2020, the year started with WTF on a Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. President Donald Trump was here at the start of the Daytona 500, and after 11 laps that day, the race got red flagged. Cut 5 years later, it starts with a WTF. President Trump is here, and the race is red flagged after 12 laps. History repeats itself, Jack.
Need to make NASCAR great again. Anyway, I had to get that joke in there.
This rain delay is going to be a long one, folks. So if I were you, I'd get a cuppa and get in. And drivers...
I say you should head to Mac's and just grab a burger. You'll have enough time, and we'll still be red flagged by the time you get back, to be honest.
Drivers have been told to stay in their cars at the moment, so they're not sure how long this red flag is going to be for, but they have officially stopped the race. This is a red flag situation. The timing screens will adapt shortly to say red flag, and we will continue.
Doing a challenge.
Yes, you look at commentators chat because I've drawn two blue lines down the side of each side circuit and look at the distance on it.
Well, we have a full screen somewhere along the line. I'm just trying to find out where I put it along the monitor. Full screen, here we go. So we can have a look at JT's without leaking commentators chat, which is I know everybody loves to do. If I highlight it and show you it, there we are. If I fade to it now, we can see it, JT. So explain what those lines are, because we're in Daytona Beach at the top right of the screen where the flag is, and that rain cloud's coming in. So we're going to lose the circuit, aren't we?
Okay, so yeah, basically, if we have a look at that, the green, the yellow, the red, and the orange is all of like the different strengths of rain, intensity, everything you get on a normal radar. Daytona International Speedway is marked by the flag by Daytona Beach, and I've drawn two very, very straight blue lines, as you can see, they are very straight, and that is the path that the train is taking, moving at 25 miles per hour. And if I just send another photo, JB.
NASCAR have officially put us in a red flag, so this race is suspended. Drivers can now get out of their cars and cover them as the wind is coming as well. Red flag officially here at Daytona, and it's every 5 years. Situation repeats themselves again here as well. Nah, it's not Donald Trump's fault, but it's just a remarkable coincidence that it's happened twice. JT, what's this you're showing us now?
So if you've got the zoomed in one, JB, Daytona International Speedway, on the top right of your picture, on the bottom left of your picture is quite an intense intense cell, and you can see there's a smaller intense cell in the middle, just north of Orange City as well. With north of Daytona International Speedway, you can just see a little line of orange there as well. But that big cell right to the left-hand side of the screen, I think that is going to wet the circuit as well. And I don't know if you can get the special weather statement up that I posted in commentators chat as well.
I can now, yes. So at 1:45 p.m. Eastern, droplet radar was tracking gusty showers along a line. Movement was southeast at 25 mile per hour. Hazard winds gust up to 40 mile an hour as well. So if indoors, if outdoors, consider seeking shelter. So they really are. It's not going to be good, JT. All this.
Yeah, that was posted by the National Weather Service. Let me just see if they've extended it. No, they haven't. That special weather station for now is scheduled to end in 23 minutes' time, but I expect an extension on that soon as well.
Red flag's out. Let's hand over to Fox Sports while we have the film.
Byron got it back in a ceremony this morning just before race time, but obviously not the same car this year.
Well, let's dial him back up, see if they'll answer. Hey, Willie B, it's Boyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, man. I hear you.
Well, not ideal, but so far so good. Car looked pretty good. Take me back to the ceremony of seeing that hot rod from last year, the one you rolled into victory lane, got that trophy, seeing that car again for the first time.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. It's just been a really fun week down here, just reliving it and pulling back into the racetrack. So honestly, more than I expected, but just giving us some confidence and mojo for this weekend. So hopefully that continues once we keep going here.
William, how do you deal with the ups and downs of this day? I mean, all the excitement, the anxiety, getting into the car, finally getting your helmet on, only making 8 laps, and now we're sitting here under rain delay. This is low. What do you do?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like you just prepare like normal, and you just prepare for the race to happen and everything to go per usual. So the rain delay just kind of, it's just a brief pause, and you just try to take your mind somewhere else. But once we get back going, it's going to be the same pace and everything. So just got to kind of get through the rain delay, but prepare as normal.
So obviously already saw fuel savings out there with everybody, the whole entire field. How do you find your teammates, all your allies, your manufacturer allies? How is this going to work? Obviously, this is probably going to work into a fuel window of some sort. That's obviously on your mind as well, huh?
It is, yeah. You just try to find comfort in, other Chevrolets, but honestly, it was a weird situation there because you want to kind of keep the track position because you don't know when the delay is going to happen, and so we wanted to keep some track position, but also save some fuel. And once that third lane got going, it was hard to save a bunch of fuel. So just see how that plays out once we get back.
All right, buddy. Take care of business. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Byron finished 3rd in the season last year, his 2nd straight year, finishing a career best 3rd in points. And there is the ceremony. Rick Hendrick in the gray cap and the black vest.
And Jeff Gordon down there as well.
In the black cap. And there is...
It's been a while since he's seen it, huh?
Right.
Check it out again. William, you can get out. You can cover the car. Heavy rain up here. So
Here's a look at it. 1 year ago, in that backup car, coming through a collision scene and then to the line as they spun behind him. Byron over teammate Alex Bowman by several feet at the moment of caution, scoring the Daytona 500 victory.
And go back to that wreck. I mean, think about it. He was the one that actually, off the bumper of his teammate Bowman, got turned sideways into Brad, and the whole wreck happened. He was able to save it, drive it off into victory lane. What a wild chain of events.
Here are the last 8 winners of the Daytona at Daytona, both the February and the fall race. And that is quite a list of favorites and outliers, let's say.
Yeah, that list is Michael McDowell in 2021, and then we get Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chris Buescher, Will Byron, and of course Harrison Burton in the fall. Latest update from the drivers, by the way. Teams are told to prepare for heavy wind gusts. Drivers told they can get out of their cars as well. Red flag, and in a long delay. Back to Fox.
For this race, and that's really why sometimes you see some of these upsets, but in the end you're going to have to be able to survive.
Kyle Busch getting ready to climb out of his car. Talked to some folks at Richard Childress Racing, and they feel this is the year. That 20 years of trying that applied to Dale Earnhardt before he won his first 500. Then in the 3-car for Richard Childress, this is Kyle's 20th try to win this race. He finished 2nd in 2019. has led 342 laps, more than any other driver who's not won the race. And on the all-time win list, 63. That's more than anybody who's not won the 500.
Man, just like Dale Earnhardt, the stats don't lie. He has all the stats. He has everything except for that win. The runner-up, the laps led, all of it. He's got the car. He's got the equipment, RCR, 20 years. It's going to happen. I feel it.
And he's got the drive and determination, and he says, I want to win so my kids can enjoy it and see me as a winner. He has a son, Brexton, who's racing, a young daughter, Lexi, and wants to win for his kids.
Well, there's nothing better than...
NASCAR has officially now commented they have lost the track.
For Kyle, and I think it's interesting. And I think when I went through the end of my career and you...
Say again?
Be easy to find. I was going to say, how do you lose a track that big? It should be easy to find.
There's still...
I don't know, maybe
Steve.
JB. Say again?
Can I jump in quickly?
Yes, of course you can.
Are you able to go full screen on the latest one I've just posted?
If you give me 30 seconds, yes, I can, my friend. I'm sat down in the comms box now because I've taken my jacket off, because why not? Sort of all waiting. It's just a little rain. It's still good. It's still good. So, we have it on our screens now, JT.
Okay, so basically, these turquoise lines I've drawn on, and this is why I don't think we're going to be able to get back underway in a while, is because we've got wave 1, then the next line over, wave 2, next line over, wave 3, wave 4. You can see how there's continuous cells of strong weather, and then light weather, and then strong weather, light weather, strong weather, which is why I don't think we're getting underway. There's four different waves all coming for the circuit.
I don't suppose you know about any lightning in the area, do you?
No lightning.
That's good news then, it's just rain. And NASCAR have sent out the blowers as well, while we wait to see what's going to happen. Rain delay then here, back to Fox.
That once the rain stops, those units mounted on pickup trucks, and they sing a one-note song, but that concentrated blast of air does a great job of drying the race surface, and then they'll finally put cars out on track, and the heat from the exhaust and the tires will help to dry the racing surface. Not worried about the ball field grass, which is getting itself a nice winter rain. Well, let's take a look at speed weeks so far for this NASCAR Cup Series. Under the full moon. And longtime race fans know what that means. First, Chase Briscoe wins the pole for the Daytona 500. Austin Cindric the outside pole. Bubba Wallace won the first Thursday night dual race. And in the second one, crashing calamity. But Austin Cindric, when the caution light came on just about 100 foot before the start-finish line, he was declared the winner, and not Eric Jones, who was first to the line, but under caution.
Well, you just never know how this is going to work out. And for me, I want to be the one leading the field no matter what time it is, because you just don't know when the caution is going to be flown for a wreck. They're going to wreck at some point. You have to push and shove and be more aggressive in this car than any other generation NASCAR car that we've had. So I want to be leading, Clint, and even there, I'm not safe.
Well, that's exactly right. We've seen it all the time that you get wiped out leading. But the thing is, we talk about the plan. You talk about details, the plan. My gosh, you go through so many meetings, whether the manufacturer, your organization, your teammates, everybody has a plan until they don't, right? Until the big crash happens, and all of a sudden that plan is deteriorated, and you're going, who do I got left for a friend around here? You got to find somebody that you can trust. You can't trust these guys out here, but you have to find somebody. You have to put them in a situation where they have nothing to do but to push you. They don't have a way on the outside. They don't have a way on the inside. To get the best finish for them is to push you. It's hard to do, but that's a chess match at Daytona.
We've got some interesting new tools this week for getting drivers in and out of the pit box on these timed stops for fuel. We'll get to show you some of those as the afternoon goes on. Right now, we are under the red flag in Daytona with 11 laps complete, all 41 starters on the lead lap. We're just waiting for Mother Nature here in Daytona.
Sadly, that seems to be the case all over, doesn't it, boys? Waiting for this rain delay just to go away. But even, I think, starting the race an hour earlier, Jack, I don't think that was ever going to work because the rain was pretty much coming in. And if anything, we've only done 11 laps. That was a bit pointless to me. We should have just kept the race time and gone through this delay.
Something to talk about.
Oh, yeah, 11 laps worth, which has put Cindric to the lead. Interesting they've classified Cindric as the leader, not Byron. I presume that's because of pit stalls.
I thought Byron was in the lead.
Byron was
yeah, I
in
was
the
going
lead.
to say, I'd imagine pit stalls.
Yeah.
Byron was definitely in the lead. Remember last year's winner as well. And so, an incredibly talented driver. Obviously filling the shoes in that legendary 24 car. Of course, driven by 4-time Cup Series champion and the winningest driver in NASCAR's modern era, Jeff Gordon. How many races he won? 93, I think it was.
I understand NASCAR have told the drivers to line up in their own pit boxes. So the timing screen is actually the pit boxes running order. So it is not the correct graphic. That's how they've been classified as they've come over into the pit lane under the red flag. So Byron is still the leader. Judging by that, unless they're going from the moment of caution, which would still put Byron in the lead, if I'm not very much mistaken. While the rain's picking up here, forecast rain, temperature at 81 Fahrenheit.
Wave 1 talking about.
Yeah, and there's 4 waves to come in, as JT said, so... How long does it usually take a wave to go through? 15, 20 minutes? So we could be here at least for another hour of rain, and then an hour to clean the track up. So already that's a 2-hour delay to proceedings here tonight. So I hope nobody was thinking that they were going to get out of here early, because we're not. If anything, this just gives us an extended pre-show, which is why we knew the rain was coming, and it sort of changed our pre-show tactics a bit as well.
It's moving at 25 miles per hour east, so 25 miles per hour is and it's continuing to strengthen all of this rain, and now all of these different waves that I've talked about, I'm now going to send another picture, JB, and you, all of those waves that I was talking about have gone out the window and they've all won. Hold on, let's a bit.
I have it open to take a look.
There it is. You can kind of see that they've all of the, it's just loading because we're in the middle of nowhere. Hold on. Halfway, there we go.
We have it, JT, we have it, and it's on broadcast now.
And you can see that all of the, well, at least wave 2 and 3 have merged together. And will continue to strengthen as it gets closer to the coast.
Thanks, JT. Let's head down then to the Fox booth. They've got Ty Gibbs.
We're all ready to get racing and the weather moves in. But, for the last 3 times I've been here, which is crazy to see 3 times, I think it's rained about every time I've been here. So I think this is something that we're all a little used to.
3 for 5, I believe.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely likes to rain here. But, really cool. This is such an awesome race. It's a very great venue. And, to have our president here is really special as well. So, the red flag is kind of unfortunate, but also is somewhat nice for someone like me right now. We're in a backup car and we're still making this fine adjustments to get a little bit better. So, I was giving my team feedback on how my car was handling, and I hope that they can make the right adjustment to make us go faster and let us go up to the field.
Yeah, just to be clear, when you're Chris's age, everybody looks like a kid. So don't.
Even him.
It's not a big deal.
He looks good for 60. That's
what about,
amazing.
60?
60.
That was low.
I'm teasing.
No,
just for the record, by the way, we've had 4 rain-shortened Daytona 500s. We've had 2 that were postponed. We actually had 1 Daytona 500 that ran over 2 days. That was in 2020. But it looks like for the weather here, the latest we're getting, it's going to be clear out of the area. The strong wind is pushing it out. I'm sorry, Jamie.
Yeah, I think we're all optimistic that we'll get back on the track today. What about Toyotas this weekend? I feel like historically, it was the first Toyota pole in the Daytona 500. Do you guys feel like you have hit on something? Is it the engine department? Is it something with the cars? Like, what was different this weekend?
Yeah, we went to work with JGR and Toyota in the off season. To get better at our speedways. We have 6 of them now, basically. As Atlanta has kind of fallen off, it's kind of silly not becoming one. But I think that's a spot that we always needed to improve, and it's been a long time for us to kind of get there. And I feel like we really set the tone this weekend on that, and showed the hard work that all our guys worked on in the off season, and we were really fast. Unfortunately, I wasn't as fast as those guys. I don't know why, but we're working to get there, and unfortunately we're in a backup car. But also I think that we're going to be really good, and I can't thank my guys enough. They spent hours on getting my car ready for this weekend, so we're really excited, and I'm hoping for a great race.
I mean, Denny Hamlin, the 3-time winner, who's the only winner of the Daytona 500 in a Toyota. I'm sure he shares notes, or at least you go to him and say, hey, what's worked, what hasn't? I know things have changed with the Gen 7 car, especially the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, usually he calls me out on all that stuff.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he's like, you gotta push harder. And I go try to push harder, and then we all wreck. So I don't really know. I'm trying to figure it out still, but I've got great teammates around me and good speedway guys. So, hopefully we can get better. And we're all trying to improve and trying to get this whole organization to run better.
Yeah, so you mentioned being in a backup car. Honestly, a break is great, right? You can literally get out and have some communication with your crew chief. What did you need? Like, what did you learn in those 11 laps? What are we working on?
Yeah, for me right now, currently, I'm a little bit too tight. My car is not turning as much as I need it to, and that's something that I told them. And that's the other night, I feel like my car handled really well, and I felt really comfortable in it. So we're trying to get it close, and trying to get it a little bit better so I can kind of march my way up through the field. But I feel like we're going to get there, and hopefully my new crew chief, Tyler Allen, and my guys can make the right adjustments.
Yeah. Okay, real quick, we have our guys picking, so we had a few laps. Byron back out in front. Who's been fast all week? Who did you come into the race saying, that's a guy or a couple of guys, drivers we have to beat?
Yeah, I think Briscoe's been really good. I think that showed his car's been really well. I know, of course, Denny will be there at the end. I feel like the other night, I really felt like my car was handling really well, and the best I've had here at the Speedways. And, I think that, of course, the Penske cars will be up there. But I feel like at these cars, with this type of racing and the style it is, I think if you're up at the front at the end of the race, I think you always have a shot. Yeah. We always see that. So hopefully I can make my way up there, and I'm the one that wins today.
All right. Well, good luck, and have a little Monster Energy. You may need it. So
Thank you.
Set the,
we're all going to need some Monster Energy.
Ty Gibbs with us. Let's check in with our team of pit reporters. Regan Smith standing by. Regan?
Well, Chris Shane Van Gisbergen getting ready to, or already started your first Daytona 500. Not getting ready to. Got 8 laps underneath your belt. First, I got to ask you, I saw you before the race. What about the atmosphere at this place? You've raced a lot of big events. You ever see anything like this?
Yeah, it's like a Le Mans or a Bathurst, but I guess a lot bigger scale, and the people and just the pre-race has done so well here. It was not emotional, but you get caught up in the moment. It was pretty cool, and then when the boys are talking it up on the radio pre-race, it's pretty special to do my first one, and then we went 3 wide pretty early, and just hanging up by the fence. It was a pretty cool feeling.
So you've moved up through the field a little bit early on here, up to somewhere around 23rd position right now from where you started in 34th. Did you get a little bit of a read on your race car since, we haven't done a lot on track since the duels on Thursday night?
Yeah, the backup's pretty good, but it's very tight, especially down 3 and 4. The wind's going that way, and you feel the front take flight, and at that speed, the bottom lane comes up as well. They got the same problem with the wind, and it's pretty wild, but probably a bit early to be doing that, but we didn't really want to stay at the back too long. We wanted to push forward.
So you talk about pushing forward. As this race builds, as the night goes on and we get back on the racetrack, what's your anticipation about how intense it's going to get? And what have maybe any of your teammates or anybody else told you to expect on that?
Yeah, it's going to be the normal fuel saving until we pit, and then it'll be flat out to the end of each stage and then the end of the race. So I kind of want to get track position to be further up in the pit stops. So we'll probably burn a bit more fuel, but at least we'll be in the mix, and I'm not going to learn anything just riding at the back. I want to be in the field and getting people to trust me as well. I want people to be confident so I can be there at the end and they can lean on me if they need to.
We want to see you guys out there battling. That's going to be a lot of fun, so good luck the rest of the night. Jamie?
And I'm with one of his teammates, Daniel Suarez. And Daniel, we just had this whole opening ceremonies, all the energy. You guys get out there, take the green flag, and just like that, the weather comes. How do you handle the emotions, the up and down here?
How many laps we got? 15 laps? 11 laps? That wasn't much. But, it looks like the weather is going to go by. So looking forward to that. At the same time, I try to take advantage of these breaks to to talk to my guys, engineers, trying to give them as much detailed feedback as possible, because when I'm inside the car, I have to give feedback very quick, and I cannot be super detailed. Right here, we can sit down, I can think about it, I can tell them, hey, you know, the car is doing X, it's hitting the racetrack, not, it feels a little dirty or whatever. The wind is super windy out there. So, yeah, it was a little bit tricky, but I can't wait to get back out there.
All right, so we had the dual races, so basically half the field. Then you had your practice sessions. Now you get out there with the entire pack. How was the race car? What was the feedback you were giving them?
You know, that's exactly what we're talking about. I don't know if it was being a huge pack, because we haven't had 41 car pack the entire weekend, or how windy it is, but my car was very dirty, or whatever they call it, Dari, I think. Dari, yeah, it was moving a lot, but also I was in the mid-30s, so we moved forward a little bit, and the car didn't change much. So that's what I was talking to the guys, was to talk about, okay, do we blame the track position? Do we blame the wind? Do we blame the car? Maybe we have to do a small adjustment for that. That's kind of like what we were talking about. But overall, I think the car is going to be good. Once we make a couple small adjustments, we should be pretty good. I'm super excited to be here. You know, we have a huge opportunity ahead of us. Trackhouse has worked very, very hard the last few days to prepare these race cars, and hopefully we can make all these sponsors very proud.
You're going to go back to your bus now, hang out with your little dog. You got your cat back there. Your wife's here.
Yeah, Julia's here. Pepper, the cat, is here. Emita is here. We have the whole family. I'm going to continue to work here for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to go out there to watch the cat and the dog and the radar.
And the radar, but it's looking good. We're going to get back on track, Daniel. Always good to talk to you.
Hey, I love racing at night, so let's see.
Racing under the lights, it's always a good thing. Josh.
Well, over here with Austin Dillon, and I know you guys didn't get to get there too long, but what did you learn about the car so far this early in the race?
Well, you know, our Winchester Bass Pro Shop Chevy started off really good. We made an adjustment going into the race that I feel like made the car a little better right there. We're not running a lot of percentage of throttle, just kind of saving fuel and rolling around the bottom. So looking forward to it when it tightens up and the speed starts to wick up, and it'll probably happen after we go back green here for a little while racing that stage. And long race, you know, 500 miles, you got to be there at the end, but you want to know what you got when you get to the end.
And you're a guy that's won this race before, can you talk to the magnitude of what that did for you and your career?
Yeah, you know, there's not many things you do in your life that when you get announced to do something, they say Daytona 500 champion in front of it always. And so I'd like to add 2-time in front of it. We'll get out there and see what we can do.
How about during this rain delay, as you get a chance to look back at this 500? Bring me through your thought process now, since we're watching it, about this big-time win for you.
Well, I mean, I just remember, you know, going to victory lane, sliding through the grass. My grandfather told me the night before, if we win, let's put a 3 in the grass. And I didn't mean to do that. It just kind of happened. But, you know, all the chaos ensues after. It's getting to celebrate with your family and friends, and just the greatest day of your life, really. It's a blast. And outside of my wedding, of course, was second greatest day. So I'm having a blast.
And the birth of your kids?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of great days for sure. But one in particular would be to go ahead and do it again, because all my kids are here, my wife's here, my family's here. So anytime you can go to victory lane, it's fun. But at Daytona, it's just that much more meaningful. When you pull through the tunnel here, you get the goosebumps. You know, everybody does. It's the history behind the place, and man, I love it. So thankful for our partners, Bass Pro Shops, Tree, you know, everybody that makes this thing go round. We've really had a good start to the season. You know, we've gotten to this point. We got a clean race car. So what you want to do is take your 500 car into the 500. And hate that the rain came, because, man, the buildup was awesome. It was cool seeing Trump and him leading us around the track. And special start to the 500. Let's get this rain out of here and get racing.
I got to say, you're doing something right. You got 2 people over here holding the umbrella for you, so I got to be more like you, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty special for sure. I mean, yeah, it's nice to have 2 umbrella holders. I don't want to see any of this. It's been sunny. I've been here all week in Florida, and we've had a lot of sun, so hopefully it'll pop back out, and we'll go racing pretty fast and see what we can do here in 2025.
All right, buddy. Good luck when you go back racing.
Thank you, guys.
Chris?
All right, thank you, Josh and Austin, joining Jamie and I here at our set. A couple of Ford drivers. I hope to see you guys teaming up on the racetrack when it goes. Joey Logano and Brad Kozlowski, RFK Racing, and of course Penske Racing. Nice to see you. I saw you twirling the cup. You were texting. I mean, is that what you guys do while we're waiting out the rain? Well, I thought you'd be focusing in on your.
We're ready to go. We've got like this nervous energy over here. Like, come on, let's make something happen.
Okay, so go ahead.
No, I'm ready. I felt like, you know,
I had this big plan when this race started. I was just going to hang around where I was and just kind of ride it out for a minute. And I saw that third lane coming. I was like, oh, the heck with that. I'm going already.
Usually he speaks up the microphone. We don't have yours turned on.
We're struggling a little bit there.
We will
yeah.
in just a moment.
I broke it.
No, I think Brad unplugged you.
Yeah. Oh man.
He wanted a little more airtime for RFK. We'll correct that issue. Owner driver. How much of a responsibility is that? And when you come to a race like this, does the owner? I don't know. How do you separate that? Because obviously, Daytona 500 on your hit list, a former champ. It's the one thing you haven't done.
Yeah. No. This is a big race for me. It's a big race for our sport, but for me, I've been so fortunate enough to win the ring races. What
Yes.
you're calling the majors of NASCAR and the crown jewels, but this one has eluded me. I'll tell you, Chris, we have the car to win this race.
Oh, really?
We've had great cars here in Daytona. We just haven't been able to put it all together. Last year we were so close, got in a wreck towards the end, and leading a lot of laps. The last 3 races I've led the most laps, but we got to make it count at the end. And so, one of the things we did, we brought on a third team this year with Ryan Preece, and that's because of races like this. We just feel like we didn't have enough cars to kind of control the race. So glad to be able to do that, have Ryan on board, have a brand like Kroger on board, and we're trying to use that to win the race. And that's part of that owner hat, right? Like you got to win the race off the track to win the race on the track.
All right, and now that we have your mic fixed, how's your car?
Oh, look at
okay. There we go.
I put this one up here.
Yeah, there we go. That works a little bit better. All right, so when you hear another guy say, "Hey, we have the car to win," do you feel that way? Do you have the car to win? We have the driver to win.
I do. We're going to have a little argument about who has the better car here, but
I'll settle it on the track.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's why everybody watches this. So, no, but I feel good. I feel like our Mustang's got some good speed in it. It looks cool. I don't know if you've seen our paint job out there.
Yes,
It's really cool. Let's Joseph Newgarden's Indy 500 winning paint scheme. This thing's never been beat, so I don't know what you got going for you. But this paint job's undefeated.
It's never won in NASCAR. It's kind of the way I was looking at it.
Pretty cool to make that happen.
Yeah. He's ready. Go ahead, Jamie.
I think you guys would be you're the perfect two to ask this question to, because when we come to super speedways, it's all about working with your teammate or working with someone, and you two used to be teammates, and you worked really well together until usually turn 3, and then and then
I feel like somebody's about to play a video.
I was gonna say I bet
Here
some
in just a
B-roll
minute.
might pop up a little bit, but no. In all seriousness, Joey, I'll start with you. In the duels, you worked really well with Austin Cindric, and in our pre-race, we heard Roger Penske talk about you, and I almost thought that you I didn't believe what he said, because he's like, well, Joey's just a good team player, and he knew that if he had to push his teammates to win. But in all fairness, how do you balance pushing somebody to win and being selfish? I think to be a great driver, you have to be selfish.
Yeah, and this type of racing, you kind of got to do both. And, I've worked for Roger for a long time now, and I realize the impact that it is when anybody wins, right? Like, obviously, I want to be the front guy, right? I want to be the guy to win the race, don't get me wrong. But I also see the impact that is made throughout the whole team, the energy that is created, the momentum that's created inside our race shop. So, as somebody that's done this a long time, I've made some bad moves in the past. But I also understand now that it's a big deal for any of our cars to win the Daytona 500. So, like I said, we got a good piece. And, you hope that it comes full circle, right? If you do the right thing a few times, maybe someday you're going to be on the good end of the deal, and you're able to cross the start-finish line first. But, ultimately, we say it every time. Make sure a Ford wins. Make sure a Penske car wins. And I hope that to be me.
Let me change my question to you, Brad, because you guys have both said you think you have cars capable of winning. And I feel like normally throughout the year we talk about everybody saying how hard it is to pass, how close all the cars are. What makes both of you guys feel like this weekend you have a car that's different?
Yeah, the Fords are just really strong on this type of track. Doug Yates, who builds engines with Roush Yates Engines back in North Carolina, they do a really good job with giving us the power and everything it takes to be able to execute the whole race. And I think our cars push really well. When you push these cars, like, we don't have a speedometer in our car, but we have the RPMs on there. Like, they'll gain almost 500 RPM and just launch. So you got to be able to push somebody and accept the push, give the push. Both of those have to go together, and the Fords just seem to do that really well.
Yeah, and for those tuning in for the Daytona 500, we did have a great opening ceremony, some laps in, and then the rain came. But it looks like on the radar, and you guys are always first to know. They're telling you how soon. It looks like it's clear within an hour or so. Is that what you're hearing? I mean, the wind is helping to push the rain through here.
Yeah, I like that.
Sure.
I like that.
Yeah, but I
like
remember
how you give us so much credit. You think we know the weather better than anybody.
As a driver, as you always are like, I bet the TV knows what the weather
is. Not even the weather guy really knows. But Will, and I heard
50-50 shot. Either will or won't.
Right, son or right. I heard Kevin Harvick mention, though, when you do get back to racing, the conditions are going to change, right? I mean, from what so it's going to be cooler. How does that affect what you do?
You know, I don't think anyone really got a good read on their car yet either. Right?
Okay.
I think to start there, the field seemed like they were saving fuel a little bit. Patience were starting to wear out. The third lane popped up and started going. The pace started picking up a little bit to where at least you can feel your car a little bit. But I don't think until late in the run, especially when the sun was up, to be able to know exactly what your car had is from a balance perspective. So now, yeah, I think we're going to be racing. The sun's going to be going down. Lights will be on. The track will be quite a bit cooler, closer to what the duels were like.
Oh, okay.
So we'll deal with that.
Yeah, you can just push so much harder when the sun goes down.
Okay.
And like we talked about just a minute ago, when you can push harder, the dynamics of the race change dramatically.
And how about him? I know you've said this split personality. And Joey, we love you, smile. You're the nicest guy. But on the track, he admits he turns into a real maniac, a psycho. And
you know what? Here's the deal. Everybody does. I'm just the only one that admits it, okay? That's the difference.
Well, not everybody's as successful.
This guy's fairly similar in a lot of different ways.
You know, if we behaved the way we behaved in the race car in the real world, we'd be in jail. Just call it what it is, right? That's what it takes to win, though.
How are you guys in traffic when you're driving around town and you're not racing? Do you guys handle that okay?
I haven't gotten a ticket in a long time.
Okay, good. Well, we need to pick up the speed today.
That doesn't mean I haven't deserved one, but I haven't got one in a long time.
Hey, we got word you have a baby. For those that don't know, you and your wife on the way, right?
Number 4.
Yes,
oh my goodness.
number 4. Yeah.
See, this is how competitive Brad is. He just wants to get ahead of me. Right, 3. Brad's
You should let him win.
Add another one.
He's not going to let me. So, another month or two, you'll hear the same thing from Joey.
There you go. That was really good.
Yeah, that's my oldest, Scarlett, and Autumn and Maze, and holding the ultrasound. So we're really pumped.
So do you know? Are you having a boy? Or
don't know yet. That'll be the gender reveal party.
Are you gonna wait, or like I feel like that's like the last
race car drivers,
the last secret in life. Right?
Yeah, race car drivers and patience maybe not that great.
Hey, this isn't the Masked Singer, but you guys passed the test. You're going to be calling the truck race in Atlanta next weekend on FS1. You'll be together.
We're ready.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
It's always one of the best races of the year. Atlanta, the trucks and the Cup cars. Oh my gosh, phenomenal racing.
All right,
Yeah,
and
it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Other than the Fords, who are you looking at here? I'd love to get a sense of what you heard coming in, what you saw in the Thursday dual races that were here that you think, all right, that's somebody we want to stay ahead of or look out for.
Well, I think, obviously we look at the Fords and how we want to work together.
Right.
I think something we saw in qualifying is the Toyotas had a little bit more speed than they typically have on the super speedways. So that was a little bit surprising the other night. Interested to see how that changes their game plan and how they run this race because, the speed in your race car alters your strategy and how you want to play it out. So I think there's a bit of an unknown there to see how that goes. And obviously, like I said, when we have this weather and cautions in between and all that, it also changes the strategy. You don't see it kind of play out completely, but it'll be interesting to see how that works.
I'll be interested, Chris, to see, the last 2 races here have been won by Chevys, and they weren't the fastest cars. They executed at the end, hit the strategy right, and made the right move. So, you can never count anyone out.
All right, good. We got the little Ford-Chevy rivalry and Toyota going there. Thanks for coming by, and we look forward to seeing you to race and then the truck race on the broadcast. All right, appreciate it.
Glad to be here.
Couple of champs of the sport, and let's check in right now. Our team of pit reporters, and we're going to Jamie Little.
Well, Chris, he was the pole sitter for today's race, Chase Briscoe. So I have to ask you right away. I know you were joking. You actually wanted to bump the beast with Trump in it. How was that being led by that brigade?
Yeah, it's cool. It's a special opportunity. No matter who the president is, when he comes to your event, it's a big deal. So, yeah, as a pole sitter, you'd normally always go bump the pace car. And I joked around I was going to do it with the beast, and I got told I could not even get close to that thing. So, yeah, it was cool. I mean, every time you roll around this place, it's always special. But, yeah, when the president's here, it's even bigger deal. So, yeah, so far so good. And wish this rain would have stayed away. The atmosphere is always so unique at the Daytona 500. It's just a shame that the rain, I guess, kind of dampened that energy a little bit. But it'll be back here when we get going.
Hey, they were just talking about Keselowski and his party of 6, but you had twins in October. Your beautiful wife, Marissa, did, and you have your little boy. Now you guys at the racetrack party of 5. How's that all going?
Yeah, I thought we were going to be one of the more kids family, and now Brad's passing us again. So, we were mentally prepared to go 1 to 2, but 1 to 3, that's, the doctor literally telling you you're having twins. There's nothing in life that compares to, the ultrasound coming. So, Yeah, I think my wife and I, we probably drove 45 minutes, didn't say a single word to each other. We were just in total shock. But it's been really, really good. It's been honestly smoother than I thought either of us would have expected. But once they get mobile, it's going to be a lot. So that's coming pretty soon.
Chase, a lot of new things going on in your life. Obviously, the newest driver at Joe Gibbs Racing. And you were telling me there's a lot to adjust to. Just the dash, the switches, everything. How is that all going with this practice, the dual race, and then these few laps you just got here?
Yeah, I'm definitely getting more acclimated. Their starter is on one side and the ignition's on the other, and that's the total opposite of how the SHR stuff was. So I'm finally getting to where I always reach for the right hand, but I'm sure that it'll get changed and then I'll be all screwed up again. But yeah, I feel way more comfortable now than I did, when I went to Bowman Gray or even started this week. So it's becoming more and more normal. Even the meetings, like all the stuff that goes along with being at JGR is starting to feel more like home. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but so far it's been a super smooth transition. It's been busy, just throughout the off season, doing all the little things you have to do. But yeah, so far so good, and try to see if we can keep it rolling on our Bass Pro Shops Toyota.
Well, you're getting fit, losing weight. It's always good to talk to you, Chase.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Regan?
Well, Christopher Bell started 20th earlier this afternoon. And Christopher, I don't know exactly where you're running right now, but I know it's pretty close to 20th, somewhere in that spot right there. Had a lot of 3-wide racing early on there. What was the early thing about your car that you liked or didn't like, or did you learn anything?
Well, it's interesting listening to all the other drivers talk about how tight their car feels in 3 and 4. I really didn't feel exponentially tight, but I could feel the wind really moving us around. So it seems like a lot of us are really struggling with that feel, the wind being so gusty across 3 and 4s. So yeah, I'm sure that it's going to change. I saw before the rain hit, it looked like the wind was going to die down later tonight. So yeah, just trying to execute the strategy and see what happens when we go back green.
All right, you mentioned that strategy, and I know that stuff's going to change up quite a bit. I want to ask you, though, about the weather, right? So with the weather, with the wind and everything like that, it dropped 15 degrees quick, and literally in a matter of minutes. You've been up there talking to Adam Stevens. What do you guys discuss in a situation like that?
Well, the big thing that we're discussing is the timing of this yellow flag. So everyone's going to be in a little bit of a pickle whenever we go back green, what we're going to do on fuel and how we're going to get to the end of the stage and what's going to provide the best track positions. So there's a lot to figure out. And I'm glad that I'm not the one that's running the fuel calculation going into this next green flag run.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the front of that hauler probably a little nervous right now trying to figure out what's going on. Your off season, you did nothing but race all off season long, some dirt racing, all kinds of different stuff, and won in many of those races. How nice is that as a driver to come into the season, the Cup season, and know that you have stayed fresh in a race car, keeping your talents right where they need to be?
Well, it feels good just being back behind the wheel. So, Coach, if you're watching, thank you. I appreciate that. But even like at the Clash and at the Duel, whenever I got back behind the wheel, normally you have like an acclimation period where you just get winded whenever you're driving or your body tenses up. And I didn't have that period this time after driving throughout the off season. So, yeah, I mean, all of our competitors are the best in the world at what they do. So the advantage doesn't last long, but it certainly helps out to just feel like you're back in the rhythm quicker.
I get winded running around the garage area trying to find you guys, so I understand that in a little bit of a different way. Josh, Christopher Bell's down here. He's having fun. Who do you got?
Well, Josh Sims over here with Josh Berry, 2 Joshes hanging out, A little rain kind of disrupted things, but what was it like to start the Daytona 500 with a legendary team like the Wood Brothers for you?
No, it's been awesome. They've just been such a great family to get to know, right? And Eddie dropped the green flag. He was worried to death about, everybody says dropping the green flag. He didn't want to drop it. He wanted to wave it. So I didn't see it laying on the racetrack, so I think he got the job done. But no, it's just been a pleasure to get to know these guys and race for them. Obviously, a tremendous legacy. We're kicking off their 75th season, and all 75 of those years with Ford Motor Company is pretty special.
So with this rain, right, temperature drop and what's going to be like going back racing, how does that impact how you handle the next part of this day?
I mean, you just got to stay patient, right? I think it's going to be a long day. Try not to eat too many snacks in the hauler, I guess. But yeah, it's a shame, right? Everybody gets excited for this, but we knew this was unfortunately kind of coming. So yeah, hopefully we can get the track dried up pretty quick and go back racing.
We just heard Joey and Brad talking about how strong the Fords are, and of course you got that alliance. How are you feeling about your car?
Yeah, I feel good about our car. Miles Stanley, this whole 21 team have done a great job, really. We've had good speed. Just trying to learn, really using the practices to, make some changes here or there, let me feel different things, see what I like, don't like, And so far, so good. I feel like the car feels comfortable. Obviously, it's going to change as the track cools off, but you know, it's kind of weird point of the race right now, right? We're all kind of managing saving fuel versus track position. It's always a balance. So hopefully we can do that right and get up front.
All right, appreciate your time, Josh. Talk to you soon.
This is live and on the track at Daytona International Speedway opening ceremonies. We got some laps in earlier before the rain came, and President Trump in Air Force One arriving in time in his limo, the Beast, for opening ceremonies. Our national anthem. Actually had a moment to chat with our Jamie Little. I'm sitting here with Jamie McMurray.
Oh, yeah, and the biggest applause we heard all day long, Chris, was when they put Donald Trump's face on the big screen. The crowd went crazy.
The first president to attend, active president to attend 2 Daytona 500s. We'll have more in a moment.
Still in a rain delay here at Daytona as we're preparing as well. JT does have an update for us, but he is just getting home, so I'll quickly say hello to Jack. Jack, it's stopped raining. They're trying to clear the track, but there's, as JT's told us, there's more raining coming. What do you think is going to happen?
We're not going to race. That's what's going to happen. We've got. I think I'm just waiting till the evening. To be honest, to be honest with you, I was tuned out for a lot of that. I've been just listening to music because I know we're not going to get racing.
If it helps, I have also not been paying attention to the rain delay because I'm on a
listened
call.
a little bit to. I've been looking at some of the pictures of some of the drivers meeting President Trump though, and all that.
Yes, but President Trump has just left the building. He's gone back to Daytona. No, he's gone back to Daytona Airport. We are in the end of the first weather area that JT was talking to us about earlier. The second storm cloud is coming in. We're expecting 4. NASCAR, however, have said that they will not restart the race if it goes past 9 p.m. So if we are in this weather delay for another 5-6 hours, we would then race tomorrow, and it would be a prime time slot as well, like we had a couple of years ago. So we'll be racing into the night again. So it's weird, Jack, that it's been 5 years running, isn't it? It's just year in, year out, we're battling the weather more and more. This is, I think, only the 10th weather delayed 500.
Yep. I think it's the fact we've moved the start time forward, maybe, especially as we're in Florida around this time of year. I don't know. All I've got to say is, I'll just say it. Thank you to the currently 19 people watching this stream. Appreciate it.
And
we appreciate you sticking with us. And obviously, please do, if you feel like it, subscribe to the channel. It helps us. We're on about 7,000 right now. And yeah, that's all I really got. Like, gotta get that self-shilling, haven't I?
Yes, you do, Jack. I assume we're also on USON if Matthew Owens has given up. Matthew Owens most likely will be joining us here on JB Motorsports later on as well, because Seth and Matthew will depart. That's about to
feel it in the air. NASCAR season is back, and there's no better place to start than right here with the 25th running of the Fox Hangar Chute. Lights, cameras, and a ton of action. Truly a picturesque scene. Let's see where all the magic happens.
It feels like you're in a club. They got the music's going, the strobes in there.
I just like seeing what everybody comes up with. It's a little brighter this go around.
You never know what you're going to get in the Fox Hangar Chute.
There's a lot of interviews, a lot of pictures, a lot of this.
It's just all about having good coaches, and there's coaches all over the place that tell you what to do.
You know what? The other night I watched Zoolander, so I think that might have helped me.
I think this is like my 17th hangar chute, and every year I feel like the sets get more and more creative.
The technology that's displayed is always really cool. It's kind of mind-boggling. I learned last year that, whatever you look like today is what you look like for the rest of the year, so you better get it right.
My new teammate, Ryan Preece, is very much into Zoolander.
When we do the Fox Chute, it's like, all right, the season is here. We're only a couple weeks away from getting on the racetrack, so that's always a good feeling.
Well, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, but there's not enough words in the English language to describe how awesome this is. And now there's only one thing left to do. Fast forward to the 2025 season. Thanks for joining us. It's time to go racing.
Yeah, thank you, Josh, as we are live on a rain delay. 11 laps into the 67th Daytona 500, and the rains have come. William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Ty Dillon, Austin Cindric have all led. And the weather, if we look at the rain, it was clear and sunny for much of the morning, most of the week here at Daytona. You see at the start of the race, and now the temperature. Some of the drivers have talked about that, and the track temperature, obviously the factor once they get going. And the rain has stopped behind us. Our stage is right at the finish line. You can see the breeze kicking up. That wind may have helped move things through. We welcome Chris Buescher from RFK Racing, his 10th Daytona 500. We just had your boss in here a moment ago, right? We had Brad Keselowski, who's focused on the Ford team. By the way, that hangar shoot, and that's a fun promotional thing, and our production crew works so hard every year on that to set up the entire year for you drivers, and try to coach you through that, right, to make sure. And have you've been through it a few times?
Oh, yeah.
And how would you describe it?
I need a lot of coaching, so that was pretty accurate. There's, I want you to look pumped up like you just won a race. It's like, yeah, I can't just pull that out of my back pocket here. I gotta live that moment a little bit more. But
your personality doesn't quite get that hype.
It just doesn't. It doesn't go that low or high. So yeah, it's they're like, oh, like something just happened. I was like,
nothing did.
But when it runs later in the year, you look like a star, and you're obviously pumped up for this. Now you have to kind of repump after a slight delay. Here you go.
Oh, there you are. Look at you.
You're doing all right.
I was told to do exactly that.
Yes, I mean, you just
stand there. I can do that.
Follow the instruction. We don't have that the Zoolander thing with the Ben Stiller thing again. Do we have that?
Why do you ask that?
Because you look like a little like Ben Stiller.
I can see it.
I don't know if I consider that a compliment.
You've never.
I'm not.
All right.
I don't know.
You've gotten that before. I know.
I'm sure you have. All right. So you got to get repumped now. Oh, there it is. Look, that is. That's not obviously.
That's not me.
On the other side.
Neither of those.
And you usually do. Your makeup it's less blue than that you use your eyeliner. So you got to. I kid. Because I care. You got to get repumped for the race now. This is kind of going to be a little. So how do you do that?
We knew this was coming to some extent. We've talked about it for the entire weekend, and we knew we had some weather that was a possibility here, and it was looking like we might just skirt it, but it didn't quite work out. We had this cell come in a little early. Like I said, it's I don't know if it's even raining now, so I think we're hopefully in a good spot with this breeze. Hopefully it'll dry out quick, and we'll be able to hit the ground running again. But yeah, I mean, we can stay hyped. Just simply the fact that this isn't really a surprise. It's unfortunate, but not a surprise for us.
Chris, you won here a couple years ago, but it was the August race, not the Daytona 500. My career went the same way. I actually won the July race, and I before winning the 500, and I remember being in Victory Lane in July, and there was an advertisement for the Daytona 500, and I had that moment of like, gosh, what if this would have been the Daytona 500? Yeah. Have you thought about that?
It crossed my mind at that point, and I wouldn't say I've come back to it. But I'm just hoping to parallel you once we win the 500. Right. I hope we can get all the crown jewels in the same year. Right. So, man, wouldn't that be something? So, yeah, I mean, it's you win the race here, you go into victory lane at Daytona, and it's obviously truly special. And then the realization hits you like, man, this is a win at Daytona in a Cup Series. You can't take anything away from that. But then there's always that like, man, that would have been an added bonus if this would have been the Daytona 500. So, yeah, it's on our minds. We know what we got to do. We've been really fast on here. I heard Brad talking about it. We're really, really excited with our Ford Mustangs, and the 3 RFK Fords are in a really good spot already.
And there is Air Force One heading back to get some work done after enjoying the ceremonies and at least the start of the Daytona 500. We appreciate President Trump stopping by.
What about that, Chris? That was a cool moment, right?
That was pretty neat.
I remember George Bush coming here back in like 2004, I think. Trump was here a few years ago. It's really cool to be down there and be a part of that whole ceremony.
Yeah, it was chaos, too. But when Air Force One came by the first time, before he was on the ground, the flyby, he made a lap before any of us today. Man, I'm jealous now.
That's a good line. See, the coaching is settling in now. You're a TV star. Hey, what about the strategy? And I think help viewers understand the speeds you go and the risk reward of you. It's a long race, but you don't want to get too far behind. You want to stay near the front. But you got to be in the right place, right time.
Yeah, there's There's a lot of strategies at play nowadays when we come down here, and like I said, this is my 10th Daytona 500. I've been a part of a lot of different ones, whether that's, you know, get the start of the race in and say, all right, we got to ride around, we got to save this thing to the end, and if we finish 10th, we're pumped. And that's not really fun from a driver's standpoint, but I've been in those scenarios, and when I came you know, back to RFK a couple of years ago, Jack's conversation was, we don't ride around, we race. And you have a tax to pay.
Right? I like that.
That's what you want to hear.
You know what your job is. You don't.
Right.
I feel like as a driver, sometimes you're like, should I ride around? It's like, should I just try to finish this thing? And it's just it's a terrible way to try to race.
It's just not. It's not fun.
Not at all.
You know, it's and even all the fuel saving stuff now is frustrating at times. You know, and it is a part of it, and it's, you know, the problem come back to it in the evolution of NASCAR in our race cars and setups is you can't unlearn something that everybody's figured out is better. So when coil binding became a thing and we slam these race cars to the earth, nobody's lifting them back up again. You know, when we figure out, hey, if we save a bunch of fuel and we spend less time on pit road, you come out further ahead. Nobody's going to unlearn that. So it's here to stay. It's just a matter of how do we make it work.
Yeah, so what about Brad as an owner? Like, I think that's so interesting. Like, obviously, Denny's an owner and it's still a driver as well, but is it odd? Do you like that? Like, what's that dynamic like? You
know, it was unique at first, but well, it's always unique with Brad, but it's been a lot of fun to have that. I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, aren't I?
Yeah, you're in trouble.
Go easy on him. He's a Lions fan. He's had a rough...
Well, we don't judge him for that part of it, but it's been fun to have somebody that is on the ownership side and the racer's side, right? Knows what it feels like being in that seat and is still there. And when we come to these races, and we have now 3 full-time RFK Fords out there, he wants all 3 cars to be competitive just as bad as myself or Ryan Priest do, because it's an upfitting for him, an uplift for him, right? So this is it's a different scenario than a typical owner. And, you know, all of our, you know, Jack is excited about racing all the time. He wants this thing to work great. And we're going to do our best, but it is different having Brad in both seats at different times.
Yep. Great. From Prosper, Texas. May you race long and prosper. I bet you never heard that. Thank you, Chris. All right, for stopping by. Let's check in with JV Little.
Well, A.J. Allmendinger, he's been here quite a few times at Daytona 500. He's also raced in the Indy 500. How do you describe being part of those 2 races, the biggest that we have in the United States?
Yeah, it's electric. The energy is super high. You know, when you feel the grandstands like we do at both those races, it's you know, for me at this stage of my career, it starts bringing a couple tears in my eyes, like just so proud and honored to be able to be a part of this race. And then you strap in and it all goes away and you're ready to go.
So you decided to come back to Cup racing. You were over on the Xfinity side. Why come back?
Well, I don't know if I'm in the minority of it, but I do truly love driving the Cup car. But more than anything, I'm very fortunate that Matt Collick, Chris Rice, all the men and women at Collick Racing really believe in me and want me to drive their race cars, whether it's Xfinity or Cup, to try to help the programs. You know, last year, Matt and Chris wanted me back in Xfinity to try to help that side of it. We got some great young drivers on that side now, and come back to the Cup program and just – we're early in the Daytona 500, but so far in speed weeks, we've shown a lot of speed. Our Celsius Chevy, I thought we had a shot to win the duel. So all the work in the offseason so far, it's just been working well. Hopefully we can have a smooth race, put ourselves in position to try to win this thing at the end of it whenever we get back going. But, you know, I just love being a part of the Cup Series. And, you know, hopefully we can get this program where it needs to be, win some races, be in the playoffs.
Well, it's a welcome back. We're always happy to have you.
Thank you.
Josh.
We're here with Todd Gilliland, the new driver of the 34 car, but still with front row, and you got a couple new teammates in Zane and Noah. But what's it like being the elder statesman now, even though you're, what, in your early 20s?
Yeah, that's a $1 million question, right? I don't know. It's just been really nice, right? Getting, you know, the right people in the right places. I feel like this offseason, it's been interesting adding another team, right, with Noah Grigson, the 4 car coming over. So, yeah, luckily, you know, most of their team stayed together. Noah's shirtless right now in the background. And then, yeah, most of my team stayed on the 38. So, yeah, just nice to kind of build a team from scratch. And, yeah, I feel like we're ended in a really good place. And, yeah, like you said, right, we're first day on track with the Loves colors in actual race. Obviously, wish we could have kept going there and get going, but I feel really good about our car and the speed that we have. So, long race ahead of us, and just really thankful for all the hard work from Front Row Motorsports over the off season. We're just saying we're hungry. Maybe we could go to Love's, get some snacks, but yeah, overall, I'm really excited for the rest of this race, whenever that is.
Well played with a sponsor there. So, we were talking earlier about the fact that, at these super speedways, obviously earlier last year you qualified on the front row, and when you come here and you walk away without winning, you're disappointed about it. There was a time where you're just trying to finish the race. What's it like to be at a place where you feel confident coming here that you can win these?
Yeah, it feels really good. As a driver, I think that's really all you want, right? Is when you go to the racetrack to, I guess selfishly, right, want the fastest car there, whether it's, getting the pole or anything. And, for us last year, that was, majority of the time at the super speedways. We're still working on the rest of it, but it was still really nice. That was a massive step for Front Row Motorsports. So, yeah, obviously the Ford Dark Horse Mustangs are fast, and I felt like we had a few missed opportunities last year, whether it was, Michael in the 34, leading a lot of those races coming to the end. And then for us, we were kind of in contention for a few of them. So, yeah, all you can do is learn from those, not mistakes, but just situations, right? Everything seems to happen differently every single time, and just have to be prepared for whatever. So, yeah, overall, our speed is still there this year, and I feel very, very capable, car-wise of winning. Just have to have everything go right.
Well, appreciate your time. Go get yourself something to eat now. Regan?
Well, Josh, I don't know of anybody that's happy about the rain right now. I found the one guy anywhere, though, that is currently Carson Hocevar. A little bit of trouble early on in the Daytona 500 for you. You guys had a fuel pressure issue, so this rain's a good thing, I'm assuming.
Yeah, it was a really good thing. Aaron Ziegler, our CEO at Ziegler Auto Group, anytime he shows up to race, it rains every time, and I've never been more happy for him to be here and it rained. Lost fuel pressure like lap 4. Literally going around there, I'm like, if we get to lap 5, it's a net positive from where we were last year. I roll around the lap 4, I'm counting laps down, and it just loses power in 1 and 2. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. So luckily we had this small issue at the Clash about fuel pressure, so I learned of what to do if you had that issue. We flipped to number 2, and we're gonna be okay, and just now we don't have that reserve. So it's gonna put a little bit more stress on my guys, a little bit on fuel strategy when we're late in the race. And I'm going to step to the right because McDowell's making fun of me probably.
Little photo bomb there.
Yeah, I know. And Justin's already walking up, little guy with a cowboy hat. I love my teammates. But I'm excited, ready to go. But, yeah, especially happy. He's on a step, by the way, still shorter.
I thought you were the guy that wears hats all the time. I know that's been in years past, the hats that you would wear, and now you've got your teammates wearing them there.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I have that effect on people, it seems like. And especially there. What an ugly-looking fella right there.
And when I came to find you a little while ago, your team told me Carson's busy right now, and I said, well, that's okay. We're live TV. He needs to just come out here and take a break from what you're doing. Help me understand what you were doing. In the middle of the afternoon, you are in your hauler iRacing. You were just on the real track racing, and now you're iRacing in your hauler?
Yeah, I have a hauler in my rig, or a sim rig in my hauler. I'm literally, the second I'm done, I'm going to go play iRacing and live stream it. C-Fix, Talladega, because I wreck too much stuff. I don't even have an A license to run the Cup car, so I'm going to run trucks and go have fun with that. And we have it set up that all my guys in the lounge can watch it, so throughout the duels and everything, and throughout the week, they've been yelling and screaming, high, low, block, and then when I wreck or we win, everybody's pumped. So that's literally what we're going to do. And then I have this specimen to my right that we were playing World Outlaws last night, and my race is about to start. All right, I got to get going here in a minute. Priorities, right?
All right, well, Carson's got a race getting ready to start, but Justin Haley's out here right now. So, Justin, you've been lurking over here the whole time, so now it's our turn to grab you and let your other teammate lurk. It appears you guys are all getting along well to start the new year.
Yeah, we're great. Everything's good.
Tell me about this. Tell me about this get-up that you've got right here. It is quite the outfit, and I can tell you, I've never seen a driving uniform quite like this before.
I mean, I look great. It's hard to make me look bad, but I look pretty good this week. So big shout out to Chili's Ride the Dente. Had a fast car all weekend. I wrecked the primary, got wrecked. I want to say I wrecked, but I definitely did wreck. The crew, everyone at Byron Motorsports did a great job getting the backup car ready. Got a fresh one in. It's actually my Clash car. Felt good out there, so yeah, been having fun.
Hey, do me a favor. Your other teammate, Michael McDowell, he's in there still right now. Oh, let's open this door up real quick, and we'll see. Now Michael's not lurking now. He's up in here he's in the refrigerator getting food. Michael, every time, Michael, that I am around you, food seems to be involved this week down here in Daytona. We've got a little. Well,
get to this size by not eating.
That's a valid point, and I'm doing the same thing. I'm not growing as tall as you are, though. I'm growing out right now.
I was actually grabbing a Celsius because, as you know, we got a little bit of delay here, and you got to be ready. We got to be ready to go later on. So this is going to be that last little pep that I need to get to Go Bowling Chevrolet to the front.
I might need to borrow one of those to get that last little pep, but right now I want to direct our eyes over here. We got a little camera on the side here, and we're talking about you and I eating, and I think we might have gone and found some burgers.
We ate.
Those burgers were large.
At the Daytona Tap Room with 2021 Daytona 500 winner Michael McDowell. Does it seem like it's been that long ago?
Yes and no. Like, it doesn't really feel like it's been that long ago. But you know how these seasons are. They're a grind, too. So you're like, it's time to do it again, for sure. I know that.
I'm looking at these burgers, and I got to tell you something. That Big Richard burger looks pretty tempting to me. How about you? What you going with?
I think the Fat Elvis. I've never had peanut butter and grape jelly.
Oh, I didn't see all of that.
On a cheeseburger.
This ought to be interesting.
But it should be good.
With mayo?
Right? Because peanut butter and jelly without mayo doesn't work.
You ready to do this?
To winning.
Cheers. Hey, to another one for you.
Yeah, let's do this. Holy cow. It's going to be a big bite.
I got to go to the gym just to be able to lift this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, there's got peanut butter jelly in it. There's no way I don't wear this.
This is good.
Oh, I don't even know where to go with that. The one thing I just learned in that piece, Michael, you're definitely more intelligent than me, which we knew that already coming in this, but the steak that they had in the middle of the toothpick, I didn't even realize when we were doing that. You took yours out to eat it. I was trying to work around mine, and it didn't go so well, but a lot of fun at the tap room there.
Man, and it was good, too, wasn't it? Like, never in my life did I think that, 2 grilled cheese, peanut butter and jelly, and a burger together would be so good, but it was awesome.
There was a lot of ingredients mixed together there, and I can tell you, I will never make a cheeseburger again without putting grilled cheese on the outside of it because it was fantastic, and we had fun. We lacked one thing. There was other beverages there that were obviously not. We weren't indulging in those, but what a great spot!
It was a great spot, and that was the first time I've gone there. I know it's super famous here in Daytona Tap Room, so we're definitely going to be bringing the family back there.
So. Let's talk about your bowling just a little bit. I think you made a nice little tweet about what you would like to be doing right now, and is that your form right there?
Honestly, that is my form. I mean, you see and hear the ball every time that I'm throwing it. It has a lot of air before it lands. It usually lands about, I would say, halfway down the lane before it actually hits and picks up momentum. So yeah, I got to work a little bit on that spin, but I really just go with the big chunk, high velocity.
You know somebody else that has that same form?
Who?
I think Chris Myers has that same form. Chris, you and Michael, you can go bowling together at some point.
I'll give it a shot. Bowling, you got a guy ready for a rodeo, and we're all ready for a race.
Pickleball.
So yeah, pickleball is fine. You play pickleball?
Just like once a year when we go out to Phoenix.
That doesn't count.
Yeah.
All right, 2021 champ is here, and Kyle Larson was great on the pre-race show. We saw when you sat down with Clint Boyer. All right, so I think you called this. I used your quote. Daytona 500 a crapshoot. So you're coming into this. How do you give it your best shot?
Well, we are also in a backup car, so we had to start in the back. And I think for us, and really no matter where you kind of start, I think fuel saving is very important to try and have a good execution of pit road to cycle your way to the front. So it's really hard to pass. As it gets three lanes, you can't really pass. So you got to do what you can strategy-wise to get up there, and hopefully we can do that today. And then once you get up to the front, you gotta be great to be leading a lane, but if not, cross your fingers and hope you don't crash.
We talk every time that we come to a super speedway about you trying to get a win here, and I feel like when we do the interviews, you always are like, I'm just not very good at that. Like you play that down a little bit, but I feel like in the races, you run really well. And you were leading the Daytona 500 on the white flag lap and ran out of gas a few years ago. So you run well at all days. You finished 4th at Talladega. What's your mindset? I said on Thursday when I talked about you at these tracks is that we hold you in general, like everyone, to such a high standard when we go to every other racetrack that when we come here, and you kind of downplay that. I mean, what do you think when you get to these places?
I would say back in like my Ganassi days, I really hated it, and
I know you did.
Yeah, I really hated it, and I wouldn't say I like it now, but I don't hate it. And back then I just didn't think that I was good, you know. I think because you could move around more, you could do different things, and I just felt like I was always making the wrong moves. And two, when I have you as a teammate and you're just way up in front of me, I'm like, well, I do
only
suck.
there, I can tell you that.
But then I feel like since I've gotten to Hendrick Motorsports and the next-gen stuff, I feel like we have a good understanding of the style of racing that it takes, the style of strategy that it takes. So I do feel like we are well capable of finishing up front or running up front and potentially winning. So I am more confident when we come to these places now. And I would say our average running position in the Cup Series would have to be somewhere in the top 5 group of guys. So just don't have all the finishes to show for it. But I am confident. I'm confident every track we go to, but even the super speedways.
Yeah, and that shows you had the most wins of any driver last year. I know that. And in this case, your teammate won the Daytona 500 last year, William Byron. Jeff Gordon, of course, has had great success here, who you work for with Mr. Hendrick and the Chevrolet crew. I mean, you go over advice. Do they tell you things, tips, or is it all up to you when you get in that car?
Well, for Jeff, it's been a long time since he's raced.
Ooh, a little stinger right there.
Long time. He's old. But no, so I mean, the style when he was racing, it's nothing. Yeah, it's nothing like that anymore. And then
is the car is it more about? Because Danny Hamlin said it's more about the car in this race than the driver. For being honest.
I mean, I still feel like you can win with any car.
Same people run up front.
Yeah.
I feel like.
So it's just to me, it's more of a team. Like your team or your organization, your manufacturer group matters maybe more than it used to. I think, yeah, I agree with Denny. I think, he did find a lot of success because, he's very smart and calculated and he did a really good job. And two, I would say his car also stood out, back then compared to now, where we're all pretty equal on speed and handling and all of that. So, I don't know, it's just different, but, it's still, like you said, it comes down to the same group of guys and same, cross your fingers and hope you don't get caught up in anything.
Well, we've had some of the Ford drivers who they say they're fast. They got a lot of speed. And
they feel really confident.
Yeah, so where are the Chevys and where are you guys in relation to that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think the Fords have been great. It's speedway racing for a long time. Yeah, so, I mean, just like looking at data. I mean, you watch the 2 and the 22's throttle as they're in the 3rd lane driving by everybody. They're 60% throttle. Everybody else is 100%, wide open.
Hard to beat that.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess their cars probably stand out, but still, it doesn't always matter that you have the fastest car at these places because a lot of stuff can happen, So you just got to be in the picture at the end and be in the hunt, and you've got a shot.
What about for your fans watching right now, wondering how your car is? You're in a backup car. You mentioned that you got 11 laps. What'd you feel?
Yeah, so I'm in a backup car, and on Friday we were not very fast with it. I felt very draggy, and my balance was kind of tight in the small group that I was in. So was not thrilled then, but they were able to work on it a lot. And then yesterday in practice, I felt way more normal. Speed-wise, I could hang on to a draft if I was in the tail of it. My balance was normal, just only tied off at turn 4. So I felt ready after that. So, and then there in the short laps that we got, it was, you're just saving fuel and riding.
It's early. And, I know that Daytona 500 is your focus right now, but we, of course, at Fox will have the Indy 500 coming up in May. And I know you ran in that last year. It was the weather, there were all kinds of issues, but you're going to do that again, right? And,
yes.
And how would you describe the experience and how much do you look forward to that? And some guys have done it before, but for you, I know it's something that's very important for you to be a well-rounded driver.
Yeah, no, it was an awesome experience last year, getting to do the Indy 500 and, doing everything but run the 600. But yeah, it was just great to be a part of it finally as a competitor. I'd been there, I think, one other time as a fan. So yeah, being there as a competitor and living through the experience of the 2 weeks and the crowd and the fans, and I really felt like a fan favorite with attempting to do the double and all that. So it was awesome. And the race itself too is very kind of straightforward, like a next gen race. A lot of kind of reminds me a lot of this. Just a lot of it's difficult to pass. You're saving fuel, so you're trying to just shorten that pit stop. So it wasn't too. There wasn't much I felt like I needed to learn or was different. So I think it was good to go through that experience once, and now hopefully do it again. I'll be ready, more prepared for things, and hopefully the weather will be sunnier than it is right now, and we can get both races in.
Do you do anything different to prepare for it this year? I mean, like I know last year you got to go to Phoenix and run some laps. Do you just go back to Indy the start of the month of May and just start that cycle over again?
Yeah, so last year we did a lot. I felt like to prepare for it because I didn't know what to expect. So I was very happy that we did the Phoenix thing because it felt I could feel the car better and learn kind of its limits better. And then going to Indy, it was pretty simple. It wasn't anything crazy. Like Phoenix was pretty crazy.
Just because it's so fast.
Yeah, small and things are happening quicker. But going back, I think again this year I'm only doing the rookie, or sorry, not I guess I'll probably have to do some sort of rookie orientation. Yeah. But in April they have a 2-day thing, so I'll be there for that, and then just the month of May. So nothing crazy. But and two, I think last year I really took the training and the health and stuff more serious than I've ever taken anything before, and it was good to live through the 500 because I felt fresh afterwards. So I felt you're pretty confident in what I was doing to lead up to that.
That unknown is scary, right?
Yeah, I felt totally fine, ready to go for 600 miles. I got an IV on the flight, but I didn't really feel like I needed one. So I felt like I was pretty prepared.
All right, he'll race anything, anywhere, even the rental car I've seen. No, I'm kidding. Good luck. We're going to be going here. I think it's showing clearing after 5:30, 6 o'clock Eastern time. So we look forward to seeing Kyle Larson in the Hendricks Chevrolet. And earlier today, Jamie McMurray, we showed you Kyle's teammate, William Byron, who won the race last year. Jamie hung out with him in the car.
I was always skeptical of coming here. I was always skeptical of the crashes.
Oh, there they go, the big one in 3.
I'm always skeptical of being close and not winning.
Racing down a short straightaway in the Daytona 500. Blocking on and they're crashing.
Finally being able to capitalize, it just was surreal.
William, it's been 1 year since you won the Daytona 500. Chevy has actually given us an opportunity to take the pace car from this year for a lap around, relive those memories.
Oh my God, it is pretty quick, isn't it? That's pretty sweet.
That day, what sticks out to you?
I just felt confident. Just waking up that day just felt super calm and chill. I felt like the race was just super calm for us until the end of the stages and then obviously the end of the race.
You can feel the intensity really ratcheting it up right here. Calamity, buddy. It is coming.
There's a massive wreck on the backstretch. You barely survived.
Keselowski gets turned by William Byron. The entire pack is collected.
For me, I was just fortunate to come out of it, and then just trying to reset my mind, focusing on the task at hand, which was the restart coming up.
4 laps to go. We're back to green.
You're on the inside, Chastain's on the outside, and all of a sudden, you got to think, I'm in the best position I can be, right?
It was honestly right here.
Chastain, fender out in front, but here comes William Byron.
I was clear. That got me nervous.
William Byron now in control.
What do you remember about this last 200 yards racing to the start-finish line?
I was a sitting duck. I was out on an island, and everyone's coming with runs behind me.
Caution is on the speedway. The white flag was in the air. Did the leader get the white flag?
It's silence on the radio, right?
Yeah, no one's saying anything.
Did we win it? Yeah, boys. Let's go.
Once they come on the radio, is it emotional? What do you think? I just won the Daytona 500.
It was surreal, man. I think I said something like,
"You won the race? Are you kidding me?"
Just chills, just absolute chills.
What a finish.
That was wild. You stand here, you do the TV interview, and then your boss, Rick Hendrick, walked out.
That was that full circle moment where he was like, look, this is why we started out together when I was 18 years old. So it was awesome. The magnitude of it afterwards, being Daytona 500 champion, that's what they refer to you as. They don't refer to you as NASCAR drivers.
You'll always be the 2024 Daytona 500 champion, and good luck this year.
Thank you.
From earlier today, William Byron led 3 laps. We were 11 in before the rains came. We're under a delay. It's lightened up. It takes at least 2 hours to drive the track here at Daytona International Speedway. We've got Toyota Tundra track dryers out there. There's 13 of those. We got 16 jet dryers helping as well. At the moment, the rain has lightened up, and again, it's supposed to clear as you see the forecast. You're watching Fox Sports Live, and our coverage of the rain-delayed Great American Race continues with more drivers talking to you in a moment.
JB, please, please.
Okay, so we're still under red flag here at Daytona. It's time for Josh T to come back because he's here. And he's got the latest for us with his weather update. JT, you have the power for the weather. You're on screen now.
Finally.
Please tell us what the information's going to be.
Oh my god, it's taken 40 minutes for me to tell you this information because Fox kept doing drivers upon drivers upon drivers. Right, okay. As you can see, guys, it's clearing up. But now we've just got this cell. Oh, hold on. Got this cell here, and then we've got this.
What direction's the wind going in?
Southeast. So if I play it, you can see that it's moving across like that. So if we were to hopefully, there we go.
I mean, you've only had 40 minutes to prep for this. It's okay.
Yes, that's because Jack throwed in a curveball. Right, this is the next to hit the circuit over here. A special weather statement was published, and well, it was an extra special weather statement because it even included something about the Daytona 500. Those attending the Daytona 500 are in the path of these showers and should prepare for gusty winds, rain, and the potential for a few lightning strikes. There has been no lightning strike. That was just the potential, as this cell up here did have lightning strikes, but that missed the circuit as well. But we are looking clear, but it's if we can get running before all of this comes in.
Any chance of meatballs?
Very
that was a good one. I like that.
NASCAR have just said that the earliest that we are going to see a restart time is 8 p.m. Currently, it's what, 3:37 over there? So
full of content.
Yeah, we are screwed. We will stay with JT's weather cam and the red flag graphic as Fox is still on at the moment, and we will then. Considering we've only got 2 hours worth of filler content, I don't want to use it all up right away. I'm sort of waiting until Fox abandons it.
I can download some more of
you
my channel and
probably might
upload it.
need to. We'll stay on the weather cam that JT has on, and we'll hand you back over to NASCAR as we take a look back at the 67 years of the Daytona 500.
Fans have gathered here to witness NASCAR's finest do what they do best. So yeah, it isn't just a race. This is the Daytona 500.
In a rain delay after 11 laps, that's the trophy that goes to the winner, the 67th running of the Great American Race, and another Ford driver. His 60 Ford Ryan Preece is with us. You know that 9 drivers, their first career win came here at the Daytona 500. In fact, Austin Cindrich was the most recent to do it.
Yeah, I did. I've definitely been watching enough of the races. Well, yeah, over the past month, I've just been really taking a deep dive into 22, 23, and 24 and trying to get a better understanding of how do we position ourselves to be in the right place come the end of the race. So, yeah, no, I want to be that next guy.
This is your 6th Daytona 500? Because I know you've...
I think it is.
Yeah, your best finish 3rd at a track at Talladega. So, obviously, this kind of racing. What are you looking for when you watch these back?
Well, you know, before I would say you want to be in the front, 4 or 5 rows and kind of be ahead of the chaos. But now it seems like the chaos happens in the front 2 rows. So really, it'd be nice to be on the front row in the final closing laps. And, but the whole plate racing, everything from when I first started in 2019 to now has just completely changed. So we're going to try and do our best to stick to the strategy that we have, and hopefully it'll be the right one.
Ryan, racing has changed so much from especially even like when I started, it used to be that you really needed to know the car. And I feel like now drivers don't necessarily know as much about the car. They study about tracks. You just mentioned that. Break that down for us about what you do to prepare for a weekend like Daytona.
Well, you watch Days of Thunder, you know.
Oh, yeah.
That's
well, why not, right?
That's the best movie.
The emotional edge, right?
Sugar
Absolutely.
Packets, I think, right?
Sugar Packets, yeah, you know, and really just driving through the wreck. But, you know, things have just completely changed. You got to understand where the bumps are because we're riding on limiters now, and the cars just drive so rough compared to what they used to, and that's speed. You get used to it, and at the end of the day, us race car drivers, all we care about is a fast race car, and that'll help us be in the position that we want to be in. And you know, that's one thing that I'm really excited about is, you know, qualifying day. We were third quick, and you know, this buildsubmarines.com Ford Mustang was stout, and just in the duels didn't quite work out for us, but certainly, you know, it set us up for today to follow the strategy and give ourselves a good shot.
What would you learn in the duel that you felt like maybe you did wrong that you want to do differently today?
Well, you know, typically I don't want to be on the bottom because it locks me in. You know, I've just never felt comfortable there. There was one moment that I felt like I probably should have went down. It would have got me, you know, stage points or points, so to speak. But the one thing that comes from all the studying and all the film that I felt like I watched over the past few months is that third lane is what the middle lane used to be for back in the day. You know, that sucker hole, so to speak, right? And I didn't go up and block AJ, and I felt like if I had, I mean, this has been eating me alive. And if I did, I felt like that would have gave us an opportunity to, because we had such a fast car. So, yeah, I think you just need to understand every situation and how the race is playing out and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, watching that race, I'm with you on that. The third lane doesn't seem to ever work, and Justin Allgaier is trying to make it in the race, and he gets up there numerous times, and you're like, that's not the place to go, but it was on that last lap, so it's really hard to ever be able to predict it.
Yeah, and you want to know, I saw AJ go up, I think it was 2 laps prior, and I said, all right, there's another row.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know, I'm waiting for Bubba and Tyler to kind of break away and move down and kind of shuffle the outside order, and that would have put us in a great spot. And it just didn't work out. Yeah. You know, we can do all the planning we want, but it doesn't always work that way.
Well, which leads me to, I think it was the August race here, right? 23 Daytona, where you were involved in a in the backstretch, a massive crash. I don't know if we have that video if you even want to see it, but you survived it. And so I bring that up because people who don't do this for a living, what you do, are like, man, the fear factor, the reality of what can happen when you're trying to win a race.
Yeah, you know, I point to you, Jamie, to be honest with you, because you're a race car driver, and you know, for us, you know, for an average fan that hasn't ever had an accident, they don't think about it, right? And when they do have that accident, they're like, man, that's a really big deal. For us, we grew up racing, so the opportunity for an accident is it's always there.
Yeah.
So when that happens, you kind of shake it off. Well, I think it really took about a month for it to to understand how severe that wreck really could have been. And obviously, I'm thankful for that, you know. And obviously, every Rolex fan, you know, they let me know that we've paved the whole backstretch because of this.
That's just amazing that you walk away. Were you sore at all? I mean, you know, you had to be a little beat up or rattled.
No.
No? That's amazing.
You know, I focus on a lot of different areas in my racing career, and I feel like I want to have a little meat on my bones, so in a moment like this, my body can absorb it.
Do you remember do you remember anything about that wreck? Like do you remember opening your eyes and seeing the flip or a certain impact? And the reason I ask is I flipped at Talladega, and I remember barrel rolling, and I had my eyes closed, and I thought it was over, and I opened them for just a second, and I was like, it's not over yet. And all I could think was, please land on the tires so I can get out.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. It was, I guess, for the fan, Talladega Nights, kind of when Ricky Bobby, you know, he's flipping and he's having that moment. It's just super slow.
It does, right?
It really does. And you know, for what seemed like, I don't know, 6 or 7 seconds watching it on TV, it felt like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of you guys talk about fire. They used to fear that more, but I guess the fire suits are pretty good now, right? As long as you get out of the car.
Nobody wants to be on fire. I'm telling you right now, that's the biggest fear of anything, is to get trapped inside of there.
JB, how long did it take you? I was interested. They said it took a month, you know, to realize you know, I remember I were covering you at the time, but you were rattled after that. How long did it take you to say?
I remember that mine happened in happy hour, and of course the car's destroyed. Right. They had to pull it back up out, and I had to start the race the next day. And I remember for 10 laps of the race, like hearing, I'd blown a tire out is what happened. We were too low on air pressure. And I remember hearing the rocks hit the crush panel. And I'm like, man, is that the tire coming? I was a little paranoid. Yeah, okay. You are. But when you get competitive, you just forget about that. You get in the middle of it, and you don't think about that when you're out on the track.
You know, and that's much like we talked about how rough these race cars are. And, you know, you'll come in from a practice session or qualifying, and you'll get asked that question, like, hey, how rough is it, or whatever, like last year. You know,
no
like,
idea. Right.
I don't know. It didn't really bother me, you know. So, yeah, you know, you just adjust as a race car driver, and you just focus on other things.
Yeah, no, thanks for addressing. I know, we appreciate the risk of what you guys. You make it look easy. Well, good luck out there. The goal is to get racing later today and
That's
tonight.
a good sign.
I mean, yeah, that's
hear it.
right.
Yeah.
You're hearing the dryers go, and hopefully the rain will lighten up. So good luck to you. Thanks. All right, you take care. Ryan Preece with us. Let's check in with Jamie Little.
I'm joined by Elio Castroneves making his first ever Daytona 500 start. And Elio, your first try in a stock car. It's been a wild week. You felt some major wrecks. You finished 5th in the ARCA race yesterday and still wrecked afterwards. But today, you've made up 20 positions already. How's the experience been in the short amount of time you've been out there?
Well, first of all, it's been absolutely incredible. You know, I've been to a lot of major races, and wow, this is incredible. And the energy is so amazing. Just the start of the race. And, you know, it was my first time going on the third lane today. So I'm like, okay, let me follow here. I think it was Truex and Jimmy. I was like, you know, those guys, they have experience. So it was good to try it out. You know, I saw the middle lane. I was like, should I try that? Not really, not yet. But, you know, it's just understanding the car, what to do with this weather, with this wind. And obviously everybody's half throttle. So all seems to be under control. And but so far so good. And let's keep working together.
Elio, you have such a fan following, and for different reasons. You won 2007 Dancing with the Stars, so you can dance. There it is right there. You're a 4-time Indy 500 champion. I mean, on all the things you've done, why did you decide you wanted to come and try NASCAR?
Look, opportunity like this doesn't happen very often. You know, when Project 91 and Trackhouse decided to, with this program, which has been incredible, bringing amazing talents, amazing drivers. So for me, you know, it was a no-brainer to come to one of the biggest races of the world and learn and have opportunity. And for you to become a better race car driver, what do you need to do? You need to drive cars, different cars. And I never drove a Cup cars. This is a great opportunity, and I'm having a blast.
So the other night in the dual race, you're trying to learn the draft, get that feel. Take us through what happened. That was a hard hit.
Yeah, so what happened is I was trying to avoid when I saw the crash happen so fast. I hit the guy on the bottom, obviously right there, bent my rear toe link. And instead of going slow, I was trying to learn so quick that I came here, and unfortunately, I hit the wall really hard. And in the ARCA race, I was just trying to avoid. I said, guys, I'm trying to learn here to race, and I'm just avoiding accidents. But in the end of the day, Pinnacle Racing did a phenomenal job fixing everything. And in the end, you know, the guy behind me, he didn't have a radio, so he thought the race is still going. I'm like, what's going on here? So, it's great to be talking to my friends from AMR, but guys, I'm done. Okay, let's just keep a nice and smooth today, and hopefully we're gonna have a great finish.
All right, that's Elio Castroneves. One last question for you, though. When you come over here, you don't just jump in and go. The vocabulary is different. Loose, tight, oversteer, understeer, it's all different. How are you adapting to the language when they talk to you about the race car and how to set it up?
Yeah, it's been quite a different language, especially a guy from Brazil, you know, that his English, they're still getting better. It's very different language, and but so far, you know, my spotter, Eric, and Darren is a 500 winner. And he's been in this position before, so he knows the very slow step and how to approach, very calm. And you can see him a little bit energized. So sometimes him and I actually a great mix. So, but just talking to a lot of the drivers, talking to a lot of my teammates. So when I make a decision, when I explain what the car is happening, so they can make a move and change something fast.
All right, that's Elio Castroneves, the race car driver, not the employee at Wendy's, but it looks nice.
Please, employee of the month, Frosty. I'm telling you, the chocolate. Oh,
with French fries.
With you keep the French fries.
Regan.
Elio Castroneves' teammate Ross Chastain. Ross, I got to ask you, they were just discussing and talking about the lingo and helping Elio understand the words and how it's different in NASCAR than IndyCar. Have you helped him out with that at all? What have you had to tell him so far this week?
Save fuel. That's the name of the game. No, he's a professional, so he knew what he was doing when he came over here. Now the drafting stuff is stuff he just has to learn on his own, and we told him that early on that he just needed to get into the duel, and I wish he had more laps, but obviously a lot of experience through the ARCA race. Some good, some not so good, but just getting laps around here and feeling the air, I think, is the best thing he could be doing.
Let's talk about your day so far. Early on in the race, really seemed like the one car took a run to the front almost immediately, much like what happened in the duels the other night. It seems like you've had a ton of speed. What is the strength right now of that car?
Well, it was not qualifying, so we're still trying to finish that lap. I think that thing was not good by itself, but yes, like you said, in the draft and pushing, I feel like I can dictate a lot and while saving fuel. So right there, I was following Ty in the 10 and was fine to be part throttle, and really didn't even want to see those guys get up, the front two guys in our bottom row, get up to the middle lane, but it's all worked out fine. So it's just a balance, but I'm able to stay right up there at part throttle. So hats off to Trackhouse, and they got it driving better. So in the past, it's like I say, my car has been pretty bouncy or aggressive on the stops, on the bump stops, on the springs and shocks, bottoming out, which was intentional. But it was a handful for me to drive, but I'd kind of gotten used to it. And then the other drivers that I would draft with would kind of comment to me, and we've gotten it up and gotten it driving better, just to be more stable. So now we've got to work through the balance of that. We had gotten used to the balance of the old car or the old setup, and now we've went a different path. So that's a very, very low bar to explain it, like a lower car and higher car, but the Busch Light Chevy pushes well and actually gets pushed pretty well too.
Okay, I gotta ask you about a tweet. Is there a tweet with you maybe making a weird face or something like that perhaps happened recently?
That's right, there is. Yeah, I saw that little guy walking out of the driver's meeting room, and I just asked, like, man, can I get a picture? This is awesome. And, you see stuff through social media, but when you actually get to make the connection in person, it means a lot more for me. So I've learned, I guess over the couple of years I've been doing this, that like, take the opportunity, take the picture. I just, leaving the Super Bowl media day, I could have taken a picture with Venus Williams, and like, I regret not doing it now. Like, I had the opportunity on it. So I was leaving the Super Bowl going, take the picture, like, take the opportunity. So the Riz right there, strike a pose and do it.
I think somebody else is taking the opportunity right now, because Josh Shims has Noah Gregson and maybe somebody else right now, Josh?
Yeah, speaking of it, it's the man of the hour, the Rizzlers over here hanging out with Noah Gregson. Noah Gregson, you got a new fan over here.
Yeah, the Rizzler, we've been hanging out, opening up some Panini NASCAR cards, checking out the cards.
Yeah, thanks for signing these gloves.
Got some gloves for the Rizzler. This is a king right here. We're having some fun, enjoying this rain delay here at the Daytona 500. And my sponsor, Rusty Rush, he was saying that he knows who the most mature one. Here's Rusty right here. Who's the most mature one?
That one.
He's saying the Rizzler is the most mature one. So should we hit a Riz face for the camera?
You gotta love that. Always wondering where the place to be during a rain delay is, and it's always your hauler. I know that right away. So what's this day been like for you? Not just obviously hanging out with the Rizzler right now, but Daytona 500 day with a new team too.
It's always really special to come down here to Daytona and just be at the racetrack. Nonetheless, do it for the Daytona 500. The atmosphere here on race day. We have probably the most busy schedules all year today. Meeting everyone, going out to the merchandise hauler, signing autographs, and then pre-race starts, going to the driver's meeting. Driver intros is always a blast, and how about the Thunderbirds? Those are pretty insane too. So it's the Great American Race. It's the biggest one of the year for a reason, and you can feel that presence today.
All right, so for you, the Rizzler, can you teach me the Riz face, please? Can you show me? Can we all do it?
So first you got to suck in like this, and then you got to raise your eyebrow up like this, and then you do it all together. And that's how you do the Riz face.
You got any girlfriends?
I used to.
You used to?
Yeah.
How many girlfriends?
Like 4.
You used to manage 4 at a time?
Yeah.
All right, I need you to do one thing for me. Say, Chris Myers, do the Riz face.
Chris Myers, do the Riz face.
All right, sorry, Riz. Oh, wow, okay. Well, you got a little mop thing there. I don't really do the Riz. But,
Chris, you're so excited. You got that solo shot right there.
It's the first single I had the entire afternoon. There you go. Are we on yet? No. Hey, the Rizzler, by the way, 8-year-old social media star, celeb from New Jersey. And speaking of New Jersey, I don't know if Dave Portnoy is watching, but Jersey Jerry is here. I think Rico Bosco, big NASCAR fans are here. And we have the guy who won the race last year, William Byron, and his Hendrick Chevrolet. And actually, let's talk about, I know it's a whole new year, right? But this never gets old watching this.
Yeah, it's... That's not a good highlight, but everything else is good about that day. So it was, yeah,
you had to overcome a lot. Obviously, it doesn't start out exactly the way you want.
Yeah, no, it was, that day was just really special. And, you know, anytime you can get to victory lane here at Daytona is huge, but winning the Daytona 500 really changed my life. So it was a cool experience last year.
And you've already had a few laps led today. And obviously we're stopping, and it looks like we're going to get back at it soon. So how did it feel out there, and what are you anticipating once you get to racing again?
My car felt good. You know, we're not really pushing the pace yet. Like we're kind of saving fuel, and there was a little bit of pressure from the third lane, so we're starting to go a little bit faster there. But it's so early in the race. You're just trying to really get through the first opening laps, kind of get the cobwebs knocked off and feel comfortable. And my car feels really comfortable. So I feel like this is one of the best speedway cars I've had in a while. Just the ability to get pushed and have that amount of speed to stay up front. So so far so good, but it's early and just got to get through you know, the first stage and get rolling.
Yeah, speaking of your car, the car that you won with last year, they took from you. You haven't seen it, and we saw that you actually got that back today. What's that like? I saw you peek inside and look at it to see if it was any different.
Yeah, I just honestly wanted to remember what it was like on the inside of the car, because a lot changes, you know, your positions of mirrors and your seat changes and everything like that. So it's just neat to relive that, because that's the last time I'll get a chance to see it. So I was kind of like a little kid there, just reliving that, and it was fun to be there with Mr. Hendrick and Jeff and everybody. So yeah, last year was a great memory.
Where's that going from now? Like, we'll go to a museum somewhere? Or?
Man, I have no idea. Yeah. I'm sure they'll do something with that. You know, this sport changes pretty fast, so I don't think that car being a backup car last year is going to have any purpose this year. So I'm sure it's not one of our best cars, but yeah, I'm sure it'll go somewhere cool.
Why does your teammate Alex Bowman call you the babyface assassin?
I don't know.
That's a terrible nickname.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but yeah. I mean, I think
I would read it as you look at it, but you know, you'll do anything to win.
I guess I have young skin.
That kind of,
hey, that will pay off later in life. I promise.
Well, you were an Eagle Scout, right? And I love the story. I know it's been told, but for those that may be tuning in that don't follow as often, your career began really iRacing. Describe how that unfolded, and when you first started, did you do it thinking, hey, I'm gonna be a driver. This is what I'm meant to do?
Yeah, I was just at home all the time just racing, you know, and I would race 24/7 to the point where like I didn't want to do anything else. I would just come home, race on my simulator, and that's what I love to do. And so I think that's, you know, my passion for racing started well before iRacing, but iRacing was kind of that platform that I could use to get involved in the driving side, and ended up winning a bunch of races, and then just once I got into a race car for the first time, things just clicked. Like I didn't know how to do anything else besides just race the car and go around the racetrack fast, so it just clicked.
You like this type of racing? Like you've won 4 times on drafting style racetracks here, Talladega or Atlanta.
Yeah.
We had Larson on just a second ago, and he obviously doesn't get overly excited when you come to these. You like this?
I honestly don't love it, but I've learned
Why?
to.
Like what is it?
It's just it's not a lot in your control. You feel like from from sitting in the, like sitting and looking at it from a broad view, you're like, man, there's so much out of my control. So for a long time, I didn't look forward to coming to these races. And then I figured out the things that I could control, and I was like, okay, I'm going to focus on that. No matter what the result is, I will, do a good job in whether it's blocking or just learning how to be pushed or push. So I think there's so many things you can control, but you can't really control the results. So you have to throw that out and just say to yourself, did I do the best job I could do in these different areas? And you can tell the guys that really, are good at it, and the guys that can embrace it and use it as an advantage.
How will you use your time? I don't know, right now, some iRacing in between, or go over
A lot of snacks. I was killing the snacks in the motorhome.
What's the go-to?
I had goldfish. I had peanuts and those little. I had some chocolates too. So
say if you come back out here, Myers and we like chocolate.
Yeah,
we're big.
I'll give you guys some.
Big chocoholics. All right, so going back to back, obviously a lot of responsibility, and that Denny Hamlin, the last one to do it. It's not easy. It's been a while. Yeah. What's the approach? I know you've talked about strategy, but it changes a little bit as the weather has changed.
It's tough. I mean, I think that you've got to get to the end of this race to win. So we could easily get caught up in a wreck, or we could be the wreck or whatever, right, before the end of the race. So it's a lot of hype and a lot of energy going into this race and thinking, man, I could win this race, but I'm just focused on the process, and it's we've just got to get to the end of the event. And with 10 laps to go, you'll probably have an idea of whether you're in contention to win, and hopefully we're in that grouping.
And you start out with who you're going to be working with. Obviously you have teammates and other Chevy drivers, but then that changes, correct? And
it does. You just find your friends. It's honestly, it becomes a weird cast of characters. Like last year at the end of the race, it was myself, Ross Chastain, Bowman, and I think Cindric. And Cindric ended up, being a really good pusher, and the Fords are really good at pushing. So it's just trying to figure out, who you're going to be around. Obviously, they don't want to work with you typically because you're a different manufacturer.
But at the end, everybody just...
At the end, it's just, you're just kind of with a different group almost every time, it seems like. It came down to the fall race at Talladega, and it was a totally different group there. So it just depends.
All right, William Byron, thank you for stopping by. We appreciate it during our rain delay at the Daytona 500. They are drying the track, and it usually, even with the sun, maybe 2 hours if the rain stops, but they've got quite a bit out there. So they've been drying for a while. Hopefully we'll be racing within the next hour. It certainly clears out of here for sure around the 5:30, 6 o'clock hour. That's Eastern time at Daytona Beach. Let's check in again with Josh Sims. Josh?
I'm over here with Ty Dillon, led 3 laps already today, so I know you're itching to go back racing.
Yeah, absolutely. Our Grizzly nicotine pouches Chevy has been fast all week. We got that cool Grizzly on the hood, and it's wanted to eat out front. It's been pretty fun. A good qualifying lap. The duels, we were really strong, and it's just been so fun to be a part of Kaulig Racing, and everything we've put into racing the few races I ran with them last year, we've just compounded. We just added to our team, and everyone's worked obviously so hard to build speed in our race cars. So just so happy to be a part of it. This is just the start of the year, but it's a big moment to have our Chevy out front leading races. And man, it's I've been coming down here. This is my 9th 500, but I've sat at home for a couple, and that's really a hard thing to do. I sat with my wife, and it gives you great perspective, and you never look back on those moments and disappointment when you get to have another chance again. So I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to run another Daytona 500, to lead laps, and have a chance at racing for my dreams with Kaulig Racing.
Yeah, and speaking of that, what's it like to be with Kaulig, have a teammate like the Dinger to talk to bounce ideas off of, and be back up here in Cup, like you said?
AJ's been awesome. We've only got a couple races under our belt, but we've been in the simulator a little bit and just been around the shop. I know AJ's going to push me to be the best I can be. AJ is a guy that I respect so much because he fights, not only off the track, but he's fought for his career, same way I have. And I am excited to go to the road courses with him, try to learn from him. But I know every racetrack we're going to go to, he's going to push me to be the best I can. And I hope I can return that favor to him. And the ultimate goal is to get Kaulig Racing into victory lane, get ourselves in the championship. They deserve it. They've done it before, and I believe in myself that we can do it again.
So obviously they're drying the track. That's a good sign, but it's going to take a little bit. So what will you be doing over the next hour plus?
Well, I got 3 kids, so it's nothing really gets too calm around us. So we're gonna hang out on the bus, kind of spend some time with them. It's been a fun weekend. My son is 4, my daughter is 7, so they're really enjoying being here in Daytona, and we've had a blessed weekend so far. So hope it continues.
Ty Dillon, 3 laps led so far here in the Daytona 500.
And I'm with Justin Allgaier now. Been a lot of talk about this, man, and what you went through, and your boss man, Dale Earnhardt Jr. They're fielding their first entry in the Daytona 500. First off, what's this week been like in the range of emotions?
It's super stressful. Anytime, you have Dale Earnhardt Jr. trying to make their debut Cup Series start, and to know the pressure and stress of that, and Kelly Earnhardt Miller and everybody that's a part of JBMotorsports. We've obviously had a lot of success on the Xfinity Series side, but this series and this sport is so tough, and just the differences between the cars and what we've had to try to adapt to. It's been really crazy, but to have Dale and Kelly and Chris Stapleton on the grid this afternoon, and just the atmosphere here. It's been really electric, and it's been highly emotional until today. And today is like, we're just going to have fun. And it's been a pretty calm, however many laps we've made, 11 laps. It's been pretty calm, but at the same time, our car drives really good. Greg Ives did a great job of making the car drive better, and you know, it's a beautiful race car. Traveler Whiskey and the color scheme on our car has been really, really beautiful. So I just hate it that all of our fans at home that are watching on Fox, all the fans that are here, you know, this weather is it's definitely a bummer, but maybe they'll get it dried up as fast as Xfinity Mobile, and we'll go back racing and go have some fun.
Heck yeah, we're going to go back racing. As you can see, we're standing out here, no umbrellas, so we're going to get back to it. I have to ask you, though, the other night, I mean, Dale Jr., you've worked for him for a long time. You just gave him a championship in the Xfinity Series. The other night, he teared up in the interview after you qualified. Has that surprised you, just his commitment and love and passion for being here?
It hasn't surprised me in the fact that Dale is an immeasurable ambassador for this sport, right? He loves the sport, the history of where it's come from, and that embrace right there, you know, I could just feel the emotion. Pre-race, when he came over, it's the nervous I've ever seen Dale. And, you know, he wants to succeed not only for himself, but all the fans that supported him over the years and our race team. And it's been a special week. And to see Kelly out there and LW and really our entire group, I mean, it's been amazing. You know, having my wife and kids here, it's been 10 years since I ran the Daytona 500, and I was pretty confident I was never going to get back here. So it's been really, really cool. And again, you know, we talked about Traveler Whiskey all week and coming on board, but without them, this whole program doesn't happen. Junior Motorsports doesn't make their debut, and that's a big deal. I think it's something that for me is gone way beyond just racing this one race. It's really been cool. So I'm excited to you know, to get the season started off. We didn't have the run we wanted last night, so the only way to make that better is to go have an even better run today.
Absolutely. Hey, when you walked up, you took something out of your mouth. Explain what this is. We're always talking about innovation, safety innovations, and information, right? What do you gain from wearing this during the race?
Well, it's kind of gross. I feel bad. So, you know, one of the things NASCAR is trying to do is obviously, you know, not only improve the sport on the racetrack, but outside the racetrack as well. And with Wake Forest, they've had these mouthpieces that a lot of the drivers wear. You'll see them put them in and out. You'll see them a lot. It's been really cool to be a part of this program and get to, you know, see the data that we're able to collect from, you know, what's going on inside the car with our bodies. And, you know, this is just one piece of, you know, hundreds of things that we've been innovating over the last, you know, couple of years. And when I pulled it out, you said, you don't have to do that. You don't have to take that out. And I said, it's kind of gross to wear it in an interview because I don't talk quite as well as I would like to. But really cool to see, you know, the technological advances that we're making in the sport. And, you know, hats off to NASCAR. You know, we've as drivers, we've all been probably a little critical of how these cars crash, and they've gone to work and they're trying to make it better and better for all the drivers and for the teams. And, you know, that's all we can really ask for, right? And we want to put the best product on the racetrack that we can for the fans that come and support us. And, you know, it goes even further to what goes on off the racetrack too. So it's been pretty cool.
So well spoken. Always good to talk to you.
Thank you. Same.
All right. So our Regan Smith was hanging out. He's hanging out with Bowman. You've been all over the place. Where are you, Regan?
Jamie, I am running around like a chicken with my head cut off, but I did find Alex Bowman, so that's a good thing. We were just talking to one of the Junior Motorsports drivers right now, and Alex, you got a good relationship with Dale Jr. How cool is it to see him having a car out here in the field right now?
Yeah, that's been super cool. Obviously got Greg Ives spinning the wrenches on it, so spent a lot of time working with Greg, and cool to see him back on a Cup car. And yeah, excited for them to make the show. Obviously, another Chevy partner out there is never bad to have either.
Okay, enough about that. Let's talk about you now, because that's what I want to know about. In a backup car from the duels the other night. I know you guys had to do a lot of work. Blake Harrison, the whole team did a fantastic job getting that thing ready. Looks like it's been pretty good so far on the racetrack for you.
Yeah, for sure. These guys haven't stopped working really since we crashed in the duel. It's been garage open to garage close every day, all they've got just to try to get this thing ready. Obviously, with the rules and everything, the cars aren't completely ready. So just a lot of work to get it there. And Friday, we were kind of slow, not where we wanted to be, and we got a lot better yesterday. So far, so good. Kind of hard to tell as far back in the field as we are, but Blake and George and all the guys, I feel like have got a good idea of where the race car needs to be, and obviously the weather's changing and different things are happening, but yeah, this was really not super fun to be a part of. It's kind of along for the ride at that point, got shoved into it, and around she went. So yeah, bummer. That car was really good. A lot of effort put into that car, and unfortunately, don't get to race it. But this other one's pretty good too.
Describe to everybody listening and watching right now, you know, as you're heading towards the wall right there in a wreck like that, and we saw you lock them up initially, and then you release the brake trying to get it to steer. When you know that it's not going to steer, you're knowing it's going to the wall. What are you thinking as a driver in that moment?
Yeah, like I got off the brake trying to get it to turn right. Like, I don't know, you're like 50-50. Sometimes they will, and sometimes they just won't, and it just wouldn't. It was stuck and sliding that direction, and at that point you just got to lock it down and know that there's not much you can do. So, bummer. Obviously, sometimes you can save those, and unfortunately we weren't able to. So, yeah, a good bit of damage to the left front, so now we're on car number 2.
Jamie, just a minute ago when we started talking, was talking to Justin Allgaier. What, you know what his nickname is? Or is it, what's his nickname?
His nickname? Yeah. It's Little Gator. Little Gator.
Well, I think we're going to go to something right now that involves a big gator from a couple days ago.
Okay.
Hi, we're here at the Daytona Aquarium and Rainforest Adventure with 2022 Daytona 500 champion, Austin Cindric. Austin, I don't know what we've got planned right now. I know that something in here bites.
Regan's scared of fish.
You're way braver than me. I'm
Regan's scared of fish.
I'm scared of a lot of stuff here.
This guy's hungry.
You go first. Oh, that one. What?
That was wild.
No.
That was wild. Do it.
I don't want to commit when he's making eye contact with me. Oh, boy. I almost lost a finger in that.
Nice work. Nice work.
Oh, no. This is like you guys on the damn racetrack. You're all a bunch of alligators.
Mary, come.
That's how Wilson talks to me whenever I'm not doing the right thing. It's usually when I'm still in the high lane trying to get down to pit and he's freaking out because I'm going to run out of fuel.
I'll make a deal with you, Austin. 2022 as a rookie, you win the Daytona 500. If you win the 2025, I'll come back and pet the alligator.
Deal?
Deal.
See you Monday.
All right, Austin is going to make Regan pay up on that bet if he can pull off another Daytona 500. Nice to have you joining us, and already led a lap today in the first 11. We will race at some point. We just don't know when. They're getting word, and the rain is clearing out of here, so maybe prime time, whatever it takes. So we'll see you back out there. When you did win that Daytona 500 your rookie year, I don't think you really led until like 3/4 of the race, right? And then all of a sudden you were in position to capture it. Describe a little bit about how that day went and what it takes to be there at the end and win it.
Yeah, when I think of that day, so much was new in our sport. You know, for me, it was first time driving the 2-car, first year in the series, but also the first year of this car. And there hadn't been 40 cars on track ever at the same time. So the way the pack goes, how you have to, understand the runs and what happened. You had to be very adaptable, very open-minded, and really understand what it was going to take to make that all plausible. Whereas now I feel like the racing is now so much more refined. I think the driver that was able to succeed in that race is barely participating in today's race. So it's going to be very important, to keep that evolution going. But as things have evolved with this type of racing, those things that day, have been important for other races at Talladega or at Atlanta, or as we've moved on, 3 years on. And it's obviously really exciting to think about it. But yeah, past success definitely doesn't equal future success.
So since this is a rain delay, we tend to get off the rails a little bit. The conversation gets serious, and then now we're 2 hours in, and we'll get a little bit goofy. Facial hair is one of those things that, that I can't do. I just can't grow it. But is that real?
That's a good-looking guy right there.
Is that real?
That was very real. I had that thing oiled up and everything.
Oiled?
I mean, it was,
you oil a stash?
I didn't know that. Absolutely.
And how long did that take to produce?
It was about a 2-month beard, a little less than that, right after the banquet.
How long did you keep it?
So I had the beard all the way up until we had a team photo production day. I was never going to keep it, but I shaved it all. I feel like it's part of the male experience to, like, if you have a beard, you shave it and see what the mustache looks
sections,
like.
Right? Or, yeah, right.
In pieces, and being able to have that, I was like, you know what, I'm going to show up tomorrow early, get some professional photography taken, at least make my mom nervous or something, put it on the internet.
We were all nervous.
It was awesome. It was. My ego was not going to be able to handle having that for more than the 8 hours that I had it.
Can we see that again? Because I thought it was more the mustache, I think, right, in that picture than, you look like Inspector Clouseau or
He looks like Bobby Rahal.
So, there's a nice
That's who you look like.
I got compared to Bobby Rahal and Dale Earnhardt all day on Twitter, and I can't think of 2 better people to be compared to.
All right, so what is the best way to describe your game face when we get back racing?
I've always said my game face is a smile. I'm not too different, so I'm just ready to get going. We've been here since Tuesday, and we get a little taste of that race there, 11 laps or something like that. But yeah, ready to get back to it. Obviously, such a huge build-up with everything. Obviously, having the President of the United States here, an awesome race, and been waiting all off-season to get the season started.
Yeah, and now we got to restart it once the dryers move through here. Talk a little bit about your teammates. Obviously, with Penske, they've had great success, and both have been champions in the sport, and Logano champion times over with Ryan Blaney.
Well, I think I've got two of the best, and two of the best rabbits to really chase. I've been in the Cup Series for 3 years, and every year my teammate's been the champion, which as an athlete, as a competitor, that's somewhat challenging, but at the same time, I wouldn't have it any other way, because I know that I'm learning and chasing after the best. And when you come to tracks like this, I mean, you think of those guys as guys that can go win this race, and I'm going to have to elevate myself to that level each week. But it's a style of racing that I think the three of us have all figured out quite well with this car. So I've got three of the best as teammates, but also three of the best guys that can help one of us pull this off for Roger and the team.
We've interviewed a lot of drivers today, and I feel like everyone that's had a Ford has been like, my car is really good. You obviously feel the same way. We saw you and your teammate get up and make that third lane work, which typically doesn't work here. What'd you have there?
Well, I think there's quite a few levels there, right? The pack saving fuel, but also being able to find your teammates. Joey's up there, knowing that I can work well with him, and understanding what it's going to take to be able to pull those lanes forward, but also keep with the strategy of where the team wants us. But to your point, I think the Fords are in really great shape. I mean, multi-levels of why I feel like a Ford is going to be able to win this race. So we have to take care of each other, get us there to the end, but I really do feel like we have that advantage.
What about looking back to last year? We had William Byron on here. He wins. You're in terrific position coming to the white flag. There's obviously a wreck. I know you go back and watch that. Is there anything in your mind that you're like, I should have done this different, or I wish I would have put my car in this position?
That's like every race, right? I mean, every race that you don't win, even the ones that you do. But yeah, it's one that you're frustrated with for sure, because so many things in these races have to go right. I mean, I heard William talking about all the small things that you can control, but for me, being able to put yourself in that position time and time again, and then sometimes it works out, you win the biggest race, and then sometimes it doesn't, and you're sad. And I'd rather have a broken race car and broken heart than just a broken race car.
So we see you winning the Daytona 500 right there in 2022, and I've been telling this all week. I'm like, I knew the Daytona 500 was a really big race, but after I won it, I realized exactly how big it was. Was there any moment for you of like, wow, I had no idea?
You really get to understand the scale of this race when you win it. I mean, we're still kind of at the tail end of social distancing and stuff there. Like, I did all of my media stuff with Zooms for like 2 straight days. So
that's so unfortunate. That's so much fun to
all
get
the more reason why I want to go win it again.
Yeah.
But no, it's amazing how large this race is. I think anyone that knows sports knows what the Daytona 500 is, and that's what makes this place so exciting. That's what makes this race so special for everyone, including the fans.
Well, thanks for coming by. Good luck once we get racing. If you need tires, he's got you taken care of with Discount Tires.
Good call, man. Good man. I like it.
And one of his teammates, let's get more on one of his teammates. We talked about him. Josh Sims has this.
Josh?
What's up, man?
What's happening?
Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Yeah. Figured we'd get started in a record shop.
Nice spot.
What was the first piece of music you purchased?
Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, or Alice in Chains, either one of those three.
Yeah.
Or either that or like I burned a CD, like
Right.
used like LimeWire.
I remember that era.
Ruined my computer.
Your champion is Ryan Blaney.
2023, you're the champ. Last year, the runner-up. When you think back to Phoenix, was there anything you could have done to catch your teammate Joey Logano in the end?
There's a couple things I probably could have done different on the restart, because I had the option to choose 5th or 6th, and I chose 6th. I thought the top was going to be better, and the bottom opened up for him.
Blaney with one more shot, it won't be enough.
I don't know if it cost this championship or not. I mean, it just woulda, shoulda, coulda. You just try to learn and move on.
You were this close to being a back-to-back champ. Is that something that maybe puts a chip on your shoulder, motivates you a little bit more heading into Daytona 500?
We held our heads high after that loss in Phoenix. I think it gives our group a ton of confidence, right? You know, we've had really good last couple of years. You know, I was proud of everything that everybody did all year. And it's like, well, let's do it again.
I couldn't ask for a better group. Let's go win a championship, guys.
When it comes to the Daytona 500, you've been runner-up a couple times. What have you learned over the years about how to get yourself in position to have a shot at the end like you've done?
First part is just getting to the end of it. Just getting caught up in other people's stuff. I think having those prior defeats definitely help as far as, you know, motivation and how do you make different decisions.
Obviously, the big one is always going to happen, it feels like, in the Daytona 500. What goes through your mind when you're like, this is about to happen, man?
Yeah. You go through all these scenarios, but you're always vigilant. If you can get lucky and sense it, you know, half a second before it happens, maybe you have a shot at missing it. Except sometimes you're just in it.
Byron Blaney into the wall.
For those that don't know who you are, what do you want them to know about who you are, Ryan Blaney, the person and the competitor?
Yeah, they're definitely two different people. I mean, I'm a fiery competitor in the race car.
Air blocker. Yeah, that one's gonna stink. He'll be proud of himself.
Outside the race car, I'm just pretty easygoing, and not really anything gets me riled up. Fortunate to be able to do, you know, this as a career and a job.
Yeah, baby.
The story isn't written yet for this season, but what would you want that title of that album for 2025 to be?
Revenge of the 12, almost like Revenge of the Sith, like Star Wars. I thought it'd be kind of cool. That'd be a sick album cover, actually. You know, we're going to come back for a vengeance, and hopefully, like I said, we just have a shot to do it.
A Ford driver, and now we welcome back one of the top Chevy drivers, Hendrick Motorsports. And boy, this is not a good sign if you're out of your fire suit. We have Chase Elliott with us, and I know that we are, just to get an update here as they're driving the track. We will race at some point. That's the plan. The weather is clearing out here. It's just whether it's in a couple hours or later tonight. So I hope you're ready for prime time, just in case it goes there.
Honestly, I prefer it that way.
Yeah.
I think races are meant to be run under the light, so I'm all good with it.
Yeah, I like running at night, too. You don't have to worry about the sun off turn 4 at this place, especially.
Yeah, I just think the vibes are better.
Yeah,
it's exciting. You know, this place has lights. It's not I don't think it's a big deal. I think the fans are going to like it more. As a kid coming down here, I actually always, I mean, the Daytona 500 was always a big deal. But like that July 4th race, I always thought had
so much fun,
super high energy. So anytime this race gets delayed and we run it at night, which we have a couple times in my career, I think it makes it cool. So I'm looking forward to it.
You mentioned coming down here as a kid. Your dad won this twice. Like, what do you remember as a kid about coming down here?
You know, it's funny because I get that question a lot, but I don't remember a ton about it. Truthfully, this was, for whatever reason, just not a racetrack that
sticks out
or anything good happened with him when I was old enough to be around. I mean, he won his 500s long before I was born, right? So by the time I, was born and even, when he was driving for Ray and stuff, I wasn't old enough to really recognize that. There were some races that did, like the Brickyard. Like I totally remember little bits and pieces of that day, which was such a special day, and one of the very few races that I was alive for him winning. And certainly, the only crown jewel that I was a part of, since I was around.
Yeah, to get into racing, was it just your dad? I know he gives you your space, but the influence, what you saw, the attraction. Could you have done anything else, or was it like this is just? It feels natural to you watching your dad and growing up.
Well, it definitely sparked my interest, for sure. And I tell a lot of people this, but I'm into a lot of other things. Would I have ever even found racing had I not grown up around it? I don't know. Yeah. But because I did, obviously that kind of shapes who you are. It's one of those things where I don't really know any better at this point. I don't know any different. And that's I think that can be said for a lot of people, right? You as a kid, you go where your parents go, right? You do what your parents do. And
but then to become a champion, obviously you latched on to something you're pretty good at.
Of course, and was fortunate, so fortunate, and very grateful for the opportunities I had, not just in NASCAR, but the road to getting to NASCAR. I had great people to learn from, people that were always elevating me to make me look better than I was, I feel like, throughout my whole career. So it's been a fun ride. Obviously Rick coming in, when he came in, like everything was just, it really couldn't have aligned any more perfect, and Jeff retiring when he did. So I don't know if I would have found it without Dad, but certainly grateful that I did, and grateful the opportunities have led to having you know, at least this long of a career doing it.
I remember you on pit road as a 10-year-old, maybe a little kid, and you and Ryan are the two that stick out to me. And I remember in my mind, I'm like, it's so hard to make it into racing. And I'm like, those dads are crazy. Well, all the money they're wasting on their kids racing and trying to get them here. And now you guys have both won a championship. It's been so cool to watch that progression of you guys doing that. At what point for you did you realize, like, man, this might work out?
Well, it's funny you mentioned Ryan, because I feel like his path and my path were so similar in a lot of ways.
Because of your age, or like why?
Well, I'll try to briefly explain, but I think he's a couple years older than me, but we kind of took a similar path, and I'm sure our dads are different, but I think their approach to our racing was kind of the same, and there was only so far that they were going to take us, or at least that was the case for me. There was only so much Dad was going to do, and he made that very clear to me. He's like, look, I can't do this forever, and as I got older, I understood that. And for me, I think the moment that I thought maybe there was a chance was when Rick got involved, and he said he wanted to help, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, why do you want to help me?
Right.
Truthfully, you got Jimmy Johnson and
did you ask him that?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
You don't remember the answer, though.
I don't remember the answer. I probably wouldn't have believed it, whatever it was. But that to me was the moment where I felt like, man, this. At first, when we first sat down with Rick, it's like, I was 14, 15 years old. I'm like, what,
right.
Is this just a load of BS?
Formality, yeah.
Like I don't understand why do you want to help, And I didn't know him at the time, right? And everything that man said he was going to do for me, he has done, and then some. And
wow.
It seems like for Ryan, it was kind of the same way with Roger. I think Dave got him to a point, and Roger got in the picture, and was able to help elevate him to that next step, and ultimately groom him into a champion as well. So our paths are very similar, I think, in a lot of ways, and been fortunate to grow up with one of my very best friends, and us be able to do our childhood dreams together is not something you get to experience every day.
I love it because I've watched your dads, and I'm a dad now, right? And so to see them like go through this transition to racing and then go to the proud dad moment, it's so cool to watch.
And you're only 20, right? You're 29 years old.
29,
so,
yeah.
Still just a kid.
He's like half of you.
So.
Oh man, that hurt.
I know. That's he's been heckling me. We'll be back and forth. You should hear us off the air. Well, you guys do that too, right? You heckle each other. You guys tease each other about things. I wanted to go back because in your career, even though young still, you had the injury, winless season. I was like, gosh, and then you recovered. Then last year finished strong. We talked about the Clash when you were with us a little earlier. Take us through a little bit of that stretch when you maybe the most difficult in your career.
Maybe. I think there's definitely been some other years that we haven't performed or run as well as I would like to run, but certainly 2023 was definitely rough. Obviously getting hurt, missing races. I think that was when you kind of look at the rest of that season, people, I think, kind of came to the conclusion that we weren't running well because I was recovering from an injury or because I missed 5 or 6 races. And that just, it's a great excuse. And if I could sit here and lie to you and tell you that was the case.
It simply wasn't true.
But that just simply wasn't true. We had started to struggle, truthfully, at the end of 22. We had a really strong season firing off in 22. And I think that more than anything as a driver, just got behind this car, and our competitors really figured out how to drive it, and then once they figured out how to drive it, then they went to work on tuning on it too. Yeah. And I really think I got behind on that whole process, and it's certainly taken some time to get back into a position where I feel like we're getting into the right bracket. I do feel like we're closer to that now than we've probably been since that transition happened, and unfortunately, yeah, I think 22 or 23 was an extension of kind of where we were at in 22, and I feel like the end of 23 and last year have been good, really good growing periods for us as a team.
Yeah, and I don't do this to embarrass you because I know, but to win the most popular driver for 7 straight years is a really special thing. I know he doesn't vote for himself. Don't worry.
I do not.
But what kind of responsibility comes with that for you? And obviously, fans, you're a fan favorite, not just because of your name, but because of what you accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest responsibility is to be yourself and make sure that, you know, you're respecting yourself and your team and your partners, and making sure you're holding yourself accountable to the things that are required of you by your race team and to the guys that go to battle with you and for you every weekend. That, to me, is number one. And then beyond that, I think it's making sure you pay respect to the people that sit up here that allow us to come do what we do. And for me, it's been also making sure that I express my appreciation for the fans and my understanding for my family's history in the sport. And I think I've always tried to look at that award as, you know, it's not just about me. It wasn't just about my dad. It's really been about our whole family, because it's been very much a family effort.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that I'm representing our family the way that they want to be represented. And that's really all I try to do.
And yeah, moms have a lot to do with all of this as well, as we know. And Rick Hendrick has done a lot of good things for a lot of people, not just in racing. So it was nice that you mentioned him. You know, he heckled me a moment ago, Junior over here. Any of you NASCAR drivers heading to NASCAR on Fox, the booth during the delay, you're free to ask Jamie McMurray about his bleach. That's him. Bleach blonde. Have you ever seen this, Chase?
No.
It's like, what is that, lemon juice peroxide?
Actually, that photo is on the back. That photo is on the back of the hauler at Richmond when they announced that I was going to Cup. And people make fun of me, Chase, about that. But I'm going to tell you something.
Surely not.
I like that.
You do?
I do. And if my wife would let me have it now, I'd probably bring it back.
Well,
Really?
But I would be single.
What was the weekly budget on that back then?
You know, the trick is just the hair paste, I think.
Gotcha.
Is the trick. Yeah, and I don't like where this is turned right now.
Well, I'm a big. Hey, that's how it goes back and forth. I'm a big hair guy. These mess up my hair. I'd rather have the Fox mic. But thank you for. Look at that. Oh, jeez.
Oh, let's put it up there again. That's
good.
It's
nice.
it's
like a bad Happy Days rerun or something. All right.
We are bored, aren't we?
Yeah,
we are bored. Yes.
Don't worry. We got the next year, last year's Daytona 500 coming up before we get to the next one here. But thank you for stopping by.
Absolutely.
So chill, so cash. Good luck when we get racing. Hopefully, it's
y'all enjoy. Thank you.
Very shortly. Chase, one of many who helped us through the rain delay, and we wanted to stay live because we weren't exactly sure. So during this stretch, remember, we started on time. We moved the race up early. And then, of course, the rains came 11 laps in. So total drivers we talked to 26, including, right, our team of pit reporters. Jamie, you see the breakdown there. And then the studio visits, 9. In fact, 2 for Chase, so he wins that award. And the Rizzler came up, not the Riddler. I was hoping for a little Batman reference. We
you're
appreciate
too old for the Rizzler, I think, Chris.
We appreciate all of those who did help us out. We are live. Stay with us. We plan to go racing, but in the meantime, and we'll update you, leave it here on Fox. Enjoy last year's running of the Great American Race. You're watching Daytona 500 coverage on Fox.
So, still under the red flag after 2 hours. JT, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
What's the latest with the weather? We've been looking at the update as Fox finally goes to a break.
Yeah, they're going to filler content now, so...
we will go to filler as well.
It's time for my filler content to shine, but I never thought in a million years that NASCAR Chasm would make the official Fox broadcast, but here we are. What a day.
What a time we are living in.
Next band of rain, it has separated from the main part over here. I don't want to click anything because we'll get rid of the countdown here that you can see up here. But it was connected to this larger cell. This larger cell is going to do the exact same as this cell over here that was going for the circuit and then went south. So instead of a big cell, it's just this tiny cell. And I'm going to try and clean it, but then we've got all of this behind.
How fast is that coming in?
55 miles per hour.
Oh, what's the time on that, like, to get to the circuit?
Hold on, let's do a little bit of a...
ECSD maths?
55 miles per hour.
It's coming at 55 miles an hour?
67 minutes.
Okay, so the rain is coming in 67 minutes.
Estimated, yes.
Track's a lot drier, has dried up a lot, apparently, in the last half hour.
Now,
JB?
Yes.
What filler content do you want first, so I can prep an introduction to it?
We are going for the 24-minute Brisker F2 at Taunton.
Don't ever try and pronounce Taunton.
Oh, is
again,
it Taunton,
please,
not
you.
Taunton? Oh, I
It's
do apologise.
Taunton.
I do apologise.
They used to be in our league, Taunton
Yeah.
Town.
To make it easier, you can literally just say Smeef up. Oh, where are we? Okay, so what's the date on it?
27th of September 2024.
Ah, you've gone for that one. Alright, tell me when you want me to introduce it.
Now?
Okay, so Smeef Up Stadium, this was a very busy weekend for me. And it was a very busy weekend for the Brisker F2 stock cars, where they took to the Taunton Oval down in Smeef Up for the Brisker F2 stock cars World Championship Consolation Semi-Final. A couple of weeks prior to that, they had the World Championship Semi-Final.
Thanks for joining us for today's coverage.
Okay. And drivers who did not get in to the World Final on the Semi-Final, this was their last chance to race their way into the World Final. Also, the Over the Border Trophy, which is every single overseas driver.
JT, if we go on like this, the race will be restarted.
Right, Netherlands and all that stuff, and the overseas time trials. Have fun, enjoy.
NASCAR's just released a statement saying at 5:25 p.m. Eastern, drivers are going back to their cars for hopefully a green flag. JT, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yep, hello.
Hello. So presumably that's in 25 minutes time, correct? And cover's coming off in 15, right?
What time again?
5:15 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Fox have returned. Let's rejoin Mike Joy.
6 p.m. However, possibility of showers on the horizon, but we are hopeful and we will race tonight.
So, there's the official update. We will be going soon, and that means we've got 15 minutes to spare, JT, which means we are going to play...
Programs?
Indeed. The 2nd of November, 2024. 15 minutes. You got it spot on. So, would you like to key us in for that one?
Yeah, I'll do it quickly this time, JB. Don't worry. These are 2/3 scale replicas of Winston Cup stock cars round 1/4 of a mile at oval. It is very fun. Enjoy the sound of NASCAR while we are under weather delay.
That was a merger.
cars are coming back ready to go then. We've got around about 10 minutes until the drivers are back in their cars. So let's cross over quickly. JT, the 4th of August 2024, the Mini Cups. Can you give us some information on that? Because that's 11 minutes. We can't hear you. We cannot hear JT. That's really weird. The headset has...
That is...
There we go.
Weird.
We can hear now. We can hear now.
There we go.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, quickly.
No idea what happened there.
Right.
Mini Cups.
Yeah, from the 3rd now. Because we've run over 2 minutes. So it's the 3rd of August 2024.
Half-scale Nextel Cup cars instead of Winston Cup cars. But they're half-scale instead of 2/3 scale. They're basically the junior for Formula.
Excellent. Let's take it in now. And then when we come back, the drivers will be in their cars ready for the green flag. Drivers getting back to their cars. Race restarting in a few moments. Right, JT. Weather update, please. Or what's it looking like out there? I feel like I'm on BBC.
Do you want a weather update? Well, it's bad news.
No, I want the
guys.
cookie update.
What?
I want the cookie update. Give me a Cookie Monster update. I don't know. Give me the weather update. We've been sat here for 4.5 hours. We're under a red flag for 3.
And we're going to be under red flag for more. I hate
What? No. Why do you say we're going to be under red flag for more hours?
Look at this, which is coming straight for the circuit. We're literally only going to get a couple of laps in before.
Oh, not again! Are you joking me? Are you actually? We're going to restart to do another 11 laps, and then we're going to go right back to red flag.
It's scheduled to get to the Daytona Park Estates in 5 minutes, and the Daytona High Ridge Estates in 14 minutes.
So is this going to be like at Charlotte last year, where we got to the restart time and then it rained again, and then we were just like, oh, we're going to be in another delay?
Probably. So the Daytona High Ridge Estates are here.
Right.
Daytona Speedway is
Hang on.
here.
Hang on. We need to get you in full camera for this to explain this in full. So let me just drag the dear viewers in. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And I'm messing up the cameras because it was all set up for when the green flag went out. So, give me 30 seconds. Right, explain what all this mess is.
Daytona High Ridge Estates is here. Daytona International Speedway is here. Daytona Beach is here.
And that rain's coming in the next 5 minutes.
It's scheduled to get to the High Ridge Estates in 13 minutes, and it's scheduled to get to Daytona Beach in 17 minutes, which means it's going to hit between 13 and 17 minutes. So in around 15 minutes, we'll
now,
go red again.
Drivers are going to get back to their cars now. Let's head over to Fox.
All drivers are in their cars. They did have 5 missing drivers. One of them was Jimmy Johnson. Surprise, surprise.
Okay, let's head back to let's head back to Fox to get an update then, and get ready for a quick resumption to this race before a red flag. Drivers expected to be coming into fuel just after a giant JT's appeared. Back to Fox. Who aren't there? Of course.
Jump scare.
Yeah, big jump scare. Of course they're not there. When is Fox ever there when we need them? Drivers are in their cars. Denny Hamlin's there. Track is dry. To basically explain to everybody who stayed with us.
Can I take some YouTube chat questions?
You can, indeed.
Jason M has said, thanks for the video clips. How much does it cost to attend one of these races? What type of beverage is the drink of choice there? Is it a weekly race or monthly races? UK oval stock car racing literally on every single week around the whole of the UK. There's millions of circuits. I literally have like 10 of them in a 3-hour radius of myself. There's canned drinks and stuff like that. Most of them have bars. Some of them don't have bars, depending on what it is. Depending if you go to Speedworth, it's like 4 to 5 formulas that race. They each have 3 races each. So that's like 12 to 15 races each meeting. But then if you go somewhere which is like more independent, they have way more formulas, way more races. We had 21 races last night at Ringwood, which was a little bit chaotic. So yeah, it's all good fun.
Keep going, JT.
Okay, I'll keep rambling on. Weather. Yeah, and the annoying thing is that we've got another cell a little bit further behind, so it's going to be 2 waves, and with like the previous ones that we had a little bit earlier on where they all missed to the south and the north, these won't disappear to the south and the north. They're going straight for the circuit. 2 waves, both heavy rain. They are starting to line them up, by the way. So yeah.
Rain probably 15 minutes out, starting in turn 1. Might get small drops before that, so be on the lookout when you get to the front stretch. Caution's out safe, caution's out safe, caution's out safe. Brings a little heavier in one. Yeah, the wind's going to pick up here, fellas, so let's get this thing tied down. Get out. Strap everything down as good as you can on that car cover. It's going to get windy here in a minute.
Yes, it did. Wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour, but now most of that has blown through. This started out as a narrow band of showers, but it kept building and building over the Gulf. It rained here for an hour and a half, beginning at 2:15, and now, after an hour and 45 minutes of track drying, the red flag has been withdrawn, and the cars will line up in the order in which they were running at the time of the red flag.
Indeed they will. We're heading back, for a while at least, to green flag running. Hello everybody, welcome back to JB Motorsports. We've put the suits back on, we've got ready to go. JT along here with, is Jack in the booth with us?
He wasn't like a couple of minutes ago.
He was until a couple of minutes ago, okay. Jack, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm out right now. I went to the shops during the red flag.
Something's
So
happened.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
No worries. Something happened to JT's camera there. We've got it fixed now. No worries at all, Jack. It looks like we're going to be under a red flag soon anyway. JT, latest please on the weather.
Okay, let me change screen. Hold on.
Because this weather graphic is not looking great. Yes, go on.
Right. This is what is going to hit us right after the green flag. That is going to stop us once again.
How long? 15 minutes coming up?
Under 15 minutes.
Oh, this is going to get from bad to
Then we've
worse.
got this behind.
Red flag was for 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 58 seconds. That's how long the red flag comes.
Jump scare.
Yeah, as Jason says, thanks for the video clips. How much did it cost to attend? You've already got that, JT. And Jason says as well, when Jack comes back, it'll be red flag anyways. It will indeed. We will get started. 3 hours I've been on a FaceTime call, having lovely conversations with people while we've been in delay. JT, how have you spent the last 3 hours? First of all, welcome back. Your first time in the booth. You only missed 11 laps. Can you hear me? He's concentrating so much.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, you're back. You only missed 11 laps.
Yeah, I've got the officials blurting out numbers in my left ear, and I'm trying tonight to write them all down in order so we can get an actual running order.
Okay.
I know for a fact the top four are 24, 2, 10 and 19.
Usual procedures then coming through.
But the NASCAR officials radio is much quieter than it was in the Xfinity race, so it's harder to hear.
You have reminded me that. So some of the teams are now going to try and wait in order to benefit from a possible secondary red flag. So some of them are going to head out there, not come in for fuel, and try and wait for the red flag. Let's head down pit road.
Well, Mike, it's definitely cooled off down here, about 20 degrees cooler than when we started the 500 earlier today. Got a jacket on, but the teams are ready. I just talked to crew chief Paul Wolf for Joey Logano and said, what's your game plan here? And he said, what we're looking at basically when we go back to green, we should have about 50 laps. He said, so once they open pit road here, they're going to come down, they're going to fill it up. And then if their driver does his job, if Joey can get it done, that should be enough to make it to the end of this stage. Of course, those caution flags will help. Josh?
Well, Jamie, when I caught up with Ryan Blaney earlier, he told me the theme for this season for him is Revenge of the 12, a nice play on his love of Star Wars. But that's because he came up just short of back-to-back championships, and he's a two-time runner-up here in the Daytona 500. His crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, told me they had a rough year on super speedways last year. They went to work in the offseason, working on making sure they find better ways to make it to the end of this race. So let's see how that plays out for them today with all the work they did in the offseason, Regan.
Josh William Byron, the 2024 Daytona 500 champion, picking up right where he left off, leading this race right now. No real comments or concerns about the car, but I just checked with Rudy Fugle on what the plan is going forward in this stage and if they were going to pit or what their thoughts were going to be. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders, just like normal. These crew chiefs are playing tight to the vest right now.
Not surprisingly.
Yeah, we're going to keep on with that as this race keeps going. Waiting now Under yellow, it was weather at turns 1 and 2 that brought it. More rain is coming in here at Daytona, and we are hopefully going to get the officials feed on our screen as well. So stay tuned, hopefully, to more information here from Race Control. Okay. Having an interesting situation here that we're going to have. We might have a driver tracker for you next time by, which is entertaining. Let's hear from the pit booth.
Report. And I've been crunching a lot of numbers over the last 3 hours, even reached out to some of my crew chief buddies. Remember, the fuel window is about 42 to 46 laps. This caution and red flag came out about 54 laps. They're banking, as Jamie pointed out, several caution laps. You have to be full here to make it to the end. They need about 2.5 seconds of fuel to be full. I think here's what you're going to see. You're going to see drivers pit when pit road opens, but I think you'll see a number of teams come back to pit road and top it off, make sure it's full when you get that 1 to go.
Yep, 1 to go will be coming soon as the tension starts to rise. So, fingers crossed as the officials now get in and our situation up here in the booth starts to improve as well. Tensions will rise. Go on, JT, what have you got for us?
If I understood that from the officials correctly, they're still drying pit road, which is why it's still closed. But looking at the radar, it's getting tight. Look at those clouds.
Are we going to lose the circuit again? If we lose the circuit, how long is this going to be for another red flag? Like, if we lose the track tonight, JT, with this next rainstorm that's coming in, would we restart or wait until Monday for another part?
I don't know.
Red flag was at 2.5 hours, Jason says. That's how long we could lose it for. Red flag was out for 3 hours and 10 minutes, as you can see at the top of your screen. Well, yellows breed yellows. We're on that 14 now, so 187 to go. Our first time having live pictures, JT, not 40 seconds behind. Not going exactly well, are they?
No, they're not, as I am just getting the lineup ready.
I think ours is now correct with Byron, Cindric, Tydal and Briscoe Chastain top 5 at least. The order has redone itself ever so slightly. And a few drivers reporting droplets at turn 1 and 2 once again. So let's hope they don't have that there soon. So drivers are now again reporting those droplets. I can't see them on the cameras just yet from our positioning up here in the booth. But if that rain comes down, we'll soon know about it with the red flag. On board with Ryan Preece, who had a problem and is now dropped to 39th in the field on the overall run. William Byron will lead more laps here. Pit lane will be open shortly.
Got the lineup from the officials if you want it.
Go for it.
24, 2, 10, 19, 1, 22, 23, 01, 45, 42, 43, 16, 17, 8, 11, 3, 71, 20, 34, 9, 41, 4, 40, 47, 5, 54, 88, 21, 99, 12, 51, 48, 38, 56, 35, 91, 7, 84, 66 and 77.
So that's our running order then for the Daytona 500 as we now take a look at Shane van Gisbergen running in 27th after starting last. He was started 34th in the field and nearly failed pre-race tech as well, but managed to get through. Pace car
said cloud is over the circuit now, JB.
Are we seeing any of that rain? I'm just seeing a heat haze and track drying efforts still going on, and they are still drying pit road as well. I suppose they've had to get the cars out there on the field to get it. Jason says, don't get too excited about that order. It will change after the pits and the choose lane. Indeed, it will. So the pit lane will be open in a few laps' time. They just need to get that dry. It is, I don't know. NASCAR sort of running against their own clock here, aren't they? They are struggling to get this sorted.
I'm back, everyone.
Hello.
Pace car has just
run.
said racetrack is ready, but
racetrack's ready.
we
Pit
do
road's
have a
not
massive cloud.
Yeah, even Bob Potcrass has just tweeted that radar was coming in from D-Land as well. And, yeah.
All spotters are now polling whether it's good to go.
So, boy, mid-race prep.
And
having a
all
nap.
thumbs up from the spotter stand. We are good to go from the spotters.
How long? How long though? How long? Yeah. How long's left to stage 1? 51 laps.
When do you think we'll get in?
Another 20 at least before we get stopped for the night. I don't think we'll complete this today. I am fully convinced that we're coming back tomorrow for this.
And obviously tomorrow I can't do the full thing.
It all depends on when it. Yeah, it all depends when it starts, though. It would probably.
I'm gonna guess 1.
No, it would probably start prime time.
Which is
7 p.m. Eastern, which would be 8, 9 for us.
Oh no, that's perfect for me.
Yeah.
Well, no, 7 p.m. Eastern is midnight for us.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's perfect for me.
I
I'd have to rush back from my meeting, but
Yeah.
you know.
Because I will remind you, they'll probably start at prime time because Monday is a work day. Remember, and if they
Pit road open.
If in past traditions they've started it late in the evening, haven't they? With, last year was the only exception when the race got shoved to a Monday because there was inclement weather, so we had to start it at 11. Monday is a holiday over in America, apparently. So, oh, it's President's Day, so we'll be fine then. But traditionally they do it prime time. Last year we started what 11 Eastern last year because it was going to rain, and it ended up raining. We were still in a red flag and still ended up under the lights. But when the problem is when it gets, as JT as well, you know, when it gets dark here and the rain is here, you lose the sunlight, so it gets very, very, very hard to drive the circuit.
Yeah, it is literally you're battling against something which is not worth to be battled against. Anyway, cars down. Pit road, 24 stops on his marks as well.
Here they are.
Quick as possible, Josh. For the 10 of Ty Dillon, happy with what they got that car to after the damage it suffered on Thursday night. Fuel for him. He's led 3 laps today, Jamie.
Austin Cindric, he started on the front row, will restart on the front row. Just enough fuel, barely gets around Chase Briscoe. Briscoe in his box to top off as well, Mike.
I forgot that tomorrow's President's Day, actually. That's very much an American holiday, not here in the UK.
A public holiday, so no one's going to be working it, are they?
So we can run it. Everybody, who's anybody
Stenhouse up 18.
Wow, big one for him. So he's fueled short. He knows that this race might not go that long. Bowman fueled very long, though. He's dropped right to the back. So the 48 taking a gamble there in our first fuel stops of the night. So it's Michael McDowell, now in the 71 car, who has taken the lead of the race. Austin Cindric is in second, Ty Dillon third, from Cole Custer in fourth, and Suarez leaking with fuel on pit road from a dodgy stop, and away he goes. So, we should be, the neon lights have turned on now as it's become night. And we're going to stop this time. I reckon if I was Michael McDowell, I'd stay out in the circuit and not pit. What about you guys?
Yeah.
Cole Custer.
Yeah.
Cole Custer hasn't stopped either, by the way. JT, I've never said this before, but your microphone needs to be a bit up. So, we are waiting for the green flag. Let's take a look back on pit road. This is the 20. of Bubba Wallace with his new iPad technique. With the countdown of when he can go. iPad is a lollipop, ladies and gentlemen. You never know what you're going to see as we ride on board now with the Toyota. And it is raining again. Latest from the track.
What did I tell you guys?
So we've only had caution laps. 18 laps. One lap 18 now, completed 17. And we've only had caution laps. Hang on.
He's had various models carrying the SS or Super Sport.
Oh, I don't know. So, it looks like we're going to go back to early delay soon.
Small drops reported from the pace car to turn 2.
Yeah, that's where it's coming from, turn 1 and 2.
So you're telling me I ran home for this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good exercise, though.
So, actually was going a good half second after the goal on the tablet. Okay, yeah. That tablet is very good. If you're wondering where President Trump is, he left some hours ago.
Presidential business to attend to, I imagine.
Yeah, Elon Musk was sitting in his chair.
Very important stuff. Yeah, Elon Musk is complaining that he can't run the country. He needs Trump's help.
Guys, you're not gonna like this. They're gonna. I think that we're gonna end up under another red flag. Oh dear. So the pace car is reporting some raindrops. That's the latest from Bob Potgrass. And I don't think we're going to head back to green. JT, latest on weather.
Hold on, something's just connected to my... Yeah, that's good. Awesome. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we go back to green with this.
That William Byron fan wearing shorts? I hope you are not regretting it, my friend. Even though we are in Florida, but it's still chilly. Yellow flag still in the air from the pace stands. They have not displayed the red. Ryan Blaney now takes the lead.
Yeah, copy.
This is Chase
Up
Elliott.
here, that would be Trey Poole up on the roof of the main grandstand where all the spotters are.
I like that car in practice, Clint.
Yeah, NASCAR tells teams they're going to keep the cars on track as this cell passes through.
Now exit turn 4.
Right. So we are not going to red. Go on.
Do you think this is a small cell, or do you think this is like a big one?
This is big.
Like Kansas type.
Yeah, this is... This is enough to stop itself.
Yeah, it's a big blob coming on the radar that I've got up here in the comms box. So it's going to start properly raining again. The level that we saw at Charlotte, that stopped the race. And
JB?
Yes, hello.
Can I test something?
You can test whatever you like, my friend.
Can you hear this if I put this up to my mic? Hold on. Wait for them to speak. They're not... Of course they're not speaking.
If I hear something, I'll let you know. No, because I can't hear the spotters audio. Have you got the spotters audio? No.
Can you hear that?
No.
Fine.
How have you got the spotters audio? I tried to get it, and I needed a login with the zip code.
I've got my Discord alt account in the stage channel.
Oh! Can we drag that up to the main booth? Or would it just be talking every 5 seconds? Is it worth having in here?
I mean, I tried it, but it didn't really work.
I was going to say...
Look at the radar.
Yeah. Yeah, can we have a look at
that's a big shower.
Can we take a look at that radar, JT? On your...
Yeah.
Thank you very much. On his weather camera. Because that is coming in. So we're not going to go into red flag just yet, even though this rain... There we go. And that's what's coming through Daytona, folks. And NASCAR going to keep the cars on track. What's that?
Light drops, turn 1.
What's the percentage? Because you were telling me the other day when you were showing me this new graphic, you can actually tell how much rain it is. That one. What is that actual percentage graphic?
This just shows how much the radar is affected.
By the way, Bob Potgrass is using the same thing as you. Yeah, that's not going to go well, is it? That's a big rain shower coming through.
I believe they're similar, but they're not the same. They use the same because there's one called this one and there's one called another one.
Out of interest, as we take a look, they are keeping them on the field. I'm trying to look in the grandstands. It's not heavy enough yet.
They are doing another lap, so they are delaying this.
Yeah. How long until they get to a red flag? We can't run the whole of stage 1 behind safety car. This is it's getting a bit daft now because we've done or was 9 laps. Caution came out lap 10. So we've run 10 laps already behind the pace car. And it's now visibly raining in turn 4. We're on board now with Ryan Blaney.
Just call it tomorrow, man.
Racing surface at the moment.
Yeah. They're on slicks, remember, on a super speedway. This is, and it's apparently the rain is going to start getting heavier now. So
they have just said from the pace car it is getting heavier where they are now.
The cell behind is apparently dissipating. And I believe cars down pit road, red flag. Red flag's out again. Cars down pit road, red flag. Yes, is that what you're going to tell me, JT?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard the same information coming from the team radio, coming from the monitor up here in the commentary box where it said red flag.
Drivers still in cars, they're keeping them in.
A second stoppage to the Daytona 500 for rain. Cars will venture down. Cars will stay in their garage in formation behind the pace car. And the race suspended again. Let's send it back to Fox.
Down pit road. This time, instead of stopping in their stalls, they're kept to the outside edge of pit road. See a few sprinkles there on the spoiler cam. And going to hold them a bit because...
Small cell.
Not making this up. This is expected to be just the edge of this cell system. And the hope is here that they will not, quote, lose the track, unquote, which is when the track gets so wet that it's too wet to compete.
I'm staying optimistic on this one. I'm looking at the ground. I don't think we're going to lose the whole track.
Here's Joey Logano's team.
There's like a little cell above us here, probably for the next 5 miles or so. Other than that, I don't see nothing. Maybe like some scattered stuff, but very small. Seems like the drops right here are just hard enough to not want to go green here, wouldn't you think?
Yep. Not quite yet. They agree with me, Mike.
Good.
That's what that is.
Well, we remain hopeful.
Yes.
Can someone tell Mike Joy to stick to play-by-play instead of weather, please? Thank you.
So, as we were just talking about, if we do go delay here and they lose the track, it's going to be very hard for them to get it back under night conditions, especially in February. Let's hear for the 35.
That's the crazy part about today's world is there's always some outliers in the strategy piece of it, and you never really know exactly where the strategies of that particular team, and we're looking at Riley Herbst in a Monster Energy Toyota here, but for instance, we don't know exactly what their plan was before the race as far to where to run in the pack based upon how they qualified, and go forward, stay where you are, stay in the back, let's play it this way to the first stage, and so a lot of that plays out on the fly. A lot of it is pre-planned, and you know, these guys they'll surprise you sometimes in some of the crazy strategy that they come up with. It all seems so straightforward until the race starts.
Until somebody's willing to gamble.
That's right.
That's what I like.
So 20 laps officially have been completed, 11 before the red flag, and now 9 laps under caution.
We've officially just gone to red flag.
Out to the cart. And they are going to cover up, well, it appears some of them. And again, our hope is that this is just the corner of this cell and it passes through here within about the next 12 to 15 minutes.
Something about this place, Kevin, this is all, it's just so reminiscent. It brings back old memories of just highs and lows, the emotional roller coaster of this day. We've both been in this situation. These guys are, you know, you finally get over the hype and the energy, all that stuff, get in your car, rain's 8 laps in, you go to the bus, you hang out, you eat snacks until everybody's tired of you, you get done doing interviews, you get back in the car, you don't even go back green.
So were you able to take a nap like that when you were in a situation while you were driving?
No.
No, I wasn't either. I could never make myself just calm down, relax, and rest. I was always thinking about, I always worried about when we were going to go. Am I going to miss driving intros? Am I going to be late to my car? And that was always a
Which I
worry
almost
of mine.
did a couple times.
You did?
Took off running, yeah.
We once had a rain delay at, I believe it was Michigan. I was working radio with Barney Hall.
Oh, boy, we're going way back.
Oh, we are. And they called drivers to the cars. They got the track drive, got ready to go, and everybody's car had a driver in it except the Wood brothers. And Barney, who was best friends with a lot of drivers and just a great, wonderful talent on the radio, says, David Pearson, if you're within the sound of our voice, they have fired these cars. You better get over here and get in yours. And we look way across the infield. Here comes this car bouncing over the berms, through the infield, right up to the edge of the garage. David jumps out, runs to his car, runs the race.
He was in the infield?
He was off partying in the infield, I guess, visiting with some fans.
My man.
Things have changed, Mike.
Yes, they have.
Things have buses. That brought somebody else's.
Definitely changed.
That's a fantastic story, Mike.
Jamie Little.
Well, I'm with Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for Chase Elliott, and the guys in the booth are talking about the emotions of this place. Like, it rains and it stops, and it's the Daytona 500. What are the emotions for the crew chief?
Yeah, I mean, it's Florida, right? I mean, it's, peninsula out in the middle of two oceans. So, yeah, I mean, it's we just want to get going here. We've got a great Napa Chevy and had a really good week so far. I feel like our car runs really good. I think everybody's got a lot of optimistic hopes, you know, so we just want to get going racing and, see what's going to happen and get the fuel strategy going and make it to the end and see how our car is and see what shakes out.
So Jeff Gordon came up to me right at the start of this race, and he said, watch out for Chase. He's like on another level. He is so focused. Have you seen the same thing in him this week?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think he's really at the end of last year, I think we got into a really good place and we're competing at a really, really high level. And it's carried over so far this year. You know, it's been good, obviously, at the Clash. And this week we haven't got the finishes that we'd like to get, but I think the performance has been there. So, a long way to go in the race yet, but I think he's operating at a super, super high level, and I think the team is also.
I know this is his 10th start in the Great American Race. He's never gotten this one. He's got the championship with you. How is it so far? How's the car handling, and will we see him make some progress? I know that was the plan, to get forward as soon as you could.
Yeah, I think we just want to get running. It's hard to tell. It's been so early, you know, and the conditions are changing. And that was one reason we decided just not to practice yesterday, because we kind of thought we were going to be back into this, you know, cool and overcast. So, we'll see. I mean, everybody's still feeling it out. I think there's a long way to go, and business will pick up. But for right now, all's good.
Thanks, Alan. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
Regan.
Well, Chris Gale, new crew chief for Denny Hamlin this season, of course, with Ty Gibbs last year. And what a race to jump into here with the start, the stop, everything going on today. And now, of course, a pit stop that kind of falls right on a window. So how do you equate all that out on top of the pit box for the remainder of the stage when we get going?
Yeah, it's going to be, it's close on fuel, but yeah, the caution came out right at the spot where the whole red flag, you're sitting there debating, okay, are we going to open pit road with 3 laps, with 4 laps? How many caution laps are we going to run before they open it? Because it could dictate whether we can make it to the end of the stage or not, need to pit again. So it got really close. Honestly, with this little bit of rain, it just probably made it clear on us that we'll all be able to make it if we go run a few more caution laps. So I think that kind of the second rain helped.
All right, so the rain helped. I got to ask you, your driver, Denny Hamlin, he's won 3 of these Daytona 500s, and 2 of those 3 came after a crew chief change. So big shoes to live up to. Are we going to pull that off again today and go 3 for 4?
That's big pressure on that one. I will take that. Like, if we can make that stat go, it'll be a great weekend for us, right? That's a lot of pressure, though. I don't know. We'll see, right? New car, everything. If we can just be competitive at the end, I'll be happy.
All right, good luck the rest of the way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Regan, the good news is it is no longer raining in turns 3 and 4 or on the roof of the main grandstand. Might be still just a touch of a sprinkle over in turn 2, and a big weather system that is moving off to the south here. So we are about done with rain. They're going to make a quick pass with the jet dryers, fire them up, and we're going to go. Josh?
Well, down here with Jonathan Hassler, crew chief of the 12 car for Team Penske, how does all this hurry up and go, stop, go affect you guys?
Yeah, you definitely got to, you got some time to wait, but you got to continue to kind of stay focused and, stay into the details of kind of what's happening as the night and the stage conditions kind of evolve.
We talked earlier about your guys' approach to super speedway racing, and obviously you've won before, but you felt like 2024 wasn't the year for you. How have you approached and reevaluated your program going into this season?
Yeah, I think last year we just, we had a lot of speed, but we struggled to kind of finish races. So, we focused on just trying to have good handling in our cars, maybe give up a little bit of speed, and then just focus on trying to be there at the end.
Thanks, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Sean.
Mike?
Thanks, Josh. The rain has stopped. A quick pass with the jet dryers, Chris Myers. We should be back racing shortly.
Just trash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. I was just sitting down here with Jamie McMurray in our staging area.
Welcome back.
Are waiting out the raindrops. Hey, thanks to all the drivers who stopped by before they had to hop in the cars. I know the fans, it's frustrating waiting for this race to go. What about, we heard Ford's talking about their speed. We know Toyota on the pole to start this thing. Of course, Chevys have won here over time here, Jamie. Is there still the manufacturer alliance? Because it seems like it starts out that way at the Daytona 500 or any of these super speedways, and then things change dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like of all the drivers that we heard from, the Ford guys seemed to be the most optimistic, and it wasn't just because their cars were fast, it was because they could push. And then when we talked to the Chevy and the Toyota guys, they all referenced how well the Fords could push. And when it comes down to the end of this race, it's who can get locked together, who can get the right run at the right time. So I like the Fords. They have a lot of cars. The numbers are in their favor as well. And those drivers, I mean, if you think about it, with Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano, they were fighting over who was going to have the best car here. So pretty optimistic.
When you won the Daytona 500, and we talked with William Byron, there's a chance to the drivers. There's obviously Kyle Larson. So I think sometimes they need a break here since we're stopping and starting in between things, and we have another rain delay here. What's it like defending the title when you come back to Daytona? Because the last one to do it was Denny Hamlin, and that was what, about 4 years ago.
Yeah, I loved it when we talked to William Byron, who won this race last year. Talked about driving through the tunnel and the kind of the emotions that he felt, getting to see his car back from the Daytona USA and look inside of it. After winning it just becomes so special. And then every time that you pull in here, you get those same feelings of, can I do it again? And and it's I don't want to say it's emotional, but you become attached to this place. This is like Lambeau Field in racing. It's incredible grounds. I loved hearing Dale Jr.'s passion for the fact that we should feel honored that we get to race at a facility like this. And for all these guys getting in their cars right now, you see William Byron. It's such a special place.
Yeah, and obviously it's unique in that we open the season with the most important race of the season. Denny Hamlin, a three-time winner, the only one in this race who has won the Daytona 500 that many times, still searching for that elusive Cup championship. We had a chance to sit down and talk to him leading into this race.
Dude, this is like ridiculously not predicted. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's gotten cooler.
Between Jordan and Joe Gibbs, I mean, the championship's around you. So until
it's surrounded by them.
Right.
This is a guy with a great future. If you can't beat them, join them. Right?
That's right.
And that's why I started the race team. If I can't win one for myself, I latch on to some of the best drivers in the series.
This is your 20th year in the car.
It's flown by, truthfully. I feel like it was just my rookie season.
Just hit him with that pie. He hammered him. Now you're busier as an owner and a driver. I know that's been going on for a few years now, but you've been able to handle that.
It's just in my DNA. I love staying busy. I love working. I love the process to build this race team from the ground up, being good at my sport and what my different gifts are. I feel like this is what I'm supposed to do.
How often do you think about not having the Cup championship when annoying guys like me bring it up?
Day to day, I don't think about it. When they talk about the greats of the sport, they're going to go down the list of
the rain has stopped.
I really want to get to 60, put myself inside the top 10 of race winners in the Cup Series all time. That, to me, is the driving factor. If I can get to 60 and win a championship, I mean, icing on the cake.
3-time Daytona 500 champion. That says a lot. What do you think about that when you arrive in Daytona each year after having accomplished that?
It's certainly a lift off of my shoulders where I'm not overthinking it. I'm racing freely because it's just a free roll to get another.
Hell yeah! Would you trade all 3 of those Daytona 500s for a Cup
Not
championship?
a chance. The Daytona 500, just to me, it's the biggest race of the year. It's far bigger than our championship race, so why would I take away 3 Daytona 500 championships for one end of the season cup? No.
Is the clock ticking on you, or do you feel like I'm running out of time?
Yeah.
But you can see the finish line
Yes.
now more so.
I definitely can, and I'm just not going to allow myself to be another driver out there. But there'll be a day when I wake up and I don't have the skill set that I had before. I don't know when that day is. I don't feel like it's right now. I feel as sharp as I ever have behind the wheel. I'm no dummy. I understand that Father Time's undefeated, especially in our sport where reaction time is probably the most important thing. More than likely when I stop it, it'll be an abrupt stop.
Denny Hamlin has won the 2 closest finishes in the history of the Daytona 500. 2 of his 3 have been that close. Co-owner with Michael Jordan, the 2311 team. He drives for Joe Gibbs. It's all part of the Toyota family. He seems to handle that well. I want to just focus on Denny, the driver, though. And last year, he got off to a great start and then missed.
Drivers have been told to get out of their cars and stay close. Just get out of the cars.
So he's still running really well. And when I watch that piece, I laugh when you're like, how much longer are you going to do this? And, he doesn't just want to be another driver. And I think the most important thing for Denny is that he has a path after driving, Chris. When you think about a lot of guys, when they stop driving, they don't know what they're going to do. For me, Clint, Kevin, right? We're doing TV, so you still get to be a part of the sport. By him starting that team, it's given him a path of something to keep him busy, something that he's really interested in, something he's passionate about.
I'd like to see him maybe race for 23.
I think that I agree with you 100%. I think it'd be really fun. And maybe he doesn't do it full time. Maybe he comes in and he just runs 8 or 10 races of his choice. But I think that'd be pretty special for him to get to drive for his own team.
It was great. I got to tour the 2311 race shop
Airspeed.
at Airspeed, right? Which is they combine Denny, the Jordan, the 2311, the shoes, the combination of the 2, and I mean they really have a good thing going, and they both are very involved. I mean, obviously Michael Jordan, big fan of racing growing up and involvement in the team, and they seem like they're on the same page working towards. What about the drivers of the 2311 team, their chances, not just in this race but this year?
Well, look at Reddick last year, makes it to the championship 4. I mean, Reddick's as talented as anybody in the series, and I think he's pushing Bubba Wallace. Bubba, obviously, maybe the weakness would be road courses, but really good at places like Daytona. Won a duel on Thursday night here. Both of those guys, as you look at their performance, and I've spent a little bit of time at that race shop in the offseason, and when you look at their performance since they started 2311, both of those teams have gotten better every single year, and that's what you look for in a race team. Is we need just to keep building on what we have, and that's what they've been able to do, not just with Tyler, but also with Bubba. And then they've added, right here, you see Riley Herbst to the mix, added another car. Is that going to take away from the team? I don't think so. I love the model that they have, where they have this engineering alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing. We know how good Joe Gibbs Racing is every single year in the Cup Series. So I like that alliance that they have, and obviously they have been able to come in and starting out, they've been as good as anybody.
Yeah, the only Toyotas to win at the Daytona 500, Joe Gibbs and Denny Hamlin. I like that he said Father Time is undefeated. Apparently, Mother Nature at Daytona
She's winning right now.
Also puts up a pretty good battle in a rain delay. So what are we, 20 laps in? We got 11, then we had to stop and start, and that's where we are now. But it looks like the weather is clearing, and we'll have prime time racing in the 67th running of the Great American Race. So when you can relate to him in terms of winning
being old?
No, I'll do the jokes. Winning the Daytona 500, but then not having the championship, and you've won at a lot of the majors in NASCAR. So I don't know. He's come close, obviously, but leaving the sport without having that, did that bother you as much as he seems to be at peace with it? Yeah,
and I think, he's in a little different position when you look at the amount of the wins that he has, and also how close he's come to a championship. There were a couple of years that Denny came within laps of being able to win the championship, and I think that's what has made it so frustrating on his part. But I agree with him. The Daytona 500 is our biggest race. The championship is a huge deal, but it's just, man, when you see all 3 of those Harley J. Earl trophies lined up at Denny's house,
yeah, very impressive. And did you see how quickly he answered when I said, would you
He didn't
trade?
even let you get the sentence
Yeah, I
out.
couldn't even.
Yeah.
And I like his goal of 60 career wins. He's not that far away. Six more and a chance maybe in a couple of years to do that. That puts him in that top 10. I certainly can understand that. Talked about them adding a team at 2311. Trackhouse also has added a team. And Michael Waltrip got to hang out with some of the guys, having a little fun.
I'm going to turn this griddle on so it'll start getting hot for you guys, okay?
Hey.
I'll be back.
Thank you. Well, this is cool.
So we're gonna cook our own stuff here?
Is this how we do it in Florida, Ross?
No, not normally. When I pay for food at a restaurant, I like it to be cooked for me normally.
Yeah.
This is a unique experience, I think. I've never been here.
Are we ready to go here? Here we go. Uh-oh. That's teamwork right there. There you go. That's a good-looking cake. Speaking of teamwork, multicultural, you guys are from all over the world. What brings you all together?
We've been working pretty closely together, which is cool, and everything I ask on the oval side is all open on the sim, and we all talk differently how we describe the car, but talking the same thing.
We've been very fortunate to win some very unique races. Yeah. Shane did in Chicago, Ross winning in Phoenix in the championship race, the three-wide finish, like all these things are very unique. And the fact that Trackhouse has all of them is pretty cool. It was cool last year that he was the most, I'd say, in tune with the data side, watching us when he was only running Xfinity. He'd say something about a lap or something that happened in the race. It was cool to, he was like keeping up with the actual driving, and now that he's gonna race, like he'll be able to match steering curves and throttle. And
Well, I talked to Justin, and he said you've watched the last 4 years of Daytona 500s every lap over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I didn't learn anything.
You just learned they're gonna crash, right?
There's nothing else like it in the world.
Now, Ross, you grew up in Florida, so you know the significance of the Daytona 500 and how much it would mean for a Florida kid to win this prestigious event. Can you put into words what that might feel like?
this race, the history of it, I think the significance of the sport coming off the beach and what the France family built and how they invested in the future of the sport, to put it on a big oval like that, and thinking about all the drivers that have tried and how hard it is to win. I can't think of a single race that the race itself would mean more.
What about you growing up in Mexico? When did you first think maybe you would even get the chance to race in the Daytona 500?
I used to watch the NASCAR races, the Daytona 500. I thought only superheroes were there. I never thought I was going to be able to do that one day. To have the opportunity to compete in the highest level is very special to me. So to be able to win that, it would be amazing.
So who's paying the check?
Mikey.
That's 3-1.
No, 3-1.
All right, bring me the bill.
Okay.
That's rare that Michael picks up a check, but they were, you know, they weren't at the International House of Pancakes, but they could have been, because think about it, all four drivers. Wow. You got a driver from Brazil, 4 different countries, Mexico, New Zealand, and then of course Ross from the U.S. in Florida, representing the Sunshine State that right now is clearing from rain. So how about this team? I was surprised to hear the news of Pitbull. Well, that's a different story for now, but I want to talk a little bit about what you think of the drivers of this team with their international flavor.
Well, I'll speak to just Trackhouse in general. When we first went to the Gen 7 car 3 years ago, I think everybody was shocked, including myself, about how fast all those cars were in 2022. It seems to me, though, that they've lost a little. Either they've lost a little bit of speed, or the bigger teams, the Gibbs and the Hendricks, have made up a little bit more ground. But they're still able to win each year. If you look at last year, Ross wins at Kansas. Suarez has this epic finish at Atlanta, where we're going next weekend with Blaney and Kyle Busch, one of the closest races in NASCAR history. They still have speed, maybe not as much as they did when the Gen 7 first came out, but they've added SVG, Shane Van Gisbergen, to their lineup. We have 5 road course races in the Cup Series this year. He is going to be a threat at all of those. I mean, his road racing skills are incredible.
Well, it was interesting that Pitbull, who performed earlier here as we got our ceremonies going in the pre-race, ending his partnership with Trackhouse Racing, but and we don't know all the details behind that. I know there were some other people stepping in to support the race team that has had kind of a rapid rise given the time that they've had. Was it 4 or 5 years? It's their 5th year now, right?
Yeah, but I would tell you, Justin Marks, Trackhouse Racing, they have done, they've changed the game of NASCAR about the partners they bring in, the look that they have. It's super cool. The fact that he brought Pitbull in years ago to be a part of that team, there's no telling what Justin Marks has up his sleeve.
Yeah, and an exciting group, and this is exciting because the rain has stopped.
Oh, yeah, we're ready.
There you go. Yellow flag caution out, and 21 laps in. Can I go 200 laps? Yeah, there we go. That's good to see. Keep the wind pushing the rain further out of Daytona Beach and away from Daytona International Speedway. Well, this is kind of just what you wanted, a little prime time. You heard Chase Elliott say a little bit earlier that he loves racing at night. They have the July race here under the lights.
Well, they just ran the duels here on Thursday. Everybody kind of knows the balance of their car running at night. Look, if you're a NASCAR fan, the cars under the lights, they look faster. They're shiny. I mean, look at that view right there. It's going to be a spectacle for the fans in the stands tonight.
And whoever wins this race, it'll be worth it. There have been some extended, some lengthy Daytona 500s. This one will be worth it all. Back up to the booth. Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer, and Mike Choi.
Thank you, everybody, as we get ready. And Joe Sammiego says, grab a Mountain Dew, patch and blast like Ben would. And has put £10 in the chat. Joe Sammiego, it's never said enough. We absolutely love you, my friend. I hope you're enjoying the 500 when we get going. Thank you very much for that. Let's celebrate as well. It's your 10th Super on a live stream. My goodness me! How do I celebrate this as well? I can't do anything. It won't let me. That's really annoying. Thank you, Joe, so much. So we're getting ready, boys. JT, I'm scared to ask. What's the radar like?
Another cell has popped up, but it looks like it's going north. I don't know.
Okay. I've eaten 1, 2, 3 packets of crisps, 3 chocolate bars, 5 chocolate bars.
There's a possibility that it grows even more and goes straight to the circuit again. Do you want to have a look? Do you want to have a look at the cell that I'm talking about?
Yes, please, as they drive pit road. Red flag now out for 3 hours, 30 minutes and 28 seconds. We have only been running officially for 40 minutes. 14 of those was under a race. We spent half an hour under caution. Right, what's this weather radar? So there's Daytona Beach.
So let's go back to when the cell that stopped it for a second time was over the circuit.
We see it.
Let's go to the next frame. You can see each frame is around 4 minutes difference, by the way.
Yes, we get it.
You can see that this is starting to disappear.
We have it on our screens.
On to the next frame, and we can see that a lot of drizzle is forming, and that drizzle has formed from here to that in 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
In 4 minutes. And do you want to know very good news?
Yes.
Let me just say watch my lights when we go across the line.
There it is. There it is. You're not going to jump scares again, are you?
Hello.
Hello. That was frightening. Commentating, we were under red flag and all of a sudden your face pops up. Just getting the lead in for the jacket into the nice position. There we go. Shove it to the side. What's Joe been saying as well? Google users here. Hello. Chuck needs to visit less then. That's a good racing. Joe says, I'm more traditional Mountain Dew fan and Coke from Mexico. I have a Coke. It's a Tesco brand Coke. But I do love a good Mountain Dew, I must admit.
They are nice, to be fair.
JT, with remembering YouTube advertising rules, has taken his logo off his bottle. I have not.
No, it's just a soda stream bottle. They're always fun.
Cars down pit
I used to
road.
have one of those.
Josh, ready? Ready? Wow, 1 to go.
35's in, so Blaney, Smith, Riley Herbst, Jimmy Johnson, John Nemechek, Noah Gregson, Justin Allgaier, Daniel Suarez, Cole Custer, Cody Ware, Justin Haley, Ryan Priest, Carson Hosevar, Michael McDowell, all dive down pit road with the 41 cars as we prepare. Joey Logano now takes over as the pole sitter for this restarted race. Do we count the first 11 laps of racing? Or is this basically the 500 starting now as we come to the tubes?
I mean, 3 hours, like nearly 4 hours ago was that.
Jason said he doesn't visit, he lives less than 3 hours from there. If I'm not mistaken, Donald Trump is back in the White House watching the end of the race, probably, at this point. And that is a beautiful sight. Red sky at night, shepherd's delight as we come through. Please do continue, JT.
Yeah, I don't know what I was saying. Anyway, going back to the bottle, it does actually have a black SodaStream bottle on it, but when you have cola, Pepsi flavoured stuff in it, which is also black, you can't actually see it.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway.
So we will go racing.
Coming to the green.
Thank God for that. Let's get going. It's been a long time. Pace car can come in.
Here we go.
Logano has chosen the high line with Blaney on the bottom, Byron Smith, Cindric Briscoe, Chastain, Ty Dillon, Wallace and Bush. Get your top 10. We are all set, ready to go. Stand by for reaction. NASCAR goes green. The Daytona 500 is go again. It's a great restart from Byron, who's taking that low line. Logano's on high. It looks like Chastain pushing Byron as well. And that means that it's going to be Chastain who will be leading to lift mid-corner as Byron just backs off. Cindric getting a push there as well. Okay, good race it looks like, guys, as we continue on.
Yeah, and oh my god, I've just realised at the drop of that green flag, the officials radio is perfectly synced with the international feed. I love it when it happens. Down the back straight we go. Logano still in front, on board with the 24 of William Byron, who is up the inside of the 19 of Chase Briscoe.
It's go, Logano as they come through then. Still a little bit of drama. Logano will lead the opening lap of the restart. 41 to go here at Daytona in stage 1. 3 wide already on the further back and going up high. Look like Ty Dillon having a go up there. Chase Elliott just picking up. He's just ahead. AJ Allmendinger and Tyler Reddick looking good. There's Denny Hamlin. He's getting the help from the 5. So Kyle Larson and Hamlin working together out there, pushing to try and create a third line. They're joined up there as well. That's Austin Dillon. I can't tell who's alongside him as Bubba Wallace comes through. We've got 2 wide for around about 6 rows, and then 3 wide coming up on the high line as we blast through 3 into 4, and Logano can bounce around at the front, deciding which line he wants. He controls this race, and here comes Chase Elliott on the high line, making it 3 and 4, and Briscoe's coming in there as well. Go on, Jack.
Yeah, Chastain's moving to block. There's Briscoe also joining that high line, which is gaining some momentum here.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're going to be able to challenge Logano here.
And Logano
who's
knows
dominated since this restart.
Logano knows it as well. Little tap there. Chastain getting a punch from was that from Elliott or Bush? Looked like it was from Bush. Chastain goes to the middle line, tries to go low, gets blocked by the 19 of Briscoe. Logano, Byron and Briscoe, 1, 2, 3. Cindric drops back. Losing that toe on the middle line now. Chastain's in trouble. Briscoe's on the high line. Coming in low. There's Kyle Busch. Running in 4th across that line. Ty Dillon takes 3rd. And now majority of the field running 3 wide as we head to 1 and 2. Look at that 40 car. The wild entry as well. Owned by Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming up with Justin Allgaier in it. running in 32nd, but it's going to be jumping up the field as they're 3 wide on the backstretch down towards turn 3 and 4. But it's Logano and Byron, the 22 and the 24, completely out of their own. And Ty Dillon's about to be losing positions. He's lost that draft, and we're nearly having a caution in the middle of 3 as we get cars jumping still with the high airspeed coming and still the wind causing issues. Back to you, JT.
In towards the trioval we go once more. Look at the lead that the front 3 have got on the rest of the field. And then 3 wide further back for everyone else. Logano, Byron and Ty Dillon, the 3 in front.
Jack, this is getting a bit tense now because they've got 38 laps to the end of this stage, but they don't need to go on fuel, they don't need to go on tyres, they're good to the end, and this is going to be a bit problematic because we're now under the lights, so everything's changed, all the setup has changed.
And I think because everyone's going to get a little more chaotic, I think we might have a chance at an early big one that might wipe out some of the competition.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Now let's place our bets. Who's causing the big one?
Corey LaJoie, you can't really go wrong with it as well, but thankfully coming in.
Now I'm going to go with. I'll go with Austin Dillon.
That's a brave bet, considering how he's been going. Can I throw my hat into the ring? I'm going to go with Ross Chastain.
What?
Chastain.
No!
I'm sorry, but he's on the outside line running in 10th. We can see him there, and he's darting up and down the track like a squirrel who's found a pair of nuts. He is not staying still. He's bouncing around.
He can block like no one else in NASCAR that you've got to remember.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
how many times last year did that cause a problem? I remember that as well.
Especially if your name's Ryan Blaney in 2023.
How about this man for contention as well? Helio Castroneves has crashed in every single race he's done here at Daytona in NASCAR. Crashed 3 times alone in 1 accident in the dual race and came a cropper 4 times in the Arca Menard race. So I think he's quite a contender to wrecker.
To be fair, none of those in the ARCA race were his fault, to be fair. And one of them he literally got right hooked after the race.
That is true. That low line seems to be the better one, JT. Logano, Byron, Dillon, Bush, LaJoie, they're all there as well. They're all now trying to go low. That 3 wide, they've had enough of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Still trying to get from 3 wide to...
Ooh, look at the Sonny D!
Side by side, and that is Stenhouse Jr. in the Sonny D47 round the outside, as you mentioned. Kyle Busch leading the high line at front. The high line is powerful. It's been powerful all week, and look at the speed the high line has.
Yeah, Elliott's taking up to lead that one as well as the number 2 of coming in there as well with Austin Cindric, but it started with Bubba Wallace moving up. Bubba wanted to have a run, and the outside line now has Logano's lead, and Kyle Busch coming in there, Elliott steaming round the outside. Logano didn't know he was there. Logano has to lift out, and now to the lead of the race goes the 24 Byron. That nearly wiped out Elliott and Logano and Busch.
By Dillon in second.
Yeah. What on earth was happening there? That's how quickly it can change here at Daytona. Logano got shuffled out. He wanted the middle line, didn't realise how close everybody was on the top line.
And LaJoie's in third too.
Yeah, what happened? Well, this is going to go well, isn't it, for Corey LaJoie in the 01 car? Let's take another look at that then, Jack. Look how close Logano got. Kyle Busch goes down, Logano goes with him, and then Elliott comes up, and Logano doesn't know where to go.
Didn't know what to do at all there. He's completely shuffled out to no man's land. Has to stick to that middle lane, otherwise he causes a massive accident.
And now the 22...
I'll also add that LaJoie is going to the lead of the race!
He's got pushed by Logano, and Byron... And look, Logano's going to sink now because he has to now go up to get a bump from Chase Elliott. It's now Kyle Busch leading the middle lane, but it's going to be leading a lap unless William Byron can get across him at the line. Corey LaJoie might just lead. It's quite close to the trial. Corey LaJoie leads a lap here from Joey Logano. 33 to go. Halfway in stage number 1 here at the Daytona 500 after 5 hours of being on air. 52 minutes of racing though, considering with a caution coming in. 2 bouts of red flags for 3.5 hours in total. as they continue skirming through into the backstretch. LaJoy leads this one. Logano's pushing him. Byron's in there too. Chase Elliott, though, JT, trying that high line with Kyle Busch. I think it's now dropped down to 8th place on our monitors.
Yeah, down to 8th place, and well, I have since they fixed the NASCAR timing screen website, which I absolutely hated on the Jules. It's pretty good, and I see what driver track you're talking about. It's nice.
Have you actually got that working?
Yeah, I've got it working.
How? It keeps telling me to sign up for a zip code. I don't have a zip code.
Your zip code is your postcode, JB.
Yeah, but it tells me I can't do it because I'm not living in that area.
I just put my postcode in and it worked.
I will...
It hates you, JB.
Yeah. Does not like Grimsby. I'll try it, because if we can have a driver tracker on, I will happily have a driver tracker on. I'll happily
Hold on, let me work. Let me cook.
No, I'll get it, because otherwise it'll be tiny on your monitor. I can mess around easier as it comes through. Not a bad race so far. Still 3 wide on the backpacks. Oh, look at the speed coming through 1 and 2. It's settled into a rhythm now as they blast past us. And LaJoy is now under pressure from Logano. Logano's looking up high. Gets blocked off by Corey LaJoy. Here comes Kyle Busch and William Byron. Logano's going to get shuffled down here. Corey LaJoy tries to go down low. He's got free rein, but I feel sorry for him at the moment, Jack. He's being bullied by 3 titans of the sport right behind him. He might just want a screen save in this, though, because he's going to lead them across the line. But Logano sweeps around the outside and takes the lead.
Also, point out as well, LaJoy actually originally paid Rick Ware for this ride himself until he found a sponsor that basically paid for the ride for him. He originally was going to pay Rick Ware themselves.
Yeah.
But realistically, he was originally going to enter with no sponsor, and they look like they've brought him a really fast car. If he wins today, it would not only be his first Cup victory, it would be the first ever Cup victory for Rick Ware Racing.
Not bad at all here, is it? It's getting more and more exciting. And Chase Elliott coming in now, the high line, that Napa number 9 car, just trying to find a bit more room. He's our 10th entry list as well, in the making. On board with Logano. Elliott's dropped down to 7th. Reddick in there. AJ Allmendinger now up in 9th place. But Joey Logano led 11 laps. He's now battling. And now Byron side by side on the low line with Kyle Busch coming up in the middle. Chase Elliott's going to get a push from the 2 of Austin Cindric from the Penske. As they screen by us down the backstretch towards 3 and 4. Logano still leads this one. And let's not forget, stage points start coming into effect now as well. So we sort of have to keep thinking, JT, what's going to happen next.
Yeah, absolutely. What will happen next? Will it be the big one? Will it be a caution? We will have to find out. Byron on the inside of the number 8 of Kyle Busch takes that place on that lap round, but Busch still got the outside line.
Oh, it's getting tense. It's getting very, very tense right now. Already we've had 10 lead changes in this race as they continue to push on. And again, Chase Elliott getting a push, much better push this time from Cindric, and now coming in as well with Bubba Wallace and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also coming in. Elliott gets such a launch. He's going to bat on that high line with Logano. They are taking everything out of each other today. There's no ifs, no buts at all. Absolutely just staying together out here. Thoughts on the race so far then, chaps?
It's been alright, other than like the 4-hour wait.
Yeah, the 4-hour wait was not the best to come into it. They need to sort of make it work later. Yes, go on.
Pretty good race so far. I'm enjoying seeing some of the risky moves. Logano, incredible super speedway racer. I will say he has made quite a few risky moves so far, though. So what? I wouldn't be surprised if he were to perform what we like to call a Logano block.
Oh yes, and how many times have we seen him cause accidents with that Logano block? Happens a lot though, doesn't it? Mysterious as it is. Over the line, 27 to
Also,
go.
shout out to Carson. Also, shout out to Carson Hosevar, who kept me entertained during that red flag period by streaming on Twitch.
Oh, I wish I knew that. I could have put that on the broadcast.
Oh yeah, he was streaming on iRacing on Twitch. It was absolutely brilliant. And then
JB,
Roger, you know, Caro, took over as well.
Were you not watching the Fox broadcast because they literally did like a 10-minute feature on it?
I was not. I was talking to someone. Chase Elliott has taken the lead of the race on the outside, getting a help from the number 2. Logano's trying to go in the middle lane, but he's now jumped up high. Okay. This is good. This is good. Keeping the action, keeping the battle going. They don't want it to wear out so fast. Screaming through. Elliott leads Logano, Bush, Cindric, LeJour, all in there too. I never know what to think with this battling action at the moment. Look how close the Sunny D car is to going in the wall as we ride with AJ Allmendinger now in the 16. He's got the 3 right between him with Austin Dillon, and now Logano's pushing Elliott to the lead. Kyle Busch has been left completely vulnerable as we come into turn 3. Holding it on once more, and Kyle Busch takes second, and he's going for the lead of the race. Got a much better run on the low line, and Kyle Busch leads at Daytona. And Elliott immediately back in front. Go on.
20 years for Kyle Busch. He is yet to win this race. Some of the most accomplished racers in all of this sport have not won this race. Mark Martin, Tony Stewart, both did not win this race. So if Kyle Busch were to do it, he would cement his awesome legacy. And there, goodness me, I thought he was going to kill Joey Logano there. Jesus. He's taken the lead of the race, but Logano's got him back, and now Byron's trying to push Kyle with him. Elliott's pushing Logano. It's 22 and 9, 8 and 24. It's so close together. And now Logano sweeps down low, cuts off Elliott's ear, and Elliott drops back to about 4th position on track. Wonderful race that's happening right now. It's Busch again.
Fox going to a break. 23 to go in stage 1. Logano leads across the line here at Daytona. And that is a puncture for the 16 of AJ Allmendinger, who is going down the timing screen. So AJ Allmendinger is in trouble. That's his 500 in real strides. Looks like he's picked up some debris from somewhere. The front right tyre looked like it was going down. Never goes well, does it, for him? On board with Kyle Busch, running in net second now. Logano still with the lead as over the line we go. Busch drops to 3rd, Byron takes 2nd. We're starting to get 3 wide packs again there, Jack, and this is where you go, start thinking we're going to see a big one.
Yep, it is, and I am just thinking, who is going to cause it? Chase Elliott and Logano, currently the 2 main leaders. Kyle Busch as well there. Everyone's, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say, you're not going to say it then. Everyone's being quite well behaved at the moment.
Oh, now you've done it.
I jinxed it last time, and I'm going to jinx it this time.
Yeah, now you've done it, because Chase Elliott nearly got stabbed around there as well.
SVG!
You start saying that kind of stuff, and we start having accidents. It's like, who's going to pay the
Exactly,
bills?
that's why I said it.
Yeah, but we've got good racing going on. We don't want accidents just yet. We want this to keep on going. Because now look who's coming up the inside. Tyler Reddick's in there. Shane Van Gisbergen runs in net 2nd at the moment. Now net 3rd, SVG coming to play. He's battling with Briscoe and Elliott. Oh, this is more fun.
Oh, here he goes.
Elliott's getting the push. Oh, Logano blocked him! Oh. Logano nearly went up in the air.
Good block.
Logano came up the track. Elliott was coming like a missile. Logano just blocked him in time, and that's put SVG into 2nd place. He's got a much better traction into the trial. Is SVG going to lead a lap here? No.
Oh my God, they're 3 wide.
Logano, Byron.
Now imagine if that was the finish.
That would put Byron as a double champion because he got a big push in that middle run. And now look who's coming in. Denny Hamlin's in here too. Logano's going to sink like a stone now. Byron's going to take the lead of the race. And look at that, Logano's come right back and then he touched the wall on the outside. Elliott's there pushing him as well, JT. This race is just nuts. They've all been cooped up too long.
Yeah, amazing through turn 3 and 16 to the garage for mechanical with that puncture. 20 to go in stage 1. And here we are in towards the tri-oval. Logano leads another lap.
Wonderful stuff we're seeing right now here. They've just got to keep it in. Go on.
Sorry, I just saw Byron wiggle a little bit. I got scared. Also, I'm hearing that AJ Allmendinger issue was not a puncture. I'm hearing it was a possible engine failure.
Ah, engines. Always engines. So AJ
They use the same engines as RTR, by the way, just to warn you.
He has got BTW. So he's behind the wall.
Keep an eye out. Pauling, of course, had that technical alliance with RCR,
Jamie Little,
which is strengthened a lot this year, by the way, because of Ty Dillon's involvement with the team.
He said, we didn't just unload with a great car, we had to work on it for drivability. They made adjustments, they were too tight for his comfort. They got it just right. Joey couldn't be happier as he continues to lead here.
Thanks, Jamie. As the battling goes on, I'm sort of like half expecting this to be a drama. What do you guys think?
I mean, it is NASCAR then. So, yeah.
Right, it says,
I want some 8-wide racing. I want 8-wide racing, guys.
It says I'm not eligible due to my zip code.
I hate Grimsby. It's official. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, don't wreck, please. Don't wreck, please. Thank you.
JT 3 wide in the mid pack as well as they come in. AJ not even John. Brad Keselowski in the 6 coming through. The 48 of Bowman down low as well. They've just got to oh, and Elliott's getting a massive. He had to lift there and he lost about a heap of positions and timings.
That was very close there on board Ross Chastain on the high line. 3 rows deep throughout most of the field. Look at the 35 making moves through the middle of the mid-pack.
Daytona 500 winners, Joey Logano, who won, he's currently in first. Byron second, Hamlin third. Ricky Styles Jr. is in 6th, Austin Dillon 9th, Austin Cindric 16th. And Jimmy Johnson down there as well, at the back in 36th position. And Michael McDowell running in 39th place as well. Over the line, Logano leads. Keselowski moving up, he's on the high line and he's going to be joined by Steinhaus in the 47 as well. On board with Byron, looking ahead to Logano. It's a repeat of last year. It's Daytona Part 2, and it's all go, go, go. What are you thinking?
Chaos.
I was waiting for the JB soundbite to play then when you said chaos.
Seems like it's going to happen, doesn't it?
Everyone's driving incredibly reckless. Well, not recklessly, but like incredibly aggressively. Eventually it's going to happen. Byron has been told, by the way, to fuel save.
Really is going nuts, isn't it, at the moment? I think I fixed it, by the way.
No.
Okay, I think I've solved it. I think I have. No, I haven't. Oh, this is annoying. Anyway, 15 to go in stage number 1 as the battling will continue. 3 wide further back as well. Mary's getting involved in that little mess as well. He nearly had a moment, stepped out the rear. What do you all think that's going to happen? Well, we have
I think we're going to have some cars on track, you know.
What, crashing or?
No, just cars on track. I don't know. You said what you think is going to happen. I think I made a pretty good prediction there, you know.
You made a good prediction, but I was expecting like more like bang, 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 that sort of thing.
No, there's going to be a crash at the end of the stage, I think, personally.
I'm with you on that one, though. Doesn't look that great.
Look at Brad.
Look at Steinhaus Jr., the 47. That's Sonny Dingle just pushing it so much. He's on his own, but that car's got raw pace to try and drag it through. As they attempt again on the attack. 14 to go. JT Logano just looks like he's got this so under control.
Yeah, absolutely. But all can change. Look at Brad Keselowski, 63 thousandths was the gap last time round. Ryan Blaney also in third.
Hamlin touched the rear left of the 47 in a light kiss and nearly sent them both skyward.
Do we think anyone's going to flip here, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
There's a
we haven't
real
had a flip
chance.
this weekend.
Yeah, there's a real chance someone's going to flip. Especially with the high winds we've got around this circuit right now. It's like it's drawing us in, isn't it?
And the design of the next-gen car does make it a little easier to flip than the old car.
13 to go. Keselowski up to second. Anything could happen in the next half hour. Look at the bottom for Byron. What have you got? What have you got, JT?
I'm going to send you a photo. I've got a whole screen, the colour of the flag, so I know when it's yellow.
Good idea.
It's linked up to the laps and rundown.
I can't even change my profile at the moment. As it comes in on board with Christopher Bell. They wanted teams to use less tyres and tried to force it to the most baffling way as well. 12 to go. Logano by 0.060 across that last lap time. 63 thousandths now as Chastain continues to push through. It's almost like they don't want to have anything to go wrong. They just want to keep it smooth. Well, then again, there's the brakes sometimes. As we're on board with Helio Castroneves.
Did he hit the wall?
I think he did. I think he did.
I think he got a little tap on the wall from Helio there.
Well, Helio has been in the wall more times than anybody so far, so I'm not going to
More times than Danica Patrick. we had to wait to get the Danica Patrick joke in, but it happened.
It's been 5 hours, but we got it in. 10 to go. Michael McDowell's come out of nowhere, guys. He's coming up quite quickly.
That's Todd Gilliland.
No, I know he's coming up in the 34, but I'm on about actual Michael McDowell. He's coming up quite quickly.
Oh.
Keep an eye on him. I'm just
No,
looking
I think there was a little pack at the back, hanging back, just trying to save fuel. Yeah. Which was the Spires, the Legacies, and maybe one of the others. And they've all caught up now and are probably going to try and push their way through the pack. Good to see Todd Gilliland getting up front. Son of David Gilliland, by the way, one of the owners of Tricon in the Truck Series, by the way.
Really?
Yep. It used to be David Gilliland Racing, then Toyota bought into it a little bit. Made them, because when Kyle Busch left JGR, he switched to Chevys as his manufacturer, meaning that Toyota no longer had a truck team. So they basically turned David Gilliland into Tricon.
Tried to just get it through as well.
Tricon are in this race too, by the way, with Martin Truex Jr.'s entry.
They will hold it together right now as the action continues to abode. Just having a look at the trackers at the moment. I have tracker information. How good is that? For some reason it's not loading for me, but I have it on my iPad. And we can zoom right in and see where they are on the circuit. I like that. The full field as well. Whoever thought that is a genius. Fantastic. Get that man a medal. There's some dropping further back as well. And you can hear the engines really rising up, can't you, JT?
Just got a jump scare from the officials. They just said 84 out engine. They instantly corrected it to 16 out engine. So 16 is out, 84 isn't out.
AJ Allmendinger out of the race then. And the 35 getting involved. There's Ty Gibbs for 54. 23 is getting up high. Starting to get a bit racy with 7 to go now, guys. It's almost like they want to crash.
The Joy does.
Negative Nelly.
It's being a realist. I mean, he wanted to crash at Pocono last year, but there we go.
JT, out of interest, as we get the 6 tap in the back of the 22, your race tracker, the drive tracker, it's Google Earth with the cars going around it, right? Same as mine?
No.
Oh, on the app, I've got an image of the track with them all going around it.
All right.
On board with Byron in the 24. Running in now. This is all for stage points, remember, at the moment. It means absolutely nothing in contention of the overall, but you do get points, and that points helps you out, especially if you don't win and you have to race your way into the playoffs at the end of the year. Keselowski, though, looking strong, and it's the strongest the 6 cars looked all weekend. Hello, Amy. Single file top high. Keselowski's lining up Logano. That low line, is that being led by Kyle Larson by chance?
You know it's Todd Gilliland currently.
Still closing in. As they have to focus now. And we've got, hang on, we've got the 77 and the 7 back up. The 84 and the 42 and the 9, they've all dropped right back on the timing tower here. They are way, way, way behind. That we can see here on the race tracker. They blast out of 2, down the back stretch. Hang on, what's happened to the 56? He's dropped back massively now. So Martin Truex Jr. has dropped back out of queue. Castroneves as well. Just there in the 91 as things stand. I hope we can get this race tracker on in between the stage break. It's absolutely fantastic. We can replace that graphic alongside us and get the actual what we want on board with Bell. Closing in again. 47 still looking strong. 4 to go. Do you reckon we'll see a wreck before the end of the first stage?
Probably.
12 lead changes so far. Not too bad. Not too shabby either. So much more speed taken in. My goodness me. Don't know whether to laugh or cry, to be fair, with what's going to happen next. The Logano sweeps in. Shake and bake time. Shake and bake. Blaney going to get a push from Steinhaus. Look at that, cutting down low from Christopher Bell in the 20. This is the big one for me to go, JT. What do you reckon? Look at the... Oh, Hamlin! Hamlin nearly off! And the caution's out! Hamlin!
Oh, here we go.
Denny Hamlin collects the 38. And his rear suspension is done. Out of the race for Zane Smith. Broken rear left suspension. Berry's involved as well in the 21 for the Wood Brothers Racing. It looks like that could just be cosmetic. Denny Hamlin getting shoved to the low line, off the banking, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's got damage as well. That was close to being a biggie. But the caution's out. And what I love
fair
is...
play, Omi.
Yeah.
Omi just said, by the way, he's got 9 out of his 24 predictions.
Oh, wow.
For the F2 grid next year, right.
This is...
I expect your remaining 2 will be correct as well, by the way.
This is why he is amazing. Let's have a replay then, JT.
Legend.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the number 11.
He's going to get forced off. Oh, he just gets checked up by Chastain. I told you Chastain would be the one to cause the caution. I told you.
Oh. Yeah. Good save from Denny, by the way.
Massively good save.
Chastain checks up, I think, because someone checked up in front of him, I think.
Yeah, watch this on board. This is Chastain. He lifts, and watch Hamlin. Did he get the
Good
touch?
save,
Yeah.
by the way.
I think the 38 broke his suspension coming back on the track. Yes, he did, and then he's going to whack into the side of the 21. Yeah. Screaming right now for Zane Smith and Josh Berry. Their days go from bad to worse here at Daytona. So, caution to end stage 1. It's been that kind of stage at 4 hours. God knows how long we've been going for that one, but we're going to end it under stage break. Kind of expected it.
Got a little bit of an issue, guys.
What's your issue, JT?
You know that full screen flag that I was trying?
Yes.
It doesn't automatically update because I'm zooming in using an external web thing.
I see, I see.
So I will have to continue things for that.
Have Fox seriously gone to commercial with 1 to go before the end of the stage? I know we're not going to do it, but they're not going to see the checker flag. Really?
No. Welcome to the world of the broadcasting of Fox, where nothing makes any sense.
I'm really surprised about that. They're under contract to show the end of the stage moment. They've broken that contract and gone early. Oh.
Question to you, though. Did you see the broadcast for the Arkham Mid-Ohio race last year?
No.
Okay, well this is still not nearly as bad. That was the worst racing broadcast I have ever watched.
I can imagine how
Good
bad
race
it
too.
was. Scale of 1 to 10 of how bad it was?
11.
Oof. Joey Logano,
commentary was bland. I can go. Commentary was bland. Well, Joey Logano's gonna win the stage, but we'll wait for him to cross the line. Black commentary was pretty boring. They missed several spins. Sometimes tuned into the wrong camera. Sometimes the camera operator wasn't even pointed at the right section of the track. Genuinely just horrendous.
It sounds about normal for them, doesn't it, to be fair?
Had a road course too.
Oh, how do you miss that on a road course? Toe link broken for Zane Smith. Hamlin doesn't seem to have much damage except from a little splitter damage, but Zane Smith officially out of the race then. So 2 retirements from this one. The 16 and the 38. Joey Logano, as soon as the caution came out, it was official, but our stage 1 winner, our first winner of 2025 in the Cup regular series, Joey Logano takes the green checkered flag to win stage 1 of the 67th running of the Daytona 500. Caution is out. Keselowski, Blaney, Steinhaus Jr., Bell, Suarez, Bowman, Reddick, Jones and Byron pick up the points. We'll hand you back to Fox.
Joey Logano comes to the caution flag and gets the green and white checkered flag, signifying the end of stage 1. His first ever stage win in the Daytona 500. Logano has led 38 of the 65 laps so far. In his Penske Ford. And now the pit crews get ready to go to work for the second time tonight.
Now you get to see what kind of pit crew you got.
The UFL is back. Skip Holtz and the Birmingham Stallions are a spring dynasty, and they're now chasing a 4th title. But the rest of the league is coming for their crown. The new season kicks off March 28th on Fox. Zane Smith has taken his car to the garage, joining A.J. Allmendinger. Now they are eligible this year to make repairs and return. Jamie?
Well, Mike, we always talk about...
Shout out to the wife and kids at home. Michael Hicks, rear tire changer, and I love a big bowl of cereal at night. Jay Combs, tire carrier, back-to-back Pit Crew Challenge champion.
Darrell Edwards, Jack, man. My first ever Cup win was the Daytona 500.
Peyton Moore, fueler, former all-conference linebacker at the ASU.
To go into that because everything is so precise, right? What do you do to prepare?
And that is the fastest pit crew from 2024. We like to keep an eye on those, Mike, as you know, you talk about it every race, how important these guys are, how fit they are. They are true athletes.
Christopher Bell's pit crew won the All-Star Pit Crew Challenge the last 2 years, led by Adam Stevens. Stevie Reeves up on the roof is the spotter.
Oh, and there goes the international pictures for 30 seconds. Kind of know how that's becoming now, don't we, though, chaps? With that, looks like Fox were having
Never
a
used to happen in last year.
We'll be back soon. That's only because guess who's here for the first time? So, yeah, that's always a sheer delight. Either way, car's still under the caution then. JT, you got a weather report for us? I'd love to know.
I can have a weather report.
We don't have much else to do at the moment.
Okay, hold on.
So we're 6 hours into the broadcast. And desperately trying to get stuff sorted as well. Oh, hello. I can't cut to your picture, JT. I'm trying to do something on it, so you just have to tell us about the weather report.
Oh, alright.
I do apologise.
Yeah, nothing is really happening other than like Bizzle that could do things, but yeah, it's alright.
So it's just turned midnight here in the UK. We've been on air now for 6 hours of this Daytona 500, and it looks like NASCAR, or Premier Sports at least, have had a big problem with it because it does all of a sudden, all of their stuff has gone down. While we try and load back in for you here for the Great American Race. We do apologise that it's sort of come up that way. But 70 years ago, was that we come in. Love to get your analysis though, chaps, on what we're going to see here. Jack, what did you make of stage one as we wait for our pictures to return?
Oh, that was wet, but also very exciting. I'll say that.
I can guarantee it was. Anybody else?
Wow, that was a 4 hour and 50-minute.
Oh, the whole field coming into pit lane.
Stage one.
The whole field is coming into pit lane, by the way.
Nice.
JT, if you could run us down the order, because I'm trying to do something as well.
Alright. You're going to make me get the order up now, aren't you?
Yes, I am, because I'm trying to do something quickly.
I know exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to do a driver tracker.
Yes, I am.
If they're all coming down pit road, is there any point doing a
That's
order?
true, actually, yeah. Hang on a minute, what's going on here? Have we got pit... Has Premier Sports just turned off NASCAR?
Probably, yeah, that's a Premier Sports thing to do.
So what do we do? We've got no pictures now. Can somebody, okay. Help, Premier Sports! What have you done, you morons? As soon as it turned midnight, you switched it off?
Alright, time to... Shall I just provide a little interesting fact?
Yes, please.
And that is, to keep you all entertained, Joey Logano has just become the first driver in history to have won the last race of the season and then the first race of the first stage of the following season.
If you type
In any series.
Yeah. Oh, this
Random
is...
stat.
Random, but
Well...
not bad. Right, we have no idea if we are going to have...
Yeah, basically, JB, this happens all at...
Okay, that works.
Yeah, basically, Premier Sports, this happens all the time. They never put the delay in. It's always a hard cut right at the end of the broadcast schedule because they don't add the delay in.
So, are we in trouble now before we go back to green flag running?
Well, I know what you can do if we don't have.
Panic?
What did we use last season?
That option no longer available.
We'll have ads, but
We might. It's not even set up.
we have Fox.
Yeah. This is gonna go down well as the situation resolves. Still, if you could just go on.
I've got a stream up currently, so I can commentate while I'm on ad breaks at the moment.
They said, we are working to establish coverage for NASCAR. We hope to show the live action as soon as possible. We apologise for the delay. JT, you can't do it. Let's return you to radio. That's a good alternative for us at the moment. I'm trying to get the PRN up while I'm trying to do other stuff, but JT's just sitting there. So, let's have a word now with IndyCar Radio. It's a NASCAR Radio. While we work for our TV pictures delayed.
The Motor Racing Network's podcast offerings are a must for
Penalties.
any NASCAR fan.
Who for? Jack?
Yeah, penalties just quickly that have come through according to Jeff Gluck. Kyle Busch, penalty to the tail of the longest line. Crew member over the wall too soon, and Junior Nation's going to hate me for this one. Justin Allgaier, penalty, tail of the longest line. Crew member over the wall too soon. Then again, these realistically mean absolutely nothing at this track.
Indeed. Let's go back to Daytona.
Returns to the streets of Chicago July 5th and 6th. Lock in your ticket to summer thrills now. Visit NASCARChicago.com for more.
The dry spell is over for Alex Bowman. 90-degree right-hand turn remains. He makes it perfectly out onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is in the air, and Alex Bowman has won in the streets of Chicago.
Let's return back over then. He should be on. Here we go. Back to MRN Radio while we fix our pictures.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, wrapping up the caution flag that was brought out with a trouble call in turn 2 from Dave Moody. That included Zane Smith, Josh Berry, also Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric. Everybody has come down pit road. We'll update you in a moment. Talking about Denny Hamlin, he did have a little bit of damage from we could see. Alan Cavano, what's the update?
Fortunate to avoid major damage. The initial report from Denny was no big deal. They came down. They just checked the left splitter. They didn't see anything that was too bad. They put a little tug on there. They think they'll be okay. No adjustments on the 11. Denny said, look, initially he had backed out of the pack to avoid any big incident, but then he got a run and thought he could get stage points. He admitted on the radio that was probably the wrong decision.
As they come to the line, they'll get the 1-to-go signal this time by a couple of cars will peel off the racetrack to come down for a top-off of Sunoco fuel. And here's how they're running as we get set for the restart.
Joey Logano, your race leader. Ryan Blaney second. Daniel Suarez is up to position number 3. Alex Bowman is 4th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 5th. Bubba Wallace is 6th. Tyler Reddick is 7th. Chase Elliott is 8th. William Byron is 9th. And Christopher Bell round out the top 10.
Kyle Larson 11th. Justin Allgaier was 12th, but he'll fall to the back now after making that pit stop. Eric Jones 13th. Todd Gilliland 14th. And Chris Buescher is 15th. Ty Gibbs 16th. Austin Cindric 17th. Shane Van Gisbergen is 18th. Kyle Busch also came to pit lane. He was being scored 19th. Ryan Preece 20th.
21st is Michael McDowell. Noah Gragson is 22nd. Elio Castro Neves is 23rd. Corey LaJoie is 24th.
Yeah.
Ross Chastain is 20.
Okay,
I can't see it. Hold on, let me read.
Well, JT's given us pictures temporarily then. Nicely done, mate. As we can get in as we get 1 to go. Ready?
Just don't show my camera and we'll be all right.
Ready to go then. Back to green flag conditions here. Ready and steady. Stage 2 will be coming up, and Logano, Blaney. I've got like a magnifying glass on the timing screen to come into it. Green flag is coming out. We're ready to go back. Logano leads. Coming in there from Blaney and Suarez. Bowman in there too. As we come back in, what do you think is going to happen, guys?
They're going to do some racing, but also some very exciting plate track racing.
So, I think we've already gone to yellow flag. So,
I mean,
yeah, the stream has gone down and we've got nothing.
Hopefully we get past turn 1. Haha.
Well, we have gone back to yellow. So, unfortunately, our TV pictures have gone down.
I've seen what's happened. I've got stream. I can tell you what's happened if you want.
I'd rather commentate on it live, but it looks like JT's like 3 minutes
All right,
behind.
gotcha.
It looks like JT's 3 minutes behind on this. So, Premier Sports, the 1 year I decide to pay for you, you are a useless bunch of amateurs who need a real harsh light in your line, because this is ridiculous. JT, you're 2 laps down. Can you get the stream any closer? Are you on DD12 or we are checking?
I'm not going to refresh it now because we're coming to the restart. So let's get past the restart at least.
Ready for the restart then? We know we're going to caution, but stage 2 here at Daytona is go. Logano from Blaney, Suarez and Bowman immediately on that low line taking it. Bubba Wallace involved too as they come into turn 1 and 2, trying to hold it together. This first 2 corners, Bowman takes the lead. Logano's dropped back. Bubba Wallace on that low line will take P2 now. Caution, big one at the back. Several cars involved, and that's the caution reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars are out, and it's the number 91 of Castroneves involved. Who knew that was coming?
Chastain involved too.
Chastain in there too. Absolute wreck upon wreck, and Jimmy Johnson in there too. The 91, the 1, the 19, the 84, the 8, and the 35 are involved in the incident at turn 1. Caution out.
Hold on.
Wow. And, Premier Sports has just missed the most vital part of that race. I am shocked. I am honestly really shocked.
My fantasy is not looking good right now. I hate this race.
JT, talk us through what happened there, mate.
It looked. I'll talk you through a replay that I saw. It looks like Logano checks up and loses speed, and everyone just stacks up behind him.
Kind of saw that coming, though, didn't we? Really.
It wasn't a Logano block. It was a Logano check.
And that has now brought out a yellow flag to this race.
Okay.
So I understand Premier Sports are going to be back soon as Fox try and do some analysis on that. Have you got audio, JT, from it, by chance?
I won't be able to feed it through without everything echoing.
That is annoying, but we shall take it, as we've now got a driver tracker, but we've got nothing to track because we've got no TV pictures. Bitter disappointment there. What in the NASCAR is going on? I wish I knew. Let's head back to PRN Radio. While we wait to get NASCAR back, MRP I should say, MRN Radio, the Motor Racing Network, we'll head back to them and get all the latest. We have yellows out then, and we'll head back over to Daytona as we fix our TV issues now that Premier Sports gone down.
Don't miss a moment of the NASCAR season.
Chastain drove it and never lifted. Put it against the safer barrier and all the way around the turn. Passes Denny Hamlin.
Check out the Motor Racing Network's coverage of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series, the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and the NASCAR Cup Series on hundreds of local radio stations around the country. Find your local station by going to mrn.com to catch the excitement of NASCAR on the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
From Daytona International Speedway, this is the Motor Racing Network, the voice of NASCAR.
Feel like you're in the driver's seat and never miss a second of the race action with Racing Electronics. Racing Electronics scanners allow you
I can't see. What's that? What does it say?
It's international feed, not Premier. France have lost it as well.
Ah.
Well, I think we know the option. JB, check DMs.
You've literally... I just put that out as I tweeted to Premier Sports about them being a joke. I'm now going to have to eat my words and delete that message.
I mean, then again, it does happen all the time, so keep it up. It's
Hold on,
not
let's
the
get to
first...
Joshua Birch's Twitter, everyone.
It's not the first time they've hard cut something at the end of a broadcast window. So we're fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're on the We Are checking. So Chastain and Trix have gone to the garage under the new DVP. Teams can work on the car for as long as they want, remember. So this new work as long as you want rule works fine. So this is going to be good. We apologise for the loss of international feed. It seems it's not anybody's fault right now, but we have got a new driver tracker that we're excited to show you because I managed to log in, finally, despite the fact it's not working on one of my sites. So we're going to bring you something at least.
Let me...
It's black from my side.
Yep.
Logano's apparently having some issues.
For V Sport. It's literally just a black screen.
Yes, okay. They really have lost it all. Fair dues.
So I'm guessing Premier instantly cut to their emergency backup filler.
So,
which is why it looks like it was a hard cut.
I wonder why the international feed's gone down then. We knew it was having problems, but have Fox let on a cable or something? Or they're not paid for the airtime?
It's those tariffs that Trump's been setting, I reckon. You know, he went to the Daytona race. He was like, you know what, this race is so good, none of the rest of the world can watch it.
It's so good. We're going to make everybody pay.
So good, folks.
The 22 of Logano apparently is down pit road. Is that? Yes, he is.
Adam wants to know what time it is in the UK. It is currently 12:15 a.m.
Has anyone got the international pictures up, by the way? Does anybody know if they're working again?
MRN commentary is superior anyway, says Warhammer. I think it with the TV sometimes. Look, I do agree. I think that MRN does a brilliant job with the commentary right now.
Unfortunately, that's where we're going to have to stay for a while. We'll hand back to them before we get TV pictures back.
Electrical issue. Can see where they were trying to cycle the ECU on the car, trying to get it reset. That is the last type of problem you want to have here.
You're right about that, but if there is any kind of silver lining at the moment, it's happening under a caution flag instead of sitting down there under green while the field keeps ripping around the racetrack. So they're doing everything they can right now to figure out what the gremlins are in that car.
They must have known what was going on because
it's back! It's back! Hey! It's back. That's great. Let's go to Fox.
Yeah, what he was complaining about after that restart and the caution came back out, his car was idling at 6,000 RPM. It would not go down. So what they're doing right here, they're changing out on the top right side of the dash what we call the ECU, the electrical control unit. It controls everything about that race car. Electrical, it tells the signal about the fuel injectors. They're changing that out. They're a lap down. The good thing is, right now we only have one other driver a lap down, and that's Shane Van Gisbergen, Mike.
Right, let's get in. Joey Logano under caution, now gone a lap down due to problems. Ty Gibbs in there too. Catch you up with what you've missed. The 91, the 1, the 19, the 84, the 8, the 35, and the 56, all in an instant on the restart at turn 1, and it's all gone to pot, JT.
Let's go off.
Yeah, it has. And, well, even the Discord has gone down, JB. I don't know if you know.
I'm on it. I'll go fix it.
Alright. So, 3 cautions. We've had 10 different leaders, 13 lead changes. 3 cars behind the wall, 91, 1 and 38 officially out, 56 and 16. Currently, well, we had 3.5 hour red flag, 1 3-hour 10-minute, 1 20-minute red flag, both for weather. Then we had a incident involving the 11, 38 and 21 as we hit 1 to go, and we will be doubling up very shortly. That concluded the end of stage 1, the second caution. Now we are on our third caution, getting ready for the 4th restart of the day/night now here in Daytona Beach at Daytona International Speedway. And, well, 14 lead changes now as we've had changes in pit road. Pit road closed, of course, as we're doubling up, getting ready for the restart here to start stage 2 at the World Centre of Racing here at Daytona. Side by side down the backstretch, lights are out on the pace car. It's Ryan Blaney on the outside line, and then on the inside line as well, I believe That is number 2. Yes, it is. 2 on the inside, 12 on the outside. In towards turn 3 we go, getting ready for the restart.
There's our driver tracker, folks. Hope you like it. Let's test it out, see what it's like. As we come in. I mean, it's worth a go. Go on.
Also to add, Elio officially is done for the night.
So the
looks like MTJ is also done too.
Yeah, he is. He's been confirmed.
91, 1, so, and the 38 all behind the wall. So, yeah. Didn't go very well, did it?
That's my pick a win chance gone.
Ready for a restart. Revs are up, ready for a start. I can't log out of NASCAR, it's getting weird. Restart to stage 2 on 11 to 65. Stage 2 goes green. Blaney in the lead on the high line. Busher in there too. And Cindric immediately trying to take the lead, JT. Trying to go down low.
Yeah, immediately stays on the inside line, of course, as that's where he started. Look at the number 17 of Bush around the outside. Ryan Blaney in front by a car length is the number 12 behind him. Busher, Ryan Priest in the 60 on the inside line, second row behind the number 2.
So still holding on as our, there we go, TV pictures catch up. We've turned off the driver tracker because it's just not working, so we've tried it. We'll try it next time in Atlanta. Meantime, Blaney, Cindric, Busher, Priest, Suarez, Gregson, Steinhardt, Wallace in there too. On board with Ryan Priest closing in. I've got a feeling that driver tracker might work well on the road courses, but right now it doesn't at super speedways. 3 wide already!
Is officially out as well, JB.
Right.
Damn it.
Out goes Ross Chastain.
91. Oh, debris.
I told you Ross Chastain would be involved in that next caution. I did say he'll cause it somehow. 9 times out of 10, he's always responsible for something out there. Look at Chase Elliott with the 99. I'm going to correct myself with Daniel Suarez coming in. Suarez is pushing like crazy out there. Ryan Priest, by the way, back up where he qualified. Had to drop further back, of course. But yeah, looking good, finally.
Gregson looking good as well here in the 4 car.
Yeah, Ryan Priest qualified in 3rd, but had to start further back for failing tech. Go on, Jack.
I thought I'd also add, Noah Gregson won his first career Xfinity race, I think, at Daytona in 2020. So he has got a win here in the past.
He's going to take the lead here if he's not careful as well, because Cindric's out there at the high line. Look at Michael McDowell. Started 23rd, currently in 4th position. I told you he was making moves before the end of stage 1. He has really gotten up now as Cindric drops back, because into the lead goes the 60 of Ryan Priest, getting a shove from the 17 of Chris Busher and Chase Elliott as well. The 34 coming in of Gilliland as well.
And
the 56 is out, and the 91, and the 1, and the 16. Is that what you're going to say, JT?
I'm told...
No, I already said that 3 minutes ago, so
sorry.
I wasn't going to say that.
Go on, Jack.
I was going to add that Joey Logano has lost the draft, apparently.
Yes,
He's apparently complaining over a throttle issue.
Truex is officially out of the race. He is officially done, 100% now. So even though that they have got unlimited time to redo the car, he's officially just been retired. So they're using their heads over there. So that's Jimmy Johnson, who was involved in that crash. He's still in the race in 33rd, but one of the 2 open cars out already, as into the lead has gone the 4... No, hang on a minute, I'm mistaken. That's Josh Berry, who's out of the pit lane, isn't he? He's just getting out of the way.
No.
That's Noah Gregson in the lead. Yeah, hang on.
Racing.
So hang on a minute. JT, look at the timing screen. Where is he? There he is. That's why I got so confused as where the number 4 for Gregson was, because he's come out of nowhere to the low line, jumped up from 9th to 1st, which is only 3rd in the pack, but he's jumped from the middle to the low and he's taken the lead. He timed that to perfection. Down we go again. I don't think we'll get a chance for a stage 2 podcast here, gents. This is already 9 out of 10. Will it be 10 out of 10? So many laps under yellow. 26 laps in total under yellow. 3 wide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 rows deep. Over the line together. Top 10 separated by 0.2 of a second. Thank you, Adam. That compliment. I'd say I look superb.
It does indeed.
Who led that last lap by 1,000th of a second, and then the gap between Priest and Gregson was 20 thousandths of a second. So the top 3 last time around separated by 21 thousandths of a second.
17's getting a bit of a shove there, guys. Chastain and Cash and Neves are out of the race as well. So that's the 21 of Berry behind the wall. The 38's behind the wall. See, Zane Smith, but Cash Neves and Chastain are out of the race as well. 3 wide in the mid-pack, coming into the triangle, into 1.
Oh my goodness.
Caution's out.
Caution. What for?
It's a false caution.
Turn 1. Debris turn 1, right. You can see it on the low line.
Interesting, he went yellow, green, as Logano is going to be
That's
thankful.
Logano.
Yeah, thankful for that. He's not lost the draft. What happened there then with our team?
Well, he has lost the draft. He's begun to become the draft. He was going to become the draft.
It went yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow, green. I wonder why.
If you're talking about the laps and rundown, it always does that.
It's Truex.
This year, so thanks to Bass Pro and Tricon and everybody that helped us put this together. And it was fun while it lasted, but unfortunately we were just wrong place, wrong time there.
All right, thanks, Martin.
Martin Truex.
Our screen is frozen up here in the comms box, so debris will be removed from the circuit. Caution laps again. Let's head back to Fox now. We need to reset our systems.
I think they're pulling the pace back. Those Fords leading that charge. This debris caution is going to put them right in the window, Larry.
No question. This is right there on the threshold. Pit road's going to be very busy. Probably a lot of fuel only.
Now, Larry, you talked about Joey Logano wanting to make a stop for repair, but he is the free pass car, which means he would get his lap back. However, if he stops now, would he lose that opportunity?
I think once he gets the free pass, he can still pit the second time. So he did get the free pass. I think their next plan is to change the throttle body. These cars do not have a carburetor being fuel injection. It has a throttle body. I think that's the next plan.
Thanks. Cindric, Priest, and Gregson led a 3-wide traffic jam all the way to that caution flag ahead of Busher, McDowell, and Reddick. Elliott, Blaney, Gilliland, and Bowman the top 10 at the time of caution here. There is your rundown. We still have 33 cars on the lead lap. Logano will make that 34 when he comes around.
Yeah, and when you come to pit road just for fuel only like we expect them to, that's when it all happens a little bit faster. So you're just there for a couple seconds and you're pulling in and out of your pit stall. So the chaos will continue, and as the pit stops are shorter right here, it just happens faster than it would on a tire stop.
Track truck goes out to turn number 1 to pick up debris that put us under this caution flag. The 4th one of the night. Pit road is open.
If you don't like fuel mileage saving and strategy, this is exactly what you wanted to see at home. That means, and when I say they're in their window, that means when they go back out there, they're going for broke. They're going to go for that stage in. It's exactly what we want to see.
JB.
18.
I'm here.
I've got the lineup coming into pits this time if you want it.
Go for it.
Okay, as Matthew Owens would say, it's time to read lottery numbers 2, 64, 17, 71, 45, 9, 12, 48, 34, 99, 20, 3, 47, 24, 7, 23, 01, 43, 10, 5, 42, 51, 54, 6, 8, 41, 40, 35, 37, 19, 11, 84, 88, 3 fast, 22 down to pit lane.
Out of the pits there, Jamie.
See the Ford, Noah Gregson making his way into his pit box. A few more. Ryan Preece, one of the many drivers in the field that switched teams, just staying long enough for a little fuel. Same with the 2, about 1.5 seconds for
race off pit
Cindric.
road. Race off pit road was very strong. Cindric up 5 places. Gregson up 6. Elliott up 9. Preece up 3. Blaney up 8. McDowell up 4. Suarez 9. Reddick 3. Bowman 5. Didn't see who lost out there, but down 1. 4 cautions so far. Chris 6.5 hours in. Yeah, it's one of those nights, isn't it, guys, where we just don't know what's going to happen next. At least we're going to get the 500 in today, though. That's the main thing I'm happy about. And we are trying to get this live timing up, but the systems are having a bit of a paddy. They won't let us do it. Oh, and Logano's got his bonnet up, guys.
Yeah, he's done. That's unfortunate. He was one of the best cars of the day, to be honest. Would have been his second Daytona 500 win. He won it, I think, was it 2015 that he won it?
Ooh,
or was it 2017?
Last 5, he's not been in the last 5 winners. If I take a look at my, oh, hang on, past performances at this circuit. Looking down on my monitor for Logano. Not in order anymore, so I have to really look for Joey Logano on my timing sheet. So here we go. 1 pole, 1 win, back in 2021, I believe.
That's McDowell, that was.
Yeah, so I wonder why my screen's telling me that. This is on the performance, this track.
Hold on, Joey Logano.
Go at the line pending debris collection, high turn 2.
I have got my
2015, I was right.
2015, you were correct, yes.
Yep, 2015.
If anybody has the NASCAR app, they have a new driver tracker this year, which looks great, but it's not great on the actual website. That's just black. But here, they get Google Earth, so get the app. It's better. Cars down pit lane as well coming in, including the 88 WeatherTech of Shane Van Gisbergen in his first full-time drive in the Cup Series. And in also comes the 8 car of Kyle Busch. Not a bad one.
He's back out.
I must admit, I missed the onboard cameras, don't you, JT? For the UK viewers, I missed those. This is where JT tells us he's still got them.
I don't.
Ah, okay.
I'm annoyed, I don't.
Me too. I'm massively annoyed about that. So, 4 cautions so far.
Logano free pass.
Honestly, I wish this laps and rundowns page is fantastic. Now I can actually read it this year. Let's hear from
30 laps earlier, Regan, and not get back there in the first place. Just thought the middle and top would be a little more dominant, and I could save more fuel in that first run and stay up front. And I just slowly over the whole first stage worked my way from 3rd all the way to basically the back of the field. So yeah, just some bad decisions there, and that puts us back there with the accordion coming back. Didn't see the hit coming to get right rear hooked, and then of course take out my teammate on my way to the wall. So hate that for Elio and Project 91, but for our Busch Light Chevy, it drove good, and we made some progress on handling here this weekend, and just kind of a change in philosophy for us. So excited for the future and go on to Atlanta, dial some grip into it for the speed we've had over the years.
Thanks, Ross.
Green flag is back out here at Daytona, and let's go racing again. It's going to be Austin Cindric in the lead from Chase Elliott in 2nd place, and they're side by side, 2 by 2 as we come down into turn 1. And Gregson's in there too, so's Ryan Blaney, JT. This is getting tasty.
On board with the 23 of Bubba Wallace, who goes right round the outside. Look at the move. Is he going to hit into the back of the 41? No, he doesn't. That was close from the 23 of Bubba Wallace making moves.
Look at the 34 of Todd Gilliland pulling to the outside. Going to get a draft off of it's on the 71 or the 77 in there. It's Michael McDowell, former driver of that car, pulling together. Over we come again. Down. And it's Chase Elliott who's got the outside lead taken, but the 71 with the push on the 34 is coming to the line and getting up there. We're back to 3 wide running here at Daytona.
Here we go then.
Shake and bake, baby, shake and bake. Look at the 71 high line and will breeze on the backstretch to the lead. How long? We've had a mini one. How long before the big one? That's what I'm wondering. Blaney pushes Elliott, and then he goes into the side of Cindric. Cindric with the lead into 3. Coming up with Gregson on that low line. Everybody 3 wide again, Jack, and this is going to be the crunch point. One mistake here, the entire field goes round. There's a lot of trust here.
Yep. So far, pretty exciting race, to be honest. Daytona 500 living up to expectations, in my opinion. Also, can we just talk about how good that McDowell scheme looks? I absolutely love it. The Go Bowling scheme, and I hope he uses it for more races this year.
They'll certainly use it at the Glen later on in the year. Their sponsorship routine.
Let's go.
There. And it's going to be the Go Bowling. He's going to take that lead into turn 3.
It.
Oh, he got up to the wall, didn't he? How much were we thinking of commentator's curse? What are you finding, Jack?
Bubba Wallace reporting an electrical problem.
Oh, no! Bob has been so good in this race so far. For him to go out with a tech issue is just cruel.
Logano, however, says he feels better after. So clearly, he just decided to use some magic spells and trade his mechanical issues to Bubba Wallace.
Take that, he says. Take that.
He just pushed it up a step from the 22 to the 23rd step.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Briscoe's dropped right back as well, and he's now trying to close up on some speed, but he's got no one to draft with, so he's just sitting back. If there's an accident, he's going to have a hard time avoiding that. Cindric's now on his own, down low, and Logano's got back up in traction now. Okay.
Also, we got some news coming in from Martin Truex Jr. He says he will race in Cup again this year. He is just not sure where and when.
We'll meet again. Don't know when.
We indeed will.
McDowell officially led that lap, guys.
Hey! Go! Faster! Grip!
Go, Mikey, go. That was so right.
If it helps, I finally managed to get in. I think. No, I haven't. JT, take over.
Okay, Cindric, McDowell side by side across the line. Who's going to lead that one? Cindric leads that one by 100th of a second. New leader 2 as we go in towards the banking of turn 1 once more.
Getting close there. There's just a lot of tension, isn't there? A lot of drama. As the field continues through.
The 34 getting unstable, now pushing the 71 to the lead.
Yeah, well, he had to, because he was either going to push him to the lead or take him out. Look, he's backed out of it. Cindric nearly hit him. Coming through. He's got the lead, and Elliott's trying... Oh, where's Elliott? He's now dropping to 4th in class. He's way out the list. But he's taken the lead. For Austin Cindric. Gregson in 2nd. Just got to find that pace again. Now it's the Stage 2 podcast, isn't it? Now we're waiting.
This is the 190 mile per hour 3 wide Stage 2 podcast, JB.
Yeah, this is the fast one, so we've only got time for quick comments. Usually sarcastic ones as well. Still 3 wide. Looking at the PQR screen as well. Berry is behind the wall, so officially 35 left in this field. As they continue on. The 60 touching the back of the 4. So Ryan Priest now hitting Gregson. Steinhardt's up there now to 21st position. Problem is, the entire field running together, guys. It's the... Oh, and the 71 getting sideways. A tap from the 2 into the back of the 34. And McDowell battling with Cindric, wheel to wheel, out of 2. 34's in front. Elliott thought he was going to go up high. Nearly took him out. And now the 34's pushing the 71 down the backstretch into turn 3. If they're not careful, that's going to be the big one mid-corner. Elliott pushes Cindric as well. And here comes Gregson in the 4 on the low line to come up into 3rd. But does Cindric know he's there? Close racing. here at Daytona with 37 laps to go, stage 2.
Keep an eye on Ty Dillon. He's third on the high line.
Right, say again, JT.
Keep an eye on Ty Dillon. He's currently third in the high line.
Yeah. Running out of position, by the way. The 3 car, Austin Dillon. Where's he gone on his transponder? Still in 16th, but it's failed on him. The 88, by the way, is just passing the tri-oval section. So that's how far down SVG's become now. So far down the order. He's coming up to be lapped, actually, as well. McDowell is the leader. In fact, we've got 2 different groups coming on as well. You do love bowling. Adam does love bowling. With the World Championship.
I like bowling. Gregson making moves at the front, guys, and takes the lead.
So Gregson comes through. I enjoy bowling as well, I must admit. Who doesn't love bowling?
You'll get a little bit of little R1 lore here. My first date with my girlfriend, we went bowling.
Good first date.
I thrashed her.
TMI, mate. TMI. It went well then, the date.
I mean, she's still stuck with me now, so I think I did pretty well.
Gregson in the lead, Sinchik in the middle. We've got on the outside line, there he is as well. It's Brian Priest in the 60 car. He's running in 3rd position on that low line as well. Looking good so far. I wish on the international feed, by the way, they'd actually show the audio still, because this audio is actually coming from the top of the commentary box. That's where they shut their mic. So that's the sound of the speedway. Look at the 34. Oh, hello. 34 touching the 71, touching the 4. Elliott touching the 2. They're getting very out of shape. That was a bit too touchy-feely coming into 3. And that's going to give Ryan Priest low line takes the lead. BEA.
Oh, there's a modified right there.
That was fantastic. And he's come up to the high line. He's blocked Gregson. Bowman's running in the bottom line. He's going to take 3rd here.
And he won last year.
Yeah. Come out of nowhere. And Bowman's going to take the lead. As Fox are coming back. Back with us here. If you're watching stateside, 33 of 65. Bowman coming up on the low line. The 60's leading, but not for long. Bowman now on the low line, side by side with the 60 of Priest. Cindric trying to come up to the high line. We've got no one to push him. Gregson's there, just doesn't want to move. Elliott staying in position. Chris Buescher comes up from 7th to 4th. It's fast stuff, this, isn't it? 102 to go. We are about to make it halfway, so if we get rained out again, the race can be made official.
And it probably will be.
Yeah, the Daytona 250. That would anger a lot.
Truck race, isn't it?
It is. That'd anger a lot of people. Charlotte never went to full last year for the 600. How many laps did we do last year? 350, wasn't it? Something like that. Nobody was happy.
Yep. I'm told that Fox probably put pressure on NASCAR to call the race, which is for free. I mean, hey, Bell won, so I'm happy.
We are halfway in the 2025 Daytona 500. 2 hours and 6 minutes of on-track racing. Total, we've been here nearly 7 hours of broadcasting.
How on earth have we put up with each other so long?
I do not know. We've basically done another one at Daytona. It's the Daytona 24-hour race again.
Oh my god, yeah.
Jake Sanson was supposed to be joining us, but he's in the air right now. He was hoping this race would get delayed until Monday. He'll be joining us in Atlanta. Woo.
JB sending you something in manager's channel just in case the 71 wins.
If this is the line, I can say.
Oh no.
I am opening it up.
Yeah.
Priest and Gregson's got the lead of the race, by the way, guys. Thank you, JT. I've got that.
You're welcome.
You'll have to remind me if
Noted.
that's the case for later on, by the way.
I will probably forget.
Stick it up on your monitor somewhere with a post-it note. Still coming in. Let's have a replay of a few laps ago. Let's head down and see what drafting is.
To the blue arrows, the green arrows, that air goes out the hood louvers, but it goes through that duct right there, through the block-off plate and that throttle body. All the block-off plates that I saw in the garage area had big holes in it. This is exactly what Jamie Little described. Air went through there, debris went through there, and got a hold of that throttle body and had damage. Now it's changed. It's good to go, Mike.
Thank you very much, Larry McReynolds. You can't beat a bit of Larry Mac. Never.
It would have been so funny if they wrecked during that, though.
Fox's full screen with Toyota. Oh, God. 17 touching the back of Bowman, and the 17's flappers coming up. And these cars are like fish. Why? They've got gills. The little flaps, as we just heard from Larry, pop up to stop the cars spinning out and being out of control. Those little things, JT, stopping big accidents. It's so impressive. Oh, and Cedric bardoors the 48 over the line. Proper door bang.
And we've learned in previous years, 9 out of 10 times, they don't work.
No, that is true. Especially if you're Ryan Priest, who is currently on the outside trying to take the lead of this race, who a couple of years ago barrel rolled so many times he actually had red eyes for a couple of weeks.
Yep. 12 times he rolled, by the way. I counted it.
12 times.
12 times. I think it was because the blood vessels or something like near his eyes burst, and he had red eyes. He said that he could see perfectly fine. It just didn't look particularly nice, so he just wore glasses the whole weekend.
12 times, and with red eyes. They called him the devil. And then again, flipping.
He is if you're in the modifieds.
That is true. Flipping 12 times, however. 12 rolls he took. I've seen Tim Harvey take even more from the media centre cake stand with little Swiss rolls. So that's perfectly fine.
Interesting.
What have you spotted?
Just seen a video from Bob Procrast about the new DVP policy, which designates an area where all work is done in the garage and where cars get towed back to. So basically a NASCAR graveyard, if you didn't have many of them already.
Yeah, that new DVP rule coming into effect this year, as we'll tell you more on the other side.
I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I think it's a way better rule.
You like it? I was unsure because that now puts in like, I know there's points on offer still, so you can go out there and get some money and get some points, which is crucial. But if you're a driver saying you've been taken out of the race and you've got the opportunity to wreck the guy that takes you out, you're gonna take it, aren't you? So it's a bit of a.
Well, then you're gonna get suspended, aren't you? Remember what happened to Matt Kenseth?
That's true, yeah. I'm just a bit worried that it's going to backfire on them a little bit.
I think DVP is... this is definitely a much better rule than it was last year. Because last year, Josh Berry went out despite having minimal damage.
That is true.
He literally had like he literally had just flat tyres, that's it. And because he couldn't get back to pit road, out of the race. Which I think is a much, much better rule, personally. I think it works better. Unfortunately, however, the new rules are only in place for the Cup Series. For Xfinity and Trucks, they are not. It's the same as last year.
We covered the Xfinity Series live yesterday with Matthew Owens and JT and Jack in the booth. I went down to the pits.
Interesting.
We've recorded the Truck Series, by the way. That'll be broadcast in the next few days. And we'll try and cover some truck races this year live. Other than that, they'll be taken with the radio network coverage as well. What have you spotted, JT? And then I want to hear from Jack as well, because you're president. Ooh, as Bowman, on his own, goes side by side with Cindric and Elliott to take the lead. JT.
We've had our first FIA swearing penalty.
Oh, really? Who?
In the World Rally Championship.
Oh, I heard, yeah.
A post-stage interview.
Oh, dear.
What now? What's the penalty?
Oh, 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000 and an additional of 20,000, which is applied with suspension for 12 months.
Stupidity.
Mohammed Ben Salah.
Who cares about a swear word, man? Like, seriously.
We're past watershed. Technically, I could swear if I wanted to.
We're professional.
Where is Erwin when you need him?
He's not even. Apparently, we were saying his name wrong anyway.
I know, but it's still funny.
And Cindric with the lead of the race over the line. Guys, apart from it going down at a crucial point, how nice is it to have live TV pictures for once?
Elio says he might want to run a road course in future.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna, JB, I'm gonna flood Manus's channel with stuff that have been finished, by the way.
Alright.
Just so when you need it.
Fox Sports celebrating 25 years of coverage. That all started here in Daytona in 2001. I know what you're saying, that's only 24 years ago, but it's 25 seasons you have to remember as well that we count in. But Formula 1 this year celebrating its 75th anniversary. That is going to be a lot of fun. As I praised it too much. International pictures have gone down a second time.
Back to DD12.
I just said... Oh, wait, the back.
Never mind then.
That's your fault, JB. That's literally your fault.
I went back in to turn the webcam on and I said to Megan, Megan, guess what? We've just spent 120 quid for NASCAR content this year. Guess what's happened? The international feed went down. And Megan was laughing her head off. She was literally there going, ha 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 ha. She could not stop laughing. We apologise for the breakup in pictures. We are working to establish the cause of this issue and fix it. It's fixed. We're fine. Also, JT doesn't even. He's watching his own television pictures. Doesn't need to use my Discord.
No, I am watching yours.
Why are you watching mine?
Because it's easier to have it running all off of the laptop than having it off the Skybox and the laptop.
Why not just run your Skybox? Because it's the same thing. I don't understand how it's difficult.
Because then I can drag stuff up to my big TV if I need to view something.
Oh, okay. Have you thought about having another big TV for your computer? And never mind. I can't wait until we get to Formula 1 and he does this. Starts 2 weeks' time. Oh, and a reminder that the Formula 1 O2 Arena launch will be live on JBMotorsports 2. Just because we don't know
who's
what
covering that specifically, just so we know.
I'm there. And who else? I don't know. Jess is there, though. Jess is actually there. So we'll have some content from her as well.
Was that the O2, isn't it, actually,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah, that's fairly close to where I live, so...
Go outside.
I'm not going to be there.
Who are you wearing? You look fabulous! As we interview Max Verstappen. Who's already, by the way, said he doesn't want to go, and coincidentally started coughing yesterday on his stream, saying, oh, I hope I don't get sick. So, it looks like he's going to fake being there, even though he said he was. And if he doesn't attend, by the way, he'll get a fine. Not from the FIA, but from FOM. It's mandatory for all drivers to attend next week. Mandatory. And if they don't attend, they'll get fined. Big time.
It's like last year with the Truck Series finale, because if you don't remember this, but Ty Majeski got fined $12,000 because he missed it because he wanted to vote. And they didn't inform NASCAR beforehand, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a ridiculously hefty fine, in my opinion, but...
Nothing happening so far. Continuing on our Stage 2 mini-podcast as Cindric
Freedom of speech. Hey, look, $12,000.
Mohammed Ben Salah is the definition of you will say what I say.
Mohammed Ben Salah is the definition of I can't say that on stream.
I can't wait for someone.
Hold on, let me get it up. Hold on. Let me get this up.
I can't wait for one of us to make a mistake this year and swear on air, and then the others will be like, "Oh, that's $10,000 right there."
All right, let me find some words to describe Mohammed Ben Salah. Okay, there we go.
Fantastic.
Look, I know NASCAR can be bad sometimes with their officiating, but they're not the FIA.
No, they're not. They put it. If the FIA got involved with NASCAR fully, and not just as the safety delegate, and they actually fine the drivers for swearing, I don't think NASCAR would exist. These guys are swearing in their car
Under the FIA,
right now.
Under the FIA, NASCAR would cease to exist because they just ban drivers for life for fighting. Which is stupid. Considering the most watched, no one remembers the All-Star race from last year. All they remember is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. having the biggest guts in the world and punching Kyle Busch, which that takes guts, to be fair to him.
It's in our
38
intro.
back in the race, minus 49 laps down. What's the point?
Money, JT. Money. There's
You get more money if you finish.
how many laps to go? 86, and he's 49 down. He'll easily get into at least 36th position, which is a lot, and that's points and money for Zane Smith. Hang on, did I just
get more.
Did I out NASCAR knowledge JT? Yes! A whole season.
You also get more money
Yeah.
if you finish the race, I think.
You do. You get bonus for finishing. I can't believe that just happened. JT's even puzzled.
Right, JT, you're fired.
No, I'm giving you both the side eye.
50 of 65. 15. 15 to go in stage 2.
I want to put in the chat, remember when Dale Jr. got fined for swearing? Yes, I do remember that too. It was at 2004 he got fined because he swore on air and deducted points.
Yeah, but that was because it was really bad.
It effectively cost him a shot at the title. Would he have won it? Probably not. But it cost him what would have been probably a good shot at the title that year.
Was that because he was actually properly swearing? Like, he was really bad. Oh, Bowman getting loose. Bowman getting very loose. He's getting tapped by Buescher. And he's just about staying in. But he's taken the lead of the race. But twice on that backstretch, he nearly went round.
Adam Lemeris is speaking my language right now. He says Mohammed Ben Sulayem is beyond crazy, awful, a disgrace, and needs to go.
Where have you got that one?
It's in the YouTube chat.
I haven't got that from Adam.
Oh no, to be fair, I've switched from live chat. I don't get. You have probably a pop chat on. I have live chat on, which shows more, including like filtered messages.
That's true. Why was I in top chat? I'm so sorry if I've missed your messages.
It's only when messages are a little bit rude that it kind of filters them out. But I think as long as it's not directed towards us, it's fine. Yes, everybody, we are a dictatorship here at JB Motorsports. You can insult everybody but us.
Hey, you can insult me all you like.
One rainfire.
Hey, at least it wasn't a dictatorship in the commentary box today. I was actually allowed to go to Stand Lake and meet Dave Goddard.
That was fun. He's met Dave Goddard before he shared. No, we haven't even shared a box together. We've shared a field commentating. We have yet to actually be in the same commentary box.
Hold on, let me send a message to you in Manny's channel.
Me and JT though have a wonderful photograph. Looking down at the old hairpin. That is fantastic. As they come through again. And who's that on the backstretch? Is that
check
Austin Dillon?
Manny's channel, JB.
Is that Austin Dillon, by the way, Scott? Look at this one, Blaney. On the outside, he went from high to medium to low line to get up, and he tried to get Cindric. Blaney's on a man on a mission. That was a last lap practice, wasn't it? 100%. Look at
Blaney either does really well in a super speedway race. He either does really well or under a scratch.
Cindric, that's a 38, by the way, backing out of things from Zane Smith. Elliott's into third. He too is taking that line. He's trying to find positions out there now as well and trying that super duper sluggy line. What an amazing race this is turning out to be.
21 is back in the race, by the way.
That's Josh Berry, 39 laps down.
39 laps down. What's the point? Money and points. That has a little bit of a ring to it, that does.
Yeah, but he's only gone back out there because now that's going to really scupper Zane Smith. Because there's 11 laps between them. So that's to stop Zane Smith getting 36th place. That's what the new DVP rule's doing, guys. As Logano carving through the field like a hot knife through people. Yes, I said people. Oh, look at this. Logano going on the low line. Jackie was on the high line. That was Logano's going everywhere.
Hey,
he
has crashed.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
Aha! You've got 80 laps to go, JD.
Oh, look at Stenhouse!
This is fantastic.
Appearing out of nowhere in that sunny D car.
He's not hard to miss, is he? And look at the 40. Look at the 40 as well, isn't it? Of Justin Allgaier for the JBMotorsports. He's come into the mix. He's in 8th place right now. This is amazing. We haven't even got to the end of stage 2. We're about to have stage 3. And look at this as well from Bowman. The low line's not working now, guys. The high... Oh, hello! Bang, bang goes Joey Logano. He was slicing through. Ha! He's taking Bubba Wallace with him. Bubba's on the inside of Bowman and Allgaier. What's up?
Didn't work, though.
No. That was tight, wasn't it? He's backed out now.
Yep, and he's going to fall back.
47's in the mix. This is usually where we start seeing contact. It's going to be... Bubba's going to touch Logano if he's not careful, and that'll be sending it back round. Oh, my God!
I'm not a NASCAR spotter or anything, but Bubba Wallace had more than enough space to go to the high line there.
He did. But I imagine the spotter at that point was going like, new pants, new pants, new pants, new pants, new pants. Code brown, code brown, code brown. On board now with Christopher Bell. Looking ahead to the sunny D47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Look at the timing tower, completely changed. Logano was in the top 5, he dropped down to 11th place. 8 to go in stage 2. Is that damage on the back of the Toyota? Where did that come from? On the 35. He was involved in that incident on lap 72, Riley Herbst, and now he's running in the mix in 5th position. Proves that doesn't matter.
Blaney has just said on the radio, tell the 2 to stop lifting so much.
Yeah, they're trying to fuel save, aren't they, to get to the break. That's one thing I was wondering. Look at Cindric. Oh, it's getting a bit messy there. Bowman has taken the lead of the race. Bowman was 8th at the end of the previous lap. He now leads here at Daytona with 7 to go, stage 2. Yeah, all right. Fair dues, fair dues. Oh, Blaney. Oh, my God. If he gets any more loose mid-corner, Blaney's going round. Twitching like crazy. Bowman on the backstretch as well. Flaps coming up everywhere. Over 200 mile an hour. What was that last lap time delta? 193.481 across the line. They fly by out of 3 and 4 into the tri-oval. And that's going to be Austin Cindric taking the lead of the race. Blaney's in there with Bowman. Bowman will classified as 2nd. Blaney in 3rd. Suarez moving up as well. Michael McDowell's dropped to 32nd place. He was leading a couple of laps ago. This is fantastic. Two by two running now, JT. As Zane Smith gets out of the way again.
And SVG is half a straight away from getting lapped again.
Oh. 6 laps down there for SVG. Not the best start for him so far. Well, racing to the end of the stage.
Didn't he lead a lap? Was very close to leading a lap.
Oh, he's on the... I'll have to have a look in a minute.
He hasn't led a lap, but he was like 3rd once.
In terms of the 88, did he lead a lap? No, he didn't. We've had 31 lead changes.
But he was 3rd
yeah.
for a couple of laps.
This lap's a rundown. Now I can actually read it this year. It's so handy. Also provides us a good timing. Go on.
the officials radio is where I get the main lineup, and then I use the laps and rundown to fill in the gap.
Yeah.
It is very handy.
So, 5 to go in this stage. We've had 29 laps under yellow, 96 under green, 3.5 hours under red flag. I can't believe we've been going nearly 7 hours. Yeah, we've been going for 7 hours nearly. Madness, isn't it?
And I've been going
6 hours,
for... No, I've been going for... Hold on, let's do that.
We've been on there for 7 hours. We had an hour build-up show, which means we've been racing for 6 hours. But we had a red flag for 3.5. Yeah, that's what we need, Fox, in the middle of a great race. A full screen with 4 to go.
I've been going 18 hours, JB.
I had a lion this morning, so I'm fine. That's why I'm bubbling.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a mess. I was sleep, Ringwood, Xfinity, 3.5 hours sleep, then 18 hours non-stop.
Yeah.
Help.
Xfinity will also be coming to you live next week. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Have a look at what is on next week.
Well, we're in Atlanta. Also, Formula 2 and Formula 3 pre-season testing, and Moto 2 and Moto 3 pre-season testing.
Yeah,
there's a lot to do.
I got a message from Omi, and Omi, yes, I did see that message about me putting F2 and F3 testing on me, yeah.
2 to go in stage 2. Cindric has led 30 laps and now 31 as he comes across the line. Busch is getting involved too, but here comes the party time. 2 to go in stage 2.
This is where everyone gets crazy.
I'm fully expecting a crash, by the way, in stage 3 is going to be a long night.
All right, who's slipping?
I will actually go for Logano. No, to be fair, the 48's looking all over the place. I think Bowman stands a chance too. Logano or Bowman?
I'll be surprised if we don't get a flip by the end of this race.
First week in Daytona, we wouldn't have had a flip in a number of years, especially in the new Gen 7 era. These cars go over easier.
Then again, aren't we expecting a catch fence moment for Storm Clumpers here?
That is true, actually, yeah. After what happened with Ryan
I will
Newman.
add quickly. I don't think Newman actually hit the catch fence.
Newman just went over, didn't he?
Yeah, he went over, then got pile driven by Corey LaJoy.
That was a scary evening.
That was horrible.
Pictures break up again as the 48 gets bumped by the 17. Stay with us, stay
Hendrick's
with
got
us. This is the last lap of stage 2.
Blaney trying to go for it. This might be a stack up.
They've got to be careful. 3 wide further back. Kyle Busch trying to come up high. Austin Cindric down to the tri-oval. It's looking very messy.
Oh!
Over the line. Who's got it? Blaney.
Blaney.
Stage 2 winner, Ryan Blaney. And the caution is out for stage 2. That was an attempt for the end there, Jack, and he was right there all the time. That was amazing.
No, he was the faster of the two anyway.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be honest. Good run from Ryan Blaney. Is it finally his year? He has won at Daytona in the past, just not the 500. Anyway, time for a random NASCAR fact. Did you know that Tony Stewart has won at Daytona in all series about 19 times, and he never won the 500?
Mad. How did you not win it? Go on,
timings for the Barcelona test for F2 and F3?
Omi had it.
Omi, send them to me, please.
He is probably asleep. It's 1 AM on Monday morning. 9 times out of 10 he's asleep. But yes. Moto 2 and Moto 3 pre-season testing, by the way, will be on JB Motorsports 2. With Formula 2 and Formula 3 on JB Motorsports. Just as a heads up. Martin Truex Jr., by the way, has said he will do another Daytona 500.
I'm surprised.
So Truex
He wants to win this. He's never won on a plate track.
Yeah. I'm annoyed that he raced his way in and it didn't work out for him. Poor guy.
Yeah. Same for Elio didn't race his way in, but man, I don't think Wendy's is going to want to race at Daytona again after this one. They've had to foot the bill for this.
Yeah. Not good for that, is it? Random NASCAR fact from Adam, who says Davey Allison and Bobby Allison finished 1-2 in the 1988 Daytona 500. That was a crazy day.
Let's get another one then.
I want another one.
Terry Labonte, Bobby Labonte, and Terry Labonte are the only brothers in history to lock out the front row.
Just because it's always funny to say it, especially when we need motivation at 1 a.m. 69 laps to go.
Hey.
Such a British thing to say that.
They are swapping the 47 and the 5 around, so 5 up to 12th, 47 down to 13th.
So, yeah, Larson gets ahead.
Larson and Stenhouse.
We've redone our commentary box this year with a new monitor below the main 40-inch, which means that I used to have my papers below the main monitor. That's now no longer possible, sadly, due to, well, it doesn't fit. So Megan has very kindly given me some pieces of cardboard to which I've stuck my notes on, and I have blue tacked the cardboard to the side of the television monitor up here in the commentary box. So I now have them sort of directly in eye line. So if ever I need to know what a number is of a car and I can't work it out, or we're not in pictures, I have the entry list right next to my eye line and the performances of them directly below. So yeah, just a little thing. I'll send you a photo, JC. Cardboard to the rescue. Under caution then, let's head over to the world feed.
That produced last year's thrilling 3-wide finish. Check your local listings or go to NASCAR.com for the latest tune-in information.
Mike Joy, over to you. Fox at 25, and it's been a very entertaining Daytona so far. We've had to wait for it, but it's giving us the goods. Let's head over back to our commentators as Logano has more work done.
Not yet open, but Joey Logano has pitted to make repairs or replace the airbox. Jamie?
Yeah, you see Joey Logano in. The team is hard at work. These mechanics are getting a workout today as they replace the airbox in the front. They got it out. It took them about 30 to 40 seconds. They're getting the new one put back in. They know they have a fast race car, so let's make it right. Let's get it perfect so we're good at the end.
Now, because he pitted early, he'll have to restart at the tail end when we begin stage number 3. Here are the stage points earned today. Blaney and Logano won the stages. Stage 2 with Cindric second, Elliott third, Bowman and Gilliland the top 5. There's also 1 point for the fastest lap in the race, and right now that's Brad Keselowski at 198.9. Pit road is open this time. Pace car is alone at the front of the field as here come the lead lap cars. Regan.
Chris Buescher's going to hit the very first pit stall in as you see him stopping back there. Right now, just a little bit too tight with the number 17 car. Small adjustment for that. Josh?
For the 12 of Brian Blaney, he said that car gets a little too tight when he gets close to someone's bumper. He said, free me up just a tick. Jamie?
Crew chiefs telling their drivers this will probably be the last time they will take tires. The 2-car Austin Cindric said, I'm fine, car is good, no adjustments. The 9 of Chase Elliott, air pressure adjustment just to help a little bit on track in traffic.
Here's the race off pit road. Blaney gets there first. Bubba Wallace, Austin Cindric coming off the pit lane.
JT, quick question. World Superbikes, have they already started their first practice session?
It was next week, no?
Michael Hill has put them on, saying that they're going now. I am very confused. Can you double check? Because they've just been saying First free practice session of the year done. And FP1 in the books. I have no idea what's going on. Yeah, I am very confused.
I'm sure it's World Supervisors next weekend. I know that because I did the.
Oh, it's the Phillip Island test. Thank God for that.
I don't even. Also, I don't know why they would have a free practice one on a Monday.
I know. I was.
For race weekend, but.
I know what I'm doing then after this, after NASCAR. Setting up the World Superbike streams. Sets up stuff. That's what I'm doing.
The 22 team changed the airbox on the car under this caution.
Keep going.
Okay, I'll just talk random stuff then.
That would be
race off
brilliant.
pit road 12, 23, 2 and 8. Blaney, Wallace, Cindric and Bush, your top 4 race off pit road. And NASCAR Chasm, Logano basically in a backup car now.
Okay. Yeah, he has changed that so much, Jack, as we're looking at it now in our pictures. Yeah, that's a lot of changing.
Yeah, that Logano car is.
DEA.
Team Penske has combined to lead 89 of 132 laps so far.
You're joking me, right?
Is this their year? Well, they have won it before. I think, was it Ryan Newman and Joey Logano have won? And Austin Cindric, I forgot about him. They're the 3 drivers who've won with Penske.
Something's going on with my, yeah. Something really weird's going on with my Google Chrome at the moment. It won't let me log in or sign out of anything. So it's like not working. It's really confusing me. It's like I need to reset it. I suppose we've got how long until the green light, JT?
I mean, we went green on lap 12 of 70 last time, but I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to close Chrome and reopen it and see if that does anything. Let's go to Fox.
Thanks for hanging with us. Interesting to note that Stage 2 winner Ryan Blaney in the Daytona 500, 3 previous times he's won Stage 2, and each time he has not gone on to win the Daytona 500. Let's recap some highlights and talk about the dominance of the Penske Fords. Joey Logano, of course, has led the most laps in this race. The day started. Beautiful weather, the president on hand, flying in on Air Force One, and once they got going, we had 11 laps before the rain came. There was a break. They got to 21 laps, and then more rain, and then once we got going here, a little bit of a caution here. Watch the 11 of Denny Hamlin, the 3-time Daytona 500 winner.
Yeah, they all checked up in front of Denny Hamlin. Zane Smith got into the back of him, got him loose, wiped out about 4 cars in that wreck.
And then after the start of Stage 2, this was a 10-driver crash.
Oh, yeah, this collected quite a few guys. You see Elio Castroneves right there gets collected. Ross Chastain as well.
Chase Briscoe caught up in that. Martin Truex Jr., who was back for a run. And then Ryan Blaney winning Stage 2. The only Stage 2 winner who's gone on to win the Daytona 500. It's only happened once, and that was Denny Hamlin some 5 years ago. When you see, and all day we were here, Fords fast, how well the Penske Fords are working together and the formula working to perfection, even when they've had some problems as Logano has rallied.
Yeah, and all the Ford guys told us as we talked all day long that their cars were so good because they could push, but Team Penske just seems to be the dominant force here today. They've led 87 laps total. All their drivers have led laps, Chris. It looks to me like Joey Logano could maybe be the favorite. I picked Blaney at the start of the race to win. He's really good on these type tracks. But what Joey Logano has overcome with the issue with the throttle body, They've come back down pit road. They're going to go to the back. But Chris, all these guys 3 wide, Joey Logano was still able to work his way to the front.
It was amazing how they caught a break. The debris caution comes out for them to great communication, find what was wrong, correct it, having some other problems. All right, so if it's not a Penske Ford, who else are you keeping an eye on? Is there somebody we're missing here that hasn't been out in front?
Well, Chase Elliott's been really good all race long as well. You saw Alex Bowman towards the end of that race. It doesn't look to me like Bowman's car is stuck quite good enough, but Chase Elliott, you see right here, had a great car, has been good the whole race long, has been able to be up front. Even when he gets shuffled back, seems like he's able to get his way kind of back towards the front.
Chase Briscoe led the laps early, but other than that, Toyotas have not been a factor, Mike.
Cars coming down pit road, and a few more to the choose rule, JT, and getting going. And I have now got live timing for World Superbikes. We are good for World Superbikes, JT.
Oh, what a shame.
What?
Enjoy.
Why a shame?
Another million series to add.
Another series to add to my collection. I need you to do some talking while I get my graphics back up, mate.
Me talk? Okay,
Yeah.
I can talk.
You know that thing you do for a living?
Free pass 88, still 5 laps down at SVG. Shane Van Gisbergen, 13 leaders, 35 lead changes, 5 cautions about to go for our 6th green flag in towards turn 3. Lights out on the pace car. Pit road is clear. We are good to go. It's Busch on the inside, Blaney on the outside. This could get interesting. It's stage 3 of the Daytona 500.
But save as much as you can while you're doing it.
64 laps to go. Ready for green flag. Boys, wreck or break or go? What's going to happen? Wreck or okay? Don't all say at once. Jimmy Johnson's moved up the order a little bit, hasn't he? Here we go. Up to 6th place. Can Jimmy Johnson win again? It's time to begin. Let's count them in. 5, 6, 7, go! Stage 3 restarts. And look at this. Immediately, Johnson dropping down 3 places. Not the best restart. Kyle Larson's in there, JT. And they're now just starting to push up. Bubba's in there too. Completely different change around from the guys at the front.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace on the outside, Larson on the inside. That's your second row, first row still. And look at the push from Bubba Wallace on the number 12 of Ryan Blaney up in towards turn 3.
Ooh.
Still pushing up in towards turn 3.
Save it, save it, save it. Be calm. Come on, do not throw it up in the air. Jack 3 wide already, and now this is where the talking stops and the racing begins. They know they need to lead these laps and be crucial about it.
Jimmy Johnson actually quite far up the front in that Legacy car. It'd be good for Legacy to get some good finishes. They had a horrid last 2 years, to be honest.
It's about time they had a good time, to be fair, as you keep saying. And Johnson, been here before, can he win again? It's looking good. Look at this! The Polson are coming back into the mix of things as well. In the 19.
There's Bubba Wallace.
Bubba's in there too. Austin, is that Austin? Yeah, it is. Austin does come up. Where did Austin come from? He was
Jimmy
way
Johnson also involved in it as well in 9th.
Johnson pushing. He's on the low line. Larson's there too with Byron. Okay, I like this, guys. It's a good race. They're doing quite well. Quite well. Just don't make it out. It's going to be a nice race. We don't want any drama. Replay. What are we watching here? This is the restart. Bubba on the high line. Nope, this is live. Okay.
Average Fox moment.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a replay or not.
It is a replay. The script is already written.
Bubba Wallace leads for Toyota. They got their first ever pole here in 18 attempts. They started back in 2007 with Michael Waltrip.
And Red Bull, I think, too.
Yes, yeah.
Going to be seeing them a bit this year, to be fair, Red Bull. Going to be
With
sponsoring
Trackhouse.
SVG for 5 races and Connor Zilic for his cut debut at Circuit of the Americas in 2 weeks.
That is going to be fun as well. A modified circuit.
Ready
of the
for him to
Americas.
win on this one too?
Yeah, modified circuit of the Americas, of course. We're going to be using. We're not going to be using turn 8, 9, 10 as well. We're cutting off before the mid stretch. Bubba Wallace and Larson is shoving the back of Bush so much that he's going to tip him if he's not careful. The same from Elliott now.
Bubba's looking loose.
Oh yeah, they're all looking it, aren't they? Yeah, I was about to say Elliott's
Look who's
pushing
next
back
to
above
Bubba as well.
It's
His
Blaney.
best mate, Ryan Blaney. These two are actually really good friends.
Don't take each other out, guys. Come on.
They did that 2 years ago at Dega.
Oh, this is looking a bit. This is going to be a big one. You know when you can see it coming? They're all 3 wide, but they're so close together. Somebody is going to make a mistake, and it nearly happened there as well. Cindric nearly got loose, coming into one. One small mistake.
We need the entire field, other than Cody Ware, to wipe themselves out. Then we get a Cody Ware Daytona 500 win.
Cody Ware is currently in 32nd position, though, mate. If that happens, I'll eat my hat.
It would be funny for him to win. It would also be quite nice for Rick Ware, because I do want that team to get a win, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Can I just point out, I hate the fact that we're now going full screen during a race from Fox. This is ridiculous. For a dermatology appointment.
I am going to let them off because they showed a ninja car.
Yeah, but it's about dermatology.
About Eric Jones, I think.
Yeah, and it is now Eric Jones as well. We don't care! Get us back to the action! He's not even... Where is Eric Jones? He's in 12th place. We don't care! Show us the racing! Thank you! Ryan Blaney now leads.
Everyone, we do not care about charity here on JB Motorsports, because that was an advert for a charity.
Showing side by side. It's 2025. We don't need full screen commercials.
You're right. I wonder how we cope over in England. Oh wait, we don't have adverts in England.
No, and even better, we don't have anything. We've got the actual TV pictures.
And even better, our TV provider can shut down at any moment.
Let's go!
I feel like we've paid £120 this season, and it's going to work like 50% of the time. It's all right. Next weekend's not even on Premier Sports 1; it's on the streaming app only. Oh, and another commercial for Fox. What a shame. Wow. The 12 cars coming up on the inside. 3 wide here at Daytona under the lights.
Problem backstretch, no caution.
Oh, who? Well, the 88 and the 21 are there. And the 38 and the 19. Oh, it's the 21 problem, yeah. That's Josh Berry. He's coming into turn 3 and 4 now. I can see on the driver tracker. We will get that
Someone
driver...
who's American. But can someone who's American in the chat please tell me, how the hell do you guys survive with all these commercials? Genuinely, it makes no sense to me. Like, as a British person, when I'm watching my football match, my Tottenham v United as an example, and Cindric's probably about to dump the guy in front of him.
Yeah.
But no, when I'm watching that, like, you believe it or not, we can go 45 minutes, no ads. How do you guys survive with like American football? Because you get like 40 adverts like a half.
Yeah, but
believe it or not, they played an NFL game on Netflix with only 12.5 minutes of ads in 2.5 hours.
Netflix, you're doing it right. Well done.
And believe it or not, 6.5 minutes of those 12.5 minutes ad breaks were before and after the halftime show. Believe it or not, they went through the whole second half of the game without showing a single advert.
That is incredible. Netflix, I applaud you guys.
They're just announcing the commercial-free section. When they show soccer here, they do no ads as well. Oh.
Oh, good. That's how it should be. Because there's no, like, massive timeouts in those sports. Like, with all the big American sports, you've got tons of timeouts. And our pictures are just dead. DD12, here we go.
And the back.
See, that's all I've got to say. Every single time I say that, it just comes back magically. They're scared of me. That's what it is.
Do you know what that just reminded me of? Does it in Talladega Nights? Do you remember when they're crashing and flipping and they say, "Well, good. Now for a time for a quick word from our sponsors," and it's the pancake ad, and then they cut back from the blackness, still wrecking here at Talladega. It was that. That's exactly what we just had.
Oh my god!
It cut to
I
black.
love that film as well.
Oh, I love it.
that.
I love Talladega Nights.
I'm not going to say it's like an amazing film.
Yeah.
It's kind of a stupid film more than anything, and that's why I enjoy it a lot.
I am. Oh, our pictures are going again. As Bubba is about to
Wallace.
commit it. Oh, my word. Oh, hello. Stay, please, TV pictures. Bubba Wallace round the outside of Ryan Blaney with Kyle Busch coming down low with 53 laps to go here at Daytona. Boy, oh boy, is this going to be a lot more fun if we can keep this going. Warphammer says, but in general it's awful. I VPN out to the UK to watch Insta commercial free. Rightly so. It's on YouTube as well.
Premier Sports, listen up. The cherry on top to make JB go absolutely crazy as you cut away on the final corner of the final lap.
No, I got so... Oh, my goodness me. Austin Senior just touched the back of Ryan Blaney. Blaney had a massive twitch in the tri-oval section. No, seriously, last year, though, when I lost it on the last lap of the race, where were we? I can't remember. And I was furious.
Wasn't that Daytona?
No, it wasn't Daytona. It was somewhere else. It was one of the...
Talladega.
No, I didn't do Talladega last year. Phoenix. It was Phoenix. The first boring race in Phoenix, remember? I was running up and down the stairs all night and it went off.
Are you sure it wasn't Talladega?
I was not at Talladega. I wasn't at Talladega. No.
Oh, yeah.
You called that last lap, JT,
Yeah,
because you were doing it. I never did either Talladega last year because I was at Long Beach. And then I was at Donington.
Yeah, I remember that.
I never did either Talladega. I will be aiming to do a Talladega this year, but I just don't know when or what Talladega. I'm actually thinking about staying in the hotel an extra night.
You'll probably have to do an Xfinity one.
That is true. I am thinking though, because I think the second Talladega is on a weekend when I'm away. So I think I'm staying an extra night in the hotel to try and do a Talladega.
Hold on, please tell me you can. There's an ARCA race at Talladega. Surely.
Probably.
2, you need to do it.
We'll see.
That would be funny. That would be
me
chaotic.
Losing it, yeah. Speaking of losing it, look at this. We are 3 wide.
Petition for JB to solo comms an ARCA race around Dega.
Oh my, no. I would not put anyone through what that last year's race was.
Are you trying
There was
to kill
literally
me?
no overtaking, there was nothing.
You trying to kill me?
The only redeeming quality of that race was that Jake Finch won.
To be fair, can I just point out, guys, I'd rather commentate on Wimbledon, which is at the same time.
Oh my god.
You're saying that I'm trying to kill you, JB. I thought I already tried when I turned up to Vans.
How did you nearly kill me then? I nearly died, but that wasn't it.
Or was it?
Was it?
50 laps to go here at Daytona.
To be honest with you, that weekend I tried to erase from my mind. Everything went wrong. It's like, that is the worst weekend we've ever had as well. Although it was actually alright the Saturday.
21 out accident again.
Oh, right, okay.
Out for the second time.
I wonder what that problem was this time, because he was in the back stretch, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Shame for Josh. See what he can do next time out. I said this is the season where he really needs to put on a good show, and he started in such negativity.
Oh my god, the Charlotte Roval Xfinity race name.
What is it?
Read this out.
Drive for the Cure 250 presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina.
I don't think that's fitting on the timing screen
Yak
we've got.
fest. Absolute yak fest.
3 wide again. 48 to go.
You know what? I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant here. I miss the days where sponsors didn't take over every single thing.
I've got a photo. They've latest news out from the White House is they sponsored the Gulf of America.
How do you sponsor your own bit of territory?
It is a joke that someone put up on Facebook. Let me send it to you.
I can never tell when they're being serious or not.
It's the Trump administration. Nobody knows if they're ever.
You can never tell.
Can never tell.
I don't want to see their Valentine's Day post, by the way. I'm not going to say it on air, but...
I did not know. Hello,
oh, no. It is funny. That's what... I'm going to say it as that. It's
Philip
funny.
makes-
I can't repeat it on air, though.
Philip makes a good point. Can they make it on fuel now? I'm not actually sure.
I don't know.
They're going to have to stop again, aren't they? Oh, okay. If it ends right now, Ryan Blaney will win and be on 58 points of the championship.
And I will get a pickle winner.
Yeah, but 16 clear to Austin Cindric because of the points he got in the duels. Yeah. Good, isn't it? Again, racing continues. Do you see that pump, by the way, there, Jack? Cindric to the back of Blaney. Proper kiss.
Yes, that's why I went, ooh.
That's what I was going to throw to.
I thought he was going to turn him right there.
My eyes
hi, Zane Smith.
My eyes are focused on Jimmy Johnson.
Sent it in comms chat for you both.
Oh, God, what is this?
I've got a feeling Johnson's going to get this one, you know. The 7-time champ will be a 3-time winner.
I'm trying to think of an appropriate thing to say on air right now about that. Just...
3 wide further back.
I don't... What? Why do I do this?
4 wide? There was an attempt at 4 wide.
Golf.
Adam says he's going to take Bubba Wallace to win. The man who wants dual 1 on Thursday, on Valentine's Day. Can he do it?
I'm going to go with...
Wednesday night, Thursday morning for us. Yeah?
Well, since my original was out, which is Chastain, I'm going to go with Kyle Larson.
I've still put my money on the 11, but I'm kind of regretting
Denny.
my choice. Yeah.
He has won 3 Daytona 500s.
He's down in 30,
And he's in my fantasy, by the way.
but he's down in 31st.
But I'm gonna get you, little
Denny! Okay, that is not even Denny Hamlin. That was Jake Dennis. You've completely missed that out of context in that soundboard. Hamlin's down in 31st position.
How's my fantasy going? Let me have a look at this. Hold on.
Bubba's now in the lead. Oh, look! A replay of earlier on in the day. That's what we need from Fox. Oh, there we go. Someone on the international feed's been paying attention. They've got away from that and shown us the racing. That's better.
But we still get the music from it because it's Fox.
I am dead last in my fantasy league. Why?
Well done. Blaney over
Yeah,
the line.
appreciate it.
Is Bubba taking... No, Bubba's on the outside, so that's... No, Bubba's... Yeah, that's Byron. Byron's up on the inside line now. Wow, okay. 43 to go. We're just ticking them off. 1 by 1. Nothing just yet needing for drama. Oh, debris being kicked up there. No one spinning out, though. Laps led today. Joey Logano, 43. Austin Cindric, 37. Ryan Blaney on 20. Bubba Wallace, 13. Alex Bowman, 11. William Byron on 8. But we've had 41 different lead changes in this race, and there's been 41 cars. How about that for today? 41 lead changes, JT. That's mental.
Yay.
Still. I reckon we're going to be on for an 8.5-hour broadcast, by the way, in terms of windows.
I've completely lost the will to live, and I believe it is time for the nightly Daytona snap.
Shall I smile? On board with Kyle Busch in his 20th attempt.
Was a lot better than the 24. I had been monitoring the 12. You've been the best of that little group you're in right there. William typically is around 80, Every now and then dips to 60.
He's saving.
Yeah, this is what it is. They all know they can't make it on fuel. They're all lifting as much as they possibly can. Blaney now going for Byron. Wallace backing out. Look at the 40 car. Still coming in there as well for Justin Allgaier. He's not going to hold back, is he? He's just keeping it together. Byron leads a lap once again. Oh, more. That debris at 1 is still flying around. They are begging for a caution, but they don't want to cause this caution, do they? Just a top up for fuel, that's all they want. Could go around at any moment. You're sort of always looking for that contact. Byron's dropped back. Blaney's going to lead this lap in the middle. Unless Bubba can get on the outside. That low line out of turn 4, though. Jack, so much more powerful. I don't know which one it would be for the run to the line. It's quite hard to tell. Outside is good, but then, I don't know. All 3 lines.
I'm still waiting for the inevitable big one, and it's probably going to happen towards the end. Everyone's just kind of fuel saving, not really trying to make many moves at the moment, just chilling. And right at the end, when people are starting to shuffle, that's when someone's going to pull off a dumb block, and that's when the field's going to pile up.
Last 15 laps, I think, the big one. How many adverts have Fox taken? That's their 6th in less than 10 minutes, isn't it? What's going on there? I've heard that jingle so many times.
Got to get that money in, ain't they?
Well, they did. Well, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Under the red flag, they can go 40, 50 minutes without a commercial. And yet, during the race, it's like ads every 5 minutes. It's a bit stupid.
Hasn't, like, some companies paid $500,000 for, like, a 30-second advert?
Yes. But picture-in-picture would be better. Bubba Wallace leads a lap now. Bubba Wallace leads. Ryan Blaney down a second. Timing and scoring, putting Blaney in the lead of the race. That is not correct information. Caution! Yellow's out!
Debris,
Why?
Debris, calm down, it's only debris.
What's more scary is the fact is that that's flashed up on our timing on our TV pictures, but none of our timing screens have shown caution. None of them.
A UFO has crashed into the track.
Drones.
I did actually make that joke in that because I was doing like live race updates in a server I'm in, and when the caution came out for rain, I just said, "Caution, UFOs crashed into the track." Just kidding, rain.
Well, it's Zane Smith debris. Okay, there's the caution now. Very bizarre.
Am I the only one that?
Yes.
I know the only one that really likes that McDonald's scheme.
Timing and scoring has gone down as well. Okay, that explains a lot. Timing and scoring.
What's going to go down next?
Has gone down on lap 153. It has shown Ryan Blaney is the leader, but it is Bubba Wallace. So timing and scoring is wrong. Apparently we need a refreshed login. I'm having a look. Yes, timing and scoring did go down. I believe they need a reset. I shall do that now, as we are under yellow here at Daytona, JT. Very interesting race so far, isn't it?
When can I go sleep?
30-something laps.
Plus a 27,000 hour post-show.
If you like, yes. If you want, mate, you can leave after the post-show. After the checkers. Right, we've fixed our timings. Right as we're under yellow, let's head over back to Fox Sports.
Next Sunday on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads to Atlanta, where last year we had the closest 1-2-3 finish in the history of stock car racing. Pre-race at 2 Eastern, green flag at 3, and only on Fox. Daniel Suarez, defending champ of the Atlanta race. What was it, 7/1000ths of a second between first to third. All right, pit road is open under this debris caution. Regan.
Mike William Bryan done a nice job of positioning himself again towards the front of the pack. Race car a little bit loose when being pushed. It should be right side only for the 24. Josh?
23 of Bubba Wallace pits from the lead. Happy with that car. It'll be fuel only for him. Same deal with Ryan Blaney. Just talking with a spotter about if he can do anything better. Jimmy?
Austin Cindric comes in fourth. He's led 37 laps today. 3 seconds of fuel only.
A heartbreaker for Jimmy Johnson. He got blocked in by a car entering the pit stall in front of him. Had to stop, back up, lost a lot of spots coming off pit road. Tough break for the 7-time champ.
Oh, look, another break.
Who rejoins the fray. 37 laps to go. Austin Cindric first out of the pits. Close.
If I hear this stinger music one more time, I think I might shoot myself.
2, Cindric 23, Wallace 12, Blaney 24, Byron top 4. 19 in front of the 45 as well.
Jack, quick thoughts on you in the last 37 laps of this race? When do you reckon the big
pretty
one?
entertaining.
Yeah. When do you reckon the big one's going to happen?
Either on the white flag or with 3 to go.
Okay. JT?
That's when everyone drives stupid.
I'm surprised we've got the caution now. Bubba winning the 500 would be funny. It would be.
Yeah, I'd love that.
JT, over to you. When do you think we'll get it?
I think we'll get it 20 to go.
20? Okay. We're going rather thingy, aren't you, with it?
Oh, if you haven't worked it out already, viewers, yellow-green flashing under caution means pit road open, yellow-red flashing means pit road closed, and yellow-black flashing means 1 to go at the line.
Are you teaching us how your systems are working, JT?
I am teaching you how my systems work. I'm sat in darkness, which must mean, oh, look, it's 1 to go.
I'm just trying to get this race tracker working.
In other words, viewers, I'm making JB jealous that he doesn't have lights like me.
Oh no, I don't have lights. Whatever shall I do?
Says the person who many a times has said to me off air that you want lights and on air.
Yes, I do want lights. I would love lights.
Is that when you tell us we were on drone cam?
How can you tell?
I don't know.
Is the fact that we're flying halfway through the air.
We're flying.
Race coming in. Not bad so far. Back to Fox. Everybody's a winner, baby. That's the truth.
Urbane there. Denny Hamlin. You got Jimmy Johnson, Austin Dillon, Austin Cindric. I couldn't tell. I think that might have been Kurt Busch as well.
Everyone's a winner, baby. Let's see what happens next.
Is Kurt Busch the only driver to win a Daytona 500 with Stuart Hart?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
GM stylist Harley Earl, who penned the Firebird 1 that sits atop the Harley Earl Trophy. A great friend of Bill France Sr. in the formative years of this speedway, and that's the one everybody wants. Here comes the pace car, headed for pit road.
Well, Kevin, 35 laps, somebody's life changed. Or it's going to change. Yours changed one day. Tell me.
Yeah, well, here we go. They're not going to give enough time, I'm afraid. We're coming to green flag conditions. Out over the line. Ooh. Green flag. We're racing again here at Daytona with 35 laps to go. Bubba Wallace will get the lead. And then we've got Cindric in there too as they come down in towards 1 and 2, JT. They've got to make this one super calm and super swift. But they can do it. They've got it on their back tonight.
They've done it before, but will they decide to do it now?
So
Look how tight
Oh!
The top 8 are side by side, 4 rows deep. They're bumper to bumpers, side to side as they spread out a little bit down the backstretch.
They've got this one under control. Byron's right there too. They're just going to try and nerf it ever so slightly. Just seeing it. And look at Wallace immediately changing the low line. He knows exactly where he wants to go and how far that car can be pushed. He knows. Push it and they will change their minds. This is a fantastic battling race so far. What are we reckoning then, guys? Any greens, any yellows so far? We're going to remain this nice, cool, calm, collected race all day long. 49 lead changes.
It's Daytona. What did you expect?
A little bit more action. A little bit more fun, I would admit. I was expecting.
It'll get chaotic towards the last 5 laps. Because people will be like, oh, wait, I actually kind of want to win this race.
I was expecting some drama. I'll see if it does. Cindric's now got the lead of the race. Just as I've fixed the driver tracker, by the way, situation, so I really want to get that sorted.
Ty Dillon's on pit road.
Oh, and that's back to worse for Ty Dillon then. Jamie.
And
You're
Zane
all
Smith
good,
is done.
and you're good to go on fuel. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it as they come through, as they are still battling out there. 50 lead changes so far, though, JT, as they come over the line. Oh, and JT's camera's disappeared.
Yeah, my camera has disappeared as I was just about. Let's hear from Austin Cindric.
Should have stage 2 where you're kind of between a code 0, code 1. So do what you did, stage 2, and let's get the win. Get that going hard.
Okay, back to you, JT.
What I was going to say is my camera turned off, so I was just going to set up a behind the scenes camera for the finish.
Fair dues. Keep going.
So I will be back.
Bubba's still there though, Jack, and their battle still brewing as they come over. It's the 2 with Austin Cindric's got the lead of the race so far. Continuing to push and continuing to attack.
Those RCR cars look incredibly quick right now.
Yeah.
Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon work together as teammates fairly well. And
Middle
Austin
3.
Dillon and Kyle Busch, two of the more controversial drivers on the grid. Both have had their spats and beefs before in the past. Most notably recently Kyle Busch at Wilkesboro and Dillon at Richmond. And look, I'm not going to say what Logano did was okay afterwards. A lot of people missed that he did burnouts in front of the RCR pit lane while there were people in there. Not okay at all. He got fined for it. Didn't appeal it though, to be fair to him.
Did not appeal, but still not right to do. So they've had to sort of think about it over the last couple of weeks, and it's sort of worked itself out. Still continuing. And look at Blaney. Blaney trying to take out low lines again, JT, as it comes through. If you can talk for a minute, I can do something clever as well. Over to you.
All right. Cindric leads. Ryan Blaney as well behind. Kyle Busch with Austin Dillon behind. Single file top 4. And then it instantly goes from single file straight to 3 wide further back. 31 laps to go in this Daytona 500. As we head down in towards turn 3, Bell getting involved as well in the 20, Jack.
Yeah, it's getting quite tight here. Lots of 3 wide action, lots of weaving. People trying to get to the front. Bubba Wallace nearly losing it here after being pushed by Willie B. You've got, what's his name? Look at who's getting close to the front, though, I will say, is Cole Custer for that Haas factory team. Essentially, what's left of Stuart Haas Racing, Gene Haas owning that car. Of course, them downsizing to 1 car effectively this year, selling the other 3 charters off.
And he's sort of been happy.
Cole Custer.
He's sort of been happy.
Running well.
Yeah, he's happy with just selling off, isn't he? He's been quite calm. By the way, everybody.
No, I mean, he has to.
Yeah.
He's had to. They're not making enough money. Sponsors all dropping off. They lost their tier 1 Ford thing, but.
Ladies and gentlemen, driver tracker. We've got it sorted. 30 laps to go. We fixed it.
You were setting up a behind-the-scenes camera, but
no.
driver tracker.
I was.
Hey.
I finally managed to get logged in, so we have the driver tracker. There we go. I hope you enjoy it back at home. We've got a driver tracker in NASCAR. Just F2 and F3 to go, and MotoGP,
and
everything else. No tyres apparently, so all good. Blaney on the back of Cindric, pushing and rubbing his racing. You can see the 10 and the 88 are so far out of position at the moment. And it's 3 wide. Whoa, 4 wide further back. Bubba Wallace getting involved there too. Denny Hamlin is ahead of Wallace. He's getting a shove. Hamlin's trying to get under the back of the 47 though. And that is not paying out. They're so close together. I really like the fact that what I've done is I've got rid of the useless information from the Timing 72 page. I've just got the lead changes and the summary of the racing action. And then I've got the driver tracker dead center screen, so I'm very happy.
Oh, that was a very big block from Hamlin. Stenhouse follows up. Hamlin from the middle to the high line. Stenhouse from the low to the middle. They just move up each one line, and that allows the low line of Cindric, Blaney, Bush, Austin, Dillon, and Bell to
push
separate
through
even further. And look at Bush in third. He's got a good chance of 28, now 27 to go.
Are we going to mention that Corey LaJoie is back into 11th position and looking very strong? Zane Smith is
Are we going to mention that Eric Jones is in 9th?
Oh my God.
And Hurst is in 6th.
Look at the 11 though, battling still with Bubba Wallace. They're desperate to try and make that high line work. Jack.
Even more huge, are we going to mention Cody Ware's finally got in the top 30?
Hey, well done, Cody. Where is he on the board? He's 30th. Yes. Jimmy Johnson, 31st.
I'm sorry, Cody, I'm too mean.
Kyle Busch is short on fuel. He's going to have to save, and he's running in third position right now behind Ryan Blaney. So he's going to be begging for another caution. So he is short on fuel. That's a surprise. I thought they might have made it go a bit longer, JT. Turns out, no.
I'm begging you for caution.
begging you.
It's time to get copyrighted at 2 a.m.
I'd just like to point out, NASCAR is one of the only series where we only gain money from the ads in the video. We don't gain any money after it because our intro always gets copyrighted. So we can actually do what we like.
Yeah.
We can have a karaoke jam.
Then again, I will say, when I think of begging, I always think of the fact that Maneskin, you remember the 121 Eurovision a few years ago? They did a cover of that a while back.
Didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah. It's alright. Like, I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan of the original song anyway, though.
Look at the driver tracker. The 88 is closing. He's in the way. So SVG's in the way. You can see on the driver tracker in the way. The 22 Logano's in there. 43 and the 47 coming close together. 42 on the outside. It's the 40 clubs, JT. They're coming back like last year.
Yay!
Come on.
They're not wrecking yet, though.
Still time. Still time as SVG gets out of the way and goes at 7 laps down. Bowman side by side as well. On board with Eric Jones. With Corey LaJoie in there. Patience, guys. Patience. Look at that. Gregson's up 23 places since the restart.
Same with Stenhouse as well.
Oh, Gregson.
Husband's up 21.
I'd love to see that guy win.
I would love it too. Here's Corey LaJoie.
LaJoie plus 19 and he hasn't wrecked. Wow.
Corey LaJoie is actually having a good day, but his old mate's right behind him though. Ricky Steinhaus Jr. We know what Steinhaus likes to do when there's been no drama. Calls action! And look how much he's doing it now. He's backing up. He's got the 40 car just below him. The 42 above. That's all you can say. Don't wreck because they swing through too. We've got a train of about... Well, it's all the way down to the 40. So we've got 12 cars in single file. Corey LaJoie is up high with Steinhaus as they come into the tri-oval. There are 23 to go at Daytona.
On board with the 24th, William Byron round the outside of number 5 and the 17 in towards the banking of turns 2.
Yeah, Busher.
And on towards the backstretch, number 34 involved in that as well.
Busher getting through on Hamlin quite easily though as they come into it. Kind of saw that one to be a bit more entertaining than I thought it would be. Still, 6 cautions, 50 lead changes in this one. Still in green flag conditions in terms of stage breaks. Oh, this is what we like to see. This is more into it. Suarez ducking and diving. Here comes those stupid blocks, Jack, that you were mentioning. They're trying it now.
22 laps to go, guys. Calm down, genuinely.
There'll be another red flag. I reckon with about 15 to go, we're going to have a big one, and the race will be stopped.
Reese there racing with Larson, the dirt guy versus the modified guy, and you can see Larson getting into the back there of Ty Gibbs, the 2022 Xfinity Series champion, by the way. Yeah, back to you.
Philip says that for the first time, we are synced perfectly with his TV pictures in Cleveland. Philip?
Get in there, boys.
Fantastic. This is why we paid 120
Let's
quid. We're live, ultra live, for the conclusion of the Daytona 500 in 2025 with 21 to go and everyone is everywhere. That 40 car of Justin Allgaier battling now with Logano, Cole Custer as well. They're all sort of in that little battle area mid-pack. Cindric, though, doing brilliantly. Is Kyle Busch saving enough fuel? Is 20 years of pain about to end for him tonight?
You know what line to use if he wins?
What?
The 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration.
Yeah. All ends.
The one that they used for Earnhardt.
Do I have to redo a great? I think I do, don't I? 20 years of trying, 20 years of frustration. Look at that from Steinhaus. Going up, blocking high. Steinhaus blocking there. Daniel Suarez, Nate Jones, and Logano. On board with said Logano. And look how much is being blocked. Everyone's going through, and that outside line not working at all. 20 laps to go here at Daytona. One stupid mistake.
Using the top line, you are going nowhere, by the way. Just saying. The top line is just not going anywhere.
Look,
you
Logano's
want to
pushing.
be on that inside lane.
Logano is getting a push in the 42, and he's pushing the 47. So they're just not moving. You're right. Absolutely, Jack. Spot on. Oh, and there's the 19 hitting the 47. Calm it down, please. Chase Briscoe.
You know they won't.
No, they're not gonna. We're getting to the point where we're gonna have a big one. It's 2 a.m. here. To quote Taylor Swift, 2 a.m. Who do you love? NASCAR. That's who we love. And the conclusion.
I think she'd say Travis Kelce, you know.
She probably would, but then again, NASCAR was here before him.
Maybe not now. Maybe not now. He didn't win the Super Bowl, but.
Is that Ty Dillon getting in the way? Is that Ty on the laws?
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, Ty Dillon the 10,
Yes,
just
Ty.
as fun. Joey Logano.
The joy is moving down.
This is going to be the big one soon. You can feel it coming. So I'm getting a tightness around my neck as well. Oh, there's Blaney. On board with Kyle Busch. They got the draft though, so they've got a bit of speed there. Wise from Ty to get out of the way and take the banking low line section. The flats. Oh my word! Look at the outside line, working brilliantly for the 19. And the 40 cars.
You
now
know
taking the
what
low.
would be a cool little fairy tale story?
What?
If Justin Allgaier went.
I was just
Junior
thinking.
Motorsports first ever start.
If that 40 car could take a win, poetry. 25 races, of course, afterwards. Poetry. I'd love it if that happened. I'm rooting for the 40 car. He's just backed out. Let the 19 is on the inside go through. 17 laps to go. Everybody in this one. I'd say it's within the top 5 though, wouldn't you? They're all there in a little bit. Just they're on their own. They're saving fuel. It's everyone else behind who's batting it like crazy. Just take care. Over the line again. Over the line. Blaney pushing Cindric. Kyle Busch has got absolutely no one to push or be pushed by. Can't fuel save there, my friend. Just drafting, drafting, and drafting. Logano's on his own, on that high line. Want Steinhaus and the George to come back up, but they've gone to the middle line. 16 laps to go here at Daytona. Corey LaJoy now scored his 5th. And is now getting the push from the 47. Fox going to brakes in the last 15 laps. You know what that means, folks? We're about to have a caution. Over the line again.
We are zeroing in on that big one right now, and there's no way we're not. The intensity has picked up. There is less intensity. There's less intensity here than in the eye of a hurricane. So those that don't know, the lower the pressure in a hurricane, stronger the storm.
That 47 getting super close. As Fox stay with commercial, they've not gone to commercial. It's going to be the 47 who's going to tip someone around, isn't it? You can see it coming. I've never known Ricky Stenhouse to actually be able to do it calmly. He's now up to third, though. He's pushing the Joy to second. It's bubbling. I can't watch, guys. It's like the end of a Grand National. Look at Logano! He tags the back of the 47. Somehow they don't go around. Logano's now touching the floor.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, there they go, there they go.
The big one! And it was Steinhaus. He's taken out Blaney and Logano. Elliott's involved. They're all wrecking in the backstretch.
Maxon too.
Well, I said it. With 15 laps to go, caused by Ricky Steinhaus Jr., I've done it! That's not a curse of the commentator, that's bang on predicting! The 47 causing it. Gregson's involved, Logano's out of the race! It's happened again at Daytona! The big one!
I think what happened to me, it looked like that Logano might have got shuffled out of line there.
Yeah.
And then tried to pull off, tried to get back in, and then not known Stenhouse wasn't going to let him back.
It all started with
unfortunately
Stenhouse pushing him off anyway in the first place. That all started with the 47.
And I think Stenhouse has minimal damage, to be honest.
Yeah, Blaney involved though. Bitter disappointment for him.
Right rear,
Right rear.
Right.
JT, what do you make of that one? Oh, and Logano's completely destroyed. Logano is done.
And that car is done.
He can't even
that
turn
car
in.
is ready for the scrap. He can't even make it to pit road.
He's yeah.
That car's ready for the scrapyard right now. That's ready to be turned into a nice rectangle.
He cannot even turn. He can't even turn to pit lane. They're going to have to. He's trying to use the wall to bounce him into pit lane.
They've.
Oh, and he's spun it on the backstretch.
They've told the 22 to stop. They have ordered it to stop.
He's doing burnouts.
Logano is now reversing to try and get into pit lane. They've told him to stop, but the steering column's broke.
And there is heartbreak.
Right, let's take a look at it then. Watch the 47. He pushes Corey LaJoie to the race lead, but he tries to go up, loses the traction jack, he backs off, and then cuts down Logano, and it all just triggered from here.
Yeah, it looks to me, here we go. Not really sure, Logano. I think Stenhouse gets out of line and then just cuts down. That's just him being a bit of a Stenhouse, isn't it?
Kyle Busch was involved.
Oh, and that caught Custer as well. I didn't even see that.
I didn't see Kyle Busch fly out, but he flew out as well. So Kyle Busch out of contention. And he hit the wall backwards as well. Kyle Busch is out of the race. 20 years of frustration continues. Didn't even see Kyle fly back. Watch this. Mid-corner. It all starts with the 47. He just cuts him down every time. Look, here's the block now. Every time. The 22, the 12, the 4, the 9, the 8, the 47, the 34, all involved in that. On our 7th caution of the night, caused by Logano and Steinhaus Jr. Arguably caused by Steinhaus, but Logano is in there too.
Yeah. To me, that's on Stenhouse.
Watch Kyle Busch though. Flies to the barrier.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
That's gonna hurt.
Oh. This is Kyle Busch now getting towed in. He is out of the race, guys. Confirmed.
Hold position on backstretch.
Red flag, everybody. Red flag.
Yeah.
The race stopped.
Alright, I'm gonna go AFK for a second.
No worries, Jack. So race stopped for a 3rd time. JT, could Kyle Busch get back in this? There's not much damage to the front, only a rear flat. If they can work on that onto the red flag in DVP, could he get back in this race?
Hold on, sorry, don't line up.
No worries. Well, it's visible damage on the 8 car. Rear left bumper grazed. Rear left tyre down. Oh, I think there's... Yeah, the diffuser is off and the floor's off at the back. That's dragging along the floor.
You get to see beautiful behind-the-scenes footage of me doing the lineup.
Kyle did hit the inside wall, yes. So it's hold on the back. Actually, well, they say hold on the back stretch, JT. They've gone round again according to the driver tracker. They've not stopped it.
That might have been one of the
okay.
support vehicles then.
So we're not red flagging it.
Not at the moment. They might this time.
They haven't brought them down pit road yet. With 12 to go. But no choose all either. So here's the running order then, as things stand after that red. This is the running order as it finally resets itself. Corey LaJoy, Austin Cindric. Oh, actually, I'll wait for JT to give us that full order when it comes through. As into the pits, a gaggle of cars. Blaney, Gregson, Steinhausen, Gilliland. And I believe this is... Is this Kyle Busch? Has he got back yet? No, it's the 12 of Blaney, who has managed to make it back to pit road. But from running... And they've got the gaffer tape out to try and fix that up as well. Well, yellows breed yellows here. And that's the dangerous game we play, unfortunately, here. 9 times out of 10, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
I'm back.
Hello, Jack. Cars still running on the back stretch. They have not stopped yet, with 12 to go. Back with us, if you're listening on Fox, 25 years, some big moments. Bigger still, 12 to go, and we're waiting for the final laps of the Daytona 500 in 2025.
Okay, line up 01, 2, 42, 11, 3, 20, 43, 41, 35, 99, 48, 23, 6, 19, 24, 54, 40 and 60. Interesting to see the 01 lead in it. 3 passes to 10.
Yeah, Rick Ware Racing's Corey LaJoy in the 01 with Jerry Kelly as his crew chief. The sponsor of that car is the Take 5 oil change / Dura Max. There's Kyle.
You will be able to.
Yeah.
You will be able to see how fast I have to type in the numbers on the behind the scenes.
Noah Gregson, Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. They're all involved in the backstretch as well. Let's take another look at it then, Jack. What? Anything's changed on your mind there? Do you spot anything different as we get this started now?
I think if I'm gonna, I think it's a little bit of on both here.
Yeah.
Me, I think Logano shouldn't really go for this move. So yeah, and then Stenhouse gets shuffled out. Stenhouse then comes down like a bit of an idiot there, and then causes all of it. But I also do think, should Joey really be going for that kind of move? Should he really be being that aggressive? You've still got like 15 laps to go. I think it's a bit of both, to be honest.
How lucky was Cole Custer in the Haas?
He did get hit.
He got hit, got spun, and continued on. He stayed strong, foot to the floor. Fantastic. Here is again from Logano's point POV.
Yeah, really, should he really be going for that move though? Again, should he be going for that?
Yeah.
I don't think so. It's a stupid move to make. But at the same time, Stenhouse, you know, puts in a bit of a dumb block. Well,
let's have a look on board. Did he go and change that wheel? So that's mid-corner. Now, the yellow tape is for the corner, the red tape is for the main track, and the white is for pit lane exit. Yeah, he went for that move, didn't he? You can see the steering wheel was moving.
yeah, he went for it, and then, you know, he got too aggressive.
Let's have another
What
look.
Daytona does to people.
Who are we on board with here?
I don't know.
That's Kyle Busch.
Oh, is this Kyle Busch? This is Kyle Busch. Oh, damn the camera. Oh.
He grazed the wall. That's why he's only got minimal damage.
He's out of it.
He grazed it though.
Is he out of it or no?
He's back in pit lane. He only had a
He's
puncture.
BTW,
Yeah.
JB.
Towed to the garage.
Alright. He only had a rear puncture and scrape. Oh, the floor was damaged as well. I've just been reminded in my ear. Okay. Well, this race is turned up to 11, isn't it? Have we gone red, JT? I saw your lights flash red.
Yes, red and yellow. As known as pit road closed, one to go at the line.
There's Kyle Busch again. Watch this now, Jack. He gets the punctures. Oh, they zoom out from him.
He cut away before he hits it.
Oh, Chase Elliott. Oh, the
It's not
40.
going to be. It's not a particularly hard hit, but
The 40 car got out of it. Just now, guy
Do you
now
want to
down
know the
17th.
thought process behind that, JB?
Yes.
Is that if the pace car lights when the pit lane is open are yellow and green, and when the pit lane is closed, they're yellow and red.
Just to wreck you. We just all kind of squeezed in.
Yeah.
6 of one, half as it does in the other. Back to you, GT.
yeah, that's my
so
view.
I have logic.
2 to go until the green. 2 to go. We will go green with 8 to go.
1 to go at the line.
Yes. It's an electric pace car for the first time in NASCAR history here tonight. It's a 4x4 electric. Kyle Busch is back out on the track. He's 4 laps down though with
34 has been ordered to the go on.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, this is why we're riding with him now. Todd Gilliland. I think we might see Kyle Busch done for the day. That diffuser's done. Austin Dillon, follow the fastest cars.
2 is the fastest car of the day, and the 11 is the best speedway racer. So, Austin, honestly, you need to be thinking about that, and you need to make the decision you think is best to try and win this race, and who you feel like you need to go with. Yep.
How many cars are on that screen you just showed before? What, in terms of out? Here you go. Here's the battle screen that we have.
0-1 control car inside.
Out is the 20. Out is 38, 21, 56, 91, 1 and 16. Behind the wall is 34 and 22.
Odd as well. Todd Gilliland.
This is Kyle Busch's camera finally, Jack. If they stay with him this time. No, they don't. They don't want to see it. Ready to go green then. Can I just point out, my pick, Denny Hamlin, he's up to 4th. Okay. Hamlin might just win this one. But I think Corey LaJoie stands a chance here.
Penalty cars 47, 412 outside.
Ah, okay, that's simple. So,
34 back in the race from behind the wall DVT.
And the 8's gone behind the wall too now, along with the 22 I've just seen on the
still
monitor.
behind the wall DVT.
Yeah. Coming to the green flag. Is this the last green flag of the Daytona 500 in 2025? This is going to be close. Pace car will peel off. Ready to go green, or they waved us off. Can't tell. No. For one more time then. It's a Daytona 500 edition. Into the restart zone. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing for the Daytona 500. Smooth restart from everybody this time around. They don't want to get it wrong. Into 1. The 42 of Nemechek. Pushing the 01 of Corey LaJoie. The 11 is pushing the 2. The jaw's going high up. Cindric hits the back of him. They stay together. 42 now being pushed by the 3. Here comes Bell. Dillon's in there too on the back stretch as well. Good restart, JT. And the 01's battling with Cindric. He now goes high and gets pushed by Hamlin. 42 has to push LaJoie. Cindric takes the lead.
Good move there, new leader, the number 2, Austin Cindric, as they come through turn 4.
Keep your eyes on Denny Hamlin, Jack, running in 2nd place. And he is bump drafting as we get 8 to go. Hamlin wants this one, and he might just get it. I'm hoping, I'm praying. Hello, Jack, welcome you back. Can you hear me, Jack?
It's me.
Yes.
Austin Simpson just leading the trail of Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, who has that horrendous team, and Riley Hurt. I'm sorry, I know everyone's saying that.
Hamlin leads! Hamlin's got the outside!
I'm sure
and he's swept through! Hamlin leads at Daytona!
Hey! I'm sure NASCAR fans appreciate my comments on schemes. I know that's a big thing for NASCAR fans, is how the cars look.
Look at Christopher Bell getting the push from Cole Custer. Custer's in there. Riley Herbst is in fourth. Riley Herbst might just do this. 3 wide further back. Oh, and trying to go 3 wide now. Custer coming in. Bell is all over the place. He's side by side with Hamlin. There's a touch in the wall further back, staying green. Bell getting tipped by the back of Custer. Hamlin and Cindric working together, being joined by Riley Herbst in the 35. Coming up to 5 to go. Elliott's trying to get the outside high line. Haas might just get a victory with their only car in the race. Bowman's in there too. 5 to go, JT.
5 to go indeed. 22 out accident. 8 still behind the wall, by the way. In towards turn 1. 5 laps to go. It's Hamlin still in lead, but Bell side by side. Hamlin gets the nose ahead out onto the backstretch.
Still closing up. Still finding the positions as they come into the backstretch. Into turn 3 and 4. And the 20's in the wall. Huge accident.
Oh,
What's this? Ryan owns the 60. It's Ryan Preece again. He's flipped over and whacks into the wall.
Wow, jeez.
The red flag is out. And it's again the 60. Mirrors of 2 years ago as Ryan Preece goes up in the air, over, bouncing into turn 3 and lands half on the oval, half on the flat. It's happened again, and Denny Hamlin leads with 4 to go. Overtime at Daytona, but the red flag is out. Huge accident and Ryan Preece getting out okay. It's happened again, folks. Wow. That came out of nowhere.
Wow, Ryan Preece. Hope, is he alright? I think the window net's down. He's getting out of the car, that's good to see.
Yep.
I thought he was
Keselowski.
alright, I just wanted to be sure. And there's his team owner.
20, 41 and 6 were the big ones on that backstretch. And Keselowski with 2 things, JT.
Red, we have gone red.
Yeah, red flag's out, race stopped. I thought that was going to happen. Had to happen.
Wow. Here's a replay.
Take it to it then, Jack, because this is going to be quite scary.
Alright, here we go. So as you can see, I'm watching the back here. Bell is being absolutely shoved here by Custer. Custer just doesn't get off and Bell's loose, and I think that kind of seals the deal, doesn't it?
And
then he goes straight into Priest, who... Oh my, I have never seen a car flip like that before. Wow.
Rotated completely over, JT, mid-corner.
He did a backflip.
He
quite literally did a backflip.
It was backflipped.
I have never seen a car flip like this before.
Red flag's out.
Wow.
Yeah. This is on board. Let's take a look. There's the 60. Look. Oh, he just caught air, and it just rotated over
Look
him.
at that. Nice wheelie, by the way, Priest.
Why is it always him? It's so bizarre. Why is it always him? Oh, I didn't like that. It was such a high cut. The 43 and the 99 involved. 20, 41, 60, 6 and 5 were the cars involved. And Ryan Preece, 10 out of 10 for a backflip. Here it is once more. JT, look at that. It's like Ralph Schumacher all those years ago. But it's just, as soon as you start to get on the back
God,
here,
yeah.
Yeah.
He You mean Michael? You mean Michael in the German Grand Prix start?
No. Well, that was Bertie and Schumacher, yeah. But do you remember Ralph in Australia in 02 when he launched over the back of Rubens?
Oh, no, yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
It was similar to that, although Ralph got down on the back first before he flipped over, but Ryan got tipped because of the corner. It was the same style of accident. He just...
Look at all the debris coming off of that as well.
Okay, so we now know that the Donald Trump curse is still a thing.
Yeah, same, isn't it?
I forgot about that.
How does this keep happening?
Because technically that car did go over the safer barrier because of how the back of the car was on it.
This is the live action.
Apollo says, what's that weird background mouse-like noise?
That is the Fox commentary. We can't turn it off because the international feed's been having so many problems. If we want the background noise, we occasionally, when the cars aren't active, we hear the Fox commentators. It's a problem on the international feed this weekend. We apologise for that. But when we're in green flag conditions, we can't hear it. It's only when we go quiet on track you hear the background noise. So I apologise for that. Look, see, when the cars are there, you can't hear it. It's just Fox having problems.
Here's the onboard from Priest.
Oh, right over the back.
That's going to hurt in the morning.
Right on his... Is this the on... Okay, this is the onboard camera.
Oh my god, this is going to be brutal.
Oh, it did.
He's thinking, oh, not again.
Yeah, it went. The camera died. Wow.
Bro didn't even let go of the steering wheel.
It's like...
I mean, when you've got no wheels to really...
Here it is on the onboard camera again. Oh, that one works.
That's a hard hit too. Is that Herps?
I believe
I think it looks like a monster car, so I assume it's Herps.
It's been updated again. This is now the 20, the 41, the 60, the 6, the 5, the 43, and the 99. So it keeps getting all in.
That's my Kyle Larson prediction done then, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, if it sounds like something's pushing against... I'll turn it up, listen. It's the Fox commentary, because there's no track noise. Yeah. It's the international...
I just saw one of my mates just tweet out, thanks Trump, never come to a NASCAR race again.
Let's just hope he doesn't go to the Daytona 500. Right, I'm going to hand over to Fox.
Those shots when that car lands right there, I know we're in slow motion right now, but the impact that goes through your back and spine and neck, and especially when you can't see what direction the next hit is coming from to brace yourself. Right as the camera went out, we saw him start to duck his head and just, hold on to the steering wheel to brace yourself. That's what I would do. You see a lot of guys just let go of the steering wheel and things now. I wouldn't. I always held on to that steering wheel until it yanked it out of my hands.
I agree. There is no worse feeling in the world than that.
10 cars in all involved. Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski.
It couldn't get off the front end of Eric Jones's car too, and I mean I can't help but to think that wind off of that car or something kind of kept it wheeling, so to speak, and up in the air a little bit. You can see how that Eric Jones's car had the underbody tore up underneath the driver's door.
Oh, now the roof flap deploys.
What's going backwards?
Yep. Yeah, it was kind of, the right one was up a little bit when it took off, but I think like Clint said, the whole thing's confused when it took off in a wheelie.
Watch his wheels starting to, he'll drive this thing in a minute.
I like his strategy. Hold on to the wheel.
With your thumbs out of the spokes.
Yeah, and every time you get hit like that, it's like a full impact whiplash. And a lot of times, in this car, it happens so fast that you hit the extensions on the Hans bottoms out. You go backwards, slap your head against the back of the seat, and it happens so quick inside the car that you can't control your head. See the back of that car up into the wall. I'm glad it flipped over the right direction to hit the wall with the back at least, not be upside down. See the airbox floating in the air right there?
Engine refired.
Unbelievable shots, Mike.
Amazing camera work, but
that's the best one.
What Ryan Preece has been through, you would excuse him if he would decide never to come back to Daytona. But that's not Ryan Preece.
Ryan Preece just doesn't care.
He doesn't, does he? How many times has he been whacked into and flipped over? Worst one was the summer race here 2 years ago. Back under yellow. Ready for a restart soon, hopefully.
Got a lineup for you, JB, if you want it.
Go for it, my friend.
This is going to sound a little bit weird, but first is the 10. He's the free pass. He's been let go first, so he can get his free pass immediately after they've set off.
Right.
Now the official lineup. First, 11, 2, 41, 35, 48. 0, 1, 19, 42, 24, 3, 43, 23, 54, 5, 9, 51, 40, 84, 17, 7, 45, 71, 12. Cars involved, 20, 41, 60, 6, 5, 43, 99, 23.
There's that 60 again going in the wall. Big hit. Cars begin to move off the back of pit road. They were stopped to the back stretch. They're now being moved around to pit lane. So,
red flag length, 6 minutes, 5 seconds.
Not bad. Here it is again. To take a look at Ryan Preece. Oh, just so... It just caught air. He hit the brakes as well. That's mid-air. He hit the brakes, and the brakes stopped instantly. But it's not going to stop you when you're flying.
When you've got no wheels on the ground, brakes become rather ineffective.
He's been released from the infield care centre as we head back under caution. It will be NASCAR overtime. And Bubba Wallace, his engine has exploded. Bubba Wallace is out of the race.
I think that's still damage from the incident, JB.
Was he involved in that?
He was.
23, yeah, you're right.
Should I blow
Overtime.
Matthew's mind even more and after it?
Yes.
Edit the behind-the-scenes footage and add the commentary over and make Matthew see what it's like when I have to write down the lineup with the officials talking in my left ear and you talking in my right ear.
It is confusing.
19.
Oh, Logano.
It brings the whole back of the pack up to you. So, unfortunate for the old Shell Pencil Mustang. Glad we got a stage win. We got a playoff point. There's something to get out of the day and take a positive out of it. Had a fast car. Just was able to get it done this year. Thanks, Joey.
Back to you, Jack.
I'll continue my stat. This is the 19th consecutive season in which at least one car has flipped from the NASCAR Cup Series.
How many of those have been here at Daytona in round one?
I think we're going to overtime.
It has been
overtime.
confirmed. We're in overtime to finish this one. First overtime of the year. To explain to you the overtime, if you don't know it, we must end under green flag condition. It is an unlimited attempt to end this race under green flag. We can have multiple overtime finishes. It will be a 2 to go when the green flag comes out. If we get the white flag with 1 to go, the next flag ends the race no matter what, green or checkered or yellow. Here is Kyle Busch.
T-cars are very strong. And we still got 20 laps to go, and he's trying to go through the middle and make a hole that isn't there, and just created chaos. So hate it for all of our guys on the Zone Chevrolet. We had a fast car, and we were in position and just kind of biding our time and seeing what was going to happen next. And yeah, you got to know how wide your race car is to be able to find a hole that it'll fit in, and he obviously doesn't know that. Thanks, Kyle.
I love Kyle. I love him. He says it how it is.
He doesn't mince his words, does he?
No, that's what I love about him.
I think Bubba's done, you know.
Yeah, 11 control car inside.
Coming up on 4 hours of on-track action. We've been on air for...
Coming up to 4 hours of red flag at this rate.
Yeah, that is true, actually. We've been under red... Hang on a minute. Yeah, it was 3 hours, 36 minutes, and 34 seconds into red flag. Actual race time, 3 hours 50:23. You can see that at the top of your clock.
The bell has been released from the infield care centre.
Ah, okay. Ah, here he is.
Or what that makes these cars
Byron,
like a sheet of plywood when you walk out on a windy day. But you know, when the car took off like that and I got real quiet, all I thought about was my daughter. So I'm lucky to walk away, but we're getting really close to somebody not being able to. So very grateful for. Yeah, that sucks. We just had. I mean, this thing was fast, and you know, thanks to Build Submarines, thanks to Kroger, Castrol, Mohawk, Fifth Third Bank, everybody at RFK Racing. It's frustrating when you end your day like this.
We're glad you're okay. Thanks, Ryan.
Terrifying accident again from him. It's like, how do you... 3 to go, by the way, so we're green this time by... How does this keep happening to Ryan Preece? How? He is the most unlucky... I think he wants to be Australian. He likes being upside down. It's the Mark Webber approach. Maybe he should talk to SVG, who lives on that side of the world.
77 Garage Mechanical.
Oh.
No! He was making my Twitch streams entertaining.
Overtime!
Overtime is officially in effect.
2-lap shootout. If the leader takes the white flag, the next flag ends the race. Caution prior to the white flag causes a restart. NASCAR overtime is green at Daytona. And it's Denny Hamlin leading. Riley Herbst is pushing him. Austin Cindric is on the outside line being pushed by the 41 of Cole Custer.
Ooh, Denny!
Pushes. Denny nearly went round. He got pushed by the 2. And now he's going to block the low line, but no one's there. And right round the outside comes the 2 and the 41!
Cindric!
Wow! Cole Custer's coming in. Hamlin had no one there to push him. Cindric takes the lead.
They're going to wreck.
Yeah, they are.
I think they're going to wreck.
They've got to be careful.
Riley Herbst there.
We've got the caution light. Remember, that's going to be crucial. Into turn 3 and 4. The 3's back. The Cole Custer's getting a bit sideways.
Custer way loose.
Over now into the tri-oval. Bowman's coming up there too. Hamlin's retaken.
Please.
White flag in the air at Daytona.
Cindric, jeez, mate.
Hamlin.
Good block.
Oh. Is that green? Is that green? We stay green. Well held.
Kept it green. We kept it green.
Well held, the 35. Beautifully held. You win a trophy for that.
You legend, mate. What a save.
Cindric on the back. He's leading. Hamlin's pushing him all the way. Oh, down the back straight. Hamlin pulls to the outside line.
Look at Corey LaJoy.
LaJoy's pushing him. Cole Custer to the outside.
Cole Custer.
And there's the contact.
Oh, they're wrecking.
And it's going to be Bowman. I think it's Bowman again! There's no caution!
Is it
We're
still green? We're still green.
Who's got the lead? Out of the last corner!
Byron's got it.
2 years running! 2 years! Back-to-back wins! William Byron in 24 and 25! Back-to-back at Daytona! William Byron wins again!
We stayed green.
We stayed green!
Compton P3!
Johnson on the podium! Reddick in second! William Byron is a double Daytona 500 winner. Ty Gibbs across the line with 3 wheels on his wagon. It was the 24 who kept his nose clean on that last lap, came through and wins at Daytona for a 2nd year running. Byron again. Wow. JT.
Wow, and also Nemechek's got P5, by the way. Nemechek got P5.
Bowman's
incredible
6th.
run for him.
The 40 car in the top 9. Justin Allgaier in 9th. Hamlin dropped to 21st. He got taken out the back stretch. Wow.
We stayed. Oh, there's Gibbs.
Yep. We stayed green.
Did you guys notice?
Stayed
that
green.
Because it was
Thank
the
you,
Daytona
NASCAR.
500 and it was such a big race. Oh my God, we
And now the
stayed
caution's
green.
out.
Yeah,
Now the caution's out after the check.
So they've learned from the Xfinity and from the ARCA and from the trucks. When it comes to the end of the race,
ARCA they did stay green.
Yeah, we stayed
ARCA
green.
they did stay green at the end. There was no wreck, to be fair though.
Right, this is so annoying for Hamlin. What happened here? So Cindric goes to block Jack, and then Hamlin goes up high, but it's the 41 and the 19 that come out of nowhere.
Let's have a look. I'll have a look. Let's see. So here's, because I can see, I think.
Yeah, it's a 41.
Custer decides to go for himself. LaJoy.
19. It's the 19.
That's partly the 19, and then everyone just seems to lose it.
Oh, huge hit for Larson. Larson got
How they
three
did
bags.
not wreck on the lap to collect the white flag, I don't know.
No, the 35 deserves a medal. Riley Herbst was fantastic to held that slide. William Byron.
Good on NASCAR for keeping it green.
Yeah. Back-to-back Byron. 2 years running, a double Daytona 500 champion. How about that? I am mega impressed with this man. 2 years running, he wins at Daytona. And the caution is out before even the checker got... Yeah, so caution's out after the race, as you said. And he's hit the wall. He's hit the wall.
Yeah, caution went out at me like 10 seconds after the lead across the line.
Yeah, that's fair. I agree with that.
And that was... The reason was because they had equipment on the backstretch on the green, so they had to yellow it.
Hope everyone's okay, by the way.
Look at this! The 24 squads for Hendrick Motorsports. They do not know what to do themselves. That was amazing. The cheers and the jump into the crowd, into the own team. He'll climb the fence to get the checkered flag and celebrate with the fans. But William Byron, who started his career as an e-sport driver, has just claimed back-to-back Daytona 500 victories, and he's second Immortality chip. Wow! Let's go down and hear from our new reigning champion.
Who finished third in points last year with 3 victories. Jamie Little.
William Byron's entire team is out here. Your family just walked out. William, go grab that flag.
Climb the fence, Willie B. Come on. Oh, he doesn't climb the fence.
William, you were 9th with 1 lap to go. How did you come through the pack and avoid the chaos to make it 2 in a row at Daytona?
Yeah, obviously some good fortune, but just trusted my instinct on the last lap there. I felt like they were getting squirrely on the bottom, and just tried to. I was honestly going to go 3rd lane regardless, because I was probably 6 coming down the back. So just obviously fortunate that it worked out in our favor, but just really proud of this team. Worked super hard all week and had an amazing car. Just had a really hard time with the fuel savings and kind of staying towards the front. So crazy, yeah. I mean, I can't honestly believe that, but we're here, so proud of it.
William, you won this last year, and you know what a big moment it was. Can you describe what this race does for a driver, especially like yourself, and now to get to do it a 2nd time? What does this race mean?
Yeah, it's obviously really special. It's an amazing race, and obviously a lot of crazy racing out there tonight, and just a lot of pushing and shoving, but just really proud of our team. You know, I can't stress that enough. I'm just super thankful for this group and everything that they do in the off season to get prepared, and we plan on trying to win a lot of races this year, so we're not going to stop here. You know, we're going to continue to push forward and try to get to Phoenix.
Congratulations. William Byron wins the Daytona 500.
How ironic that he does back-to-back Daytona 500 victories, and he took it away from the man who lasted it, Denny Hamlin, in 2019 and 2020. How ironic is that? Let's hear down with Tyler Reddick.
You know, with that restart we had with 15 to go, we kind of got checked up in the middle and kind of ended up further back than we wanted to be. So we kind of we didn't really want to. We ducked out of it, hoping for the caution. We got it, but we were still lined up 16th there on the green-white checkered. So when they started to spin on the dog leg, I kind of jumped out of line thinking that was going to be it. We just kept going. So yeah, I knew that me and the 24 had like a good run, and they were throwing big blocks, and when they started spinning on the inside, I had a run on the 24. I thought, man, if I could just snake through in the 11, not scrub my speed, I would have at least had an opportunity to do something. But all in all, I never really finished a race here unless it was 40 laps down. So I'll take 2nd. We wanted to get a good start to the year, and we scored a lot of points today. So I'm really happy with everyone's effort on this 45 Nasty Beast Toyota Camry.
Runner-up finish for Tyler Reddick in the Daytona 500.
Byron, the winner for Chevrolet. Reddick, Johnson, Briscoe, Nemechek, the top 5, all Toyotas. Then Bowman, Chevy. And those fast forwards of Blaney and Cindric, 7 and 8.
Crash on the back
Feel
stretch.
full of joy there.
Yeah. Well, boys, I am going to let you go. I'll handle the post-race stuff because it is nearly 3 a.m. and you've both got to be up. So,
I can stay for at least 3.5 minutes, which is how long my files will take to transfer.
Okay, in that case, I will ask you, as I think Premier Sports might have just signed off for the night. I'm not entirely sure.
They would have.
In that case, then I will get up the Fox stream on my computer, and we will go through the points and rundowns in a moment, because Ryan Blaney now leads it on 48 points, I believe, with Alex Bowman on 42, Byron only on 41, so that's the championship running at the moment. Jack, your final thoughts, please, on the Daytona 500 from you.
That might have been the best next-gen Daytona 500. That was a brilliant race from start to finish. Solid, maybe 9 out of 10 from me. Good to see that Priest and everyone's all right. I assume everyone's okay in the lap crash there.
Looks like they are.
Inevitable that final lap crash was going to happen. And I'm going to actually do something that nobody has ever done before. I am actually going to praise NASCAR for not throwing the yellow there, because they absolutely could have.
They could
have. But they didn't. And I am happy that they did not, because it gave Reddick a fighting chance to try and chase Byron down.
It got close. It did get close at the line. Anything else that you're thinking going now into Atlanta in a week's time?
Let's do that all over again. That was brilliant.
What a great start to the year. Thank you, Jack. JT, what about you? Your final thoughts on Daytona?
Don't know what got into NASCAR, because they allowed vehicles and equipment onto the backstretch on the green and didn't throw a yellow for a last lap thing. That is so not NASCAR. I don't know what happened there, but yeah. Good to see that NASCAR are actually doing something useful for once and saving them from extra work trying to work out who the hell won it. And we got a proper finish, and I think there were massive questions when the first time it happened with the grass.
Yeah.
They have now got rid of the grass, and it's happened again. Yes, it wasn't as severe, but in my personal opinion, with all of the different safety features that could have happened at that speed, at that angle, the number 20 came back into the path, it would have happened to anyone that the 20 would have collected, and it was just unlucky that it was the 60.
Thank you, JT. Thank you, Jack. We'll see you both in a week's time. I will now both let you go as well. We will stay with the content here on JBMotorsports and bring you all the post-race action and some of the interviews as well from the Daytona 500. It really has been quite an entertaining evening, isn't it? And we'll get the interviews and the final thoughts as well from the Fox Sports team before we dive off air. So my thanks to you, JT. My thanks to you, Jack. We'll hand back over to Fox Sports. Who is just still going into victory lane. So we have a few more moments to talk to them about as the action continues. Byron coming up to take the plaudits and to take the inevitable action. We'll hear from him once again. Back to Fox.
Always expect the unexpected in the final laps of the Daytona 500. We're live trackside where William Byron becomes the 5th back-to-back Daytona 500 winner, and it happened in the most unlikely fashion with Jamie McMurray. Chris Myers will take a look at that final lap where it seemed like Denny Hamlin was going to be able to capture maybe his 4th Daytona 500.
Yeah, and look at William Byron. He's about in the middle of your screen right there. You see the 24 car. He's going to go to the top. You see Cole Custer goes to the outside of Denny Hamlin. Briscoe gives Hamlin a shot, and then Custer moves down to just try to block. There's not room. You see William Byron and Tyler Reddick just barely sneak by on the outside.
And for Hendrick Motorsports, the 10th Daytona 500 win in their Chevrolet, that puts them alone on top. 9 for Petty Enterprises. And Hamlin was that close. And let's check in with Josh Sims, who's with Denny.
Well, Denny Hamlin's been rewatching that replay, so what were your thoughts on what transpired there?
Yeah, I thought we were in a great spot many times in the last 10 laps. You know, appreciate National Debt Relief coming on and giving them a great ride, but we didn't have the caution on the first front straightaway spin, and I was like, well, that's the second lease on life to try to get the 2. So I measured up the 2, got a run on them, and stayed with them enough to where I could kind of control what side I wanted to pass them on. And then, you know, we had pulled away from the pack slightly, so I knew a run was going to come. 41 had the run, and I chose not to block them. Like, you know, in these races, you got to live to make it off of turn 4, and we just didn't. You know, I thought that the 41 came down, and you know, I'm pushing the 2 down as low as I can, giving the 41 all the space and not stopping his run. But he just, I thought he hung, not hung a left, but, you know, steered left and was trying to crowd it. And, you know, I understand everyone's trying to go for it, and, you know, he's going for it, and all of us are. But, you know, in those situations, I told him, it's like, we gotta get off 4. Then we can do this. But, you know, we just never made it, and somebody else won. I don't even know where William was running.
Appreciate your time, Denny. Jamie?
How about 7-time Jimmy Johnson brings it home 3rd. His best finish in this next-gen car by a lot, Jimmy. And smiles all around. How good does this one feel for you?
This feels incredible, and I have emotions that I didn't expect to have. I've never been in this position as an owner, and it's really opened up a different set of emotions, and the pride that I have in this result, and the pride that I have in this company, and all that we're trying to achieve and the journey we're on. I'm so satisfied, so happy right now. Excited that we have 2 cars in the top 5. I hope Shaq is watching. Thank you, buddy. We got your car in the top 3, and a big thanks to Carvana and their continued support. Mobile One, Advent Health, Family Dollar, Dollar Tree. It's just been an interesting couple of years, and to have the cars come out and be this strong. This Toyota was rocket ship fast. I'm just smiling inside now.
2 Legacy Motor Club drivers in the top 5. A great run for them, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. 49-year-old Jimmy Johnson from 15th on that last lap, finishing 3rd, and up to the guys in the booth. Mike Joy, the 14th Daytona 500, settled by a last lap pass. And there's the guy that his teammate called him the babyface assassin. Your winner, William Byron, back-to-back.
Well, when you look at this, Clint, this is one of those scenarios where Denny Hamlin is right. You have to get off of turn 4 to have a chance to win this race. And there was really only 2 cars that came around there at the end. And the chaos ensued. We had a lot of the good cars, what I thought were the fastest cars, get torn up early in the race. And ultimately, it came down to survival. And the cars that made it off of turn 4 actually wound up winning the race, with William Byron come from 6 or 7. I don't even know where he was, because
9th with
honestly,
1 to go.
Yeah, 9th with 1 to go. So there you have it. But the Fords getting torn up, that really changed the complexion of the race.
Oh, 100%. You start to see Denny Hamlin, all these Toyotas start to show up. Austin Cindric, the kid did a great job all weekend long. He's a Daytona 500 winner. The Fords were strong early, as you said, but that's Daytona. We preview this week. We start this week months ago, right? And we start talking, we start asking these drivers, what's it take to win? You got to have a fast car. Check. Some of them had that. You got to have handling. But they all say when it comes down to it, you got to have Lady Luck on your side. And William Byron, 2 years in a row, boy, he's had it, man. He's put himself in the right positions. He did what it took to win the race, but he also had a little bit of luck right there. The total package, William Byron.
Since Richard Petty's day, little has changed. Richard has often said the best you can do on any given day is put yourself in position to win. William Byron did just that. Circumstances dictate the outcome. More from Daytona after this.
Well, it's certainly been an entertaining day here at Daytona. While we have it, let's go through the official results here from Daytona as things currently stand. William Byron is victorious for back-to-back here. Tyler Reddick is 2nd. Jimmy Johnson in 3rd place. Amazing from him. Chase Briscoe in 4th, John Hunter Nemechek in 5th, Alex Bowman goes into 6th position, Ryan Blaney is 7th, Austin Cindric 8th, Justin Allgaier finishes 9th, Chris Buescher rounds out your top 10, Michael McDowell in 11th with Eric Jones in 12th, Daniel Suarez 13th, Ty Dillon 14th, Chase Elliott 15th, Ty Gibbs in 16th, Riley Herbst is 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in 18th, Justin Haley in 19th, Kyle Larson in 20th as well. 21st for Cole Custer, 22nd for Corey LaJoy, 23rd, Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin finishing there in 24th, Cody Ware 25th, Brad Keselowski 26th, Tom Gilliland 27th, Noah Gregson 28th, Bubba Wallace 29th, and Carson Hussevar in 30th. Christopher Bell 31st, Ryan Preece 32nd, Shane Van Gisbergen 33rd, Kyle Busch 34th, Joey Logano 35th, Zane Smith 36th, Josh Berry 37th, Martin Truex Jr. 38th, Helio Castroneves 39th, 40th for Ross Chastain, and 41st for AJ Allmendinger. Quite a strange way the day has turned out, isn't it? As we wait to see what's going to happen next and what the whole situation will be, as the situation will blow over and come back later in the season here at Daytona. And in terms of the full points from this one, return to laps and rundown as we get William Byron picking up the trophy now. Ryan Blaney leads on 48 points, Alex Bowman 42, William Byron 41, Tyler Reddick and Austin Cindric 38, Jimmy Johnson's on 34 points. Then Chase Briscoe 33, John Hunter Nemechek 32, same as Chris Buescher, Eric Jones on 31, Chase Elliott 30, Daniel Suarez 29, Michael McDowell 26 along with Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 23 for Ty Dillon, 21 for Ty Gibbs, Riley Herbst and Brad Keselowski on 20, Justin Haley 18, Kyle Larson 17, Cole Custer 16, and so was Tom Gilliland, Corey LaJoy and Joey Logano 15, Austin Dillon on 14. It's 13 for Denny Hamlin, Cody Ware on 12, the same as Christopher Bell, Bubba Wallace on 10, Noah Gregson 9, Carson Hussevar 7, Ryan Preece on 5, Shane Van Gisbergen 4, the same as Kyle Busch, Zane Smith, Josh Berry, Martin Truex Jr., Ross Chastain on 1, Justin Allgaier on 0, as well as Helio Castroneves and AJ Allmendinger. Back to Fox.
4 laps. Austin Cindric almost went 2 for Regan Smith.
Chris, it was a near perfect speed week for Austin Cindric. You qualify second, win your dual race, leading off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. Talk me through the last straightaway there.
Yeah, I mean, I think by that point, you know, myself and really the 11 are on a bit of an island with the pack getting separated there through the tri-oval. And I felt like I was in a decent spot to get absorbed, but there by the inside lane. I don't know, they go 3 wide here on the back and then they get wrecked. But yeah, at that point, I felt like we still had a shot to come back to the line. I felt like everybody was pretty responsible there on the bottom. I thought we were going to have another run at it, but just to get that far separated, it's a shame, man. I love the opportunity to come out here and have the speed weeks that we had. You know, everybody at Team Penske, Ford Performance, Discount Tire, that makes this possible for me. I'm out here living my dream, and I'm pissed because we're that close, you know, and we've been that close before. And obviously winning the race doesn't change anything. I mean, I want to come out here and do it each time, and I'm just thankful for fast race cars and very frustrated with the result.
All right, thanks for saying to talk to us, Austin.
Jamie, your thoughts on a kind of a methodical run? Yeah, he was fortunate, but William Byron, right place, right time.
Yeah, I mean, what looked like the day of Ford turned out to be the day of survival. We only had a Chevy win and 4 Toyotas in top 5. No Fords to be seen at the end, but had a great day. Just weren't able to put it all together. 2
10-car wrecks. The 9-car wreck took out a number of the Fords, including Logano and Ryan Blaney. For Jamie McMurray, I am Chris Myers. Don't forget,
been fun.
Next Sunday. Yeah, this was it was worth it at the end. An unexpected finish. We'll be in Atlanta next Sunday. Stick around for Family Guy on Fox, except on the West Coast. And thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox. Have a good one.
Thank you, everybody, for watching us here as well on JB Motorsports. I hope you've enjoyed the 2025 Daytona 500. We'll be back next week with Trucks, Xfinity, and the Cup Series from Atlanta. What a start to the year. William Byron, he's a double Daytona 500 winner. Back to back. No one can stop him. What a start to the year. We'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.